Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Majestic Dragonlord and Slayer? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Meeting the Skags. It was a warm summer morning in the capital city of the Seven Kingdoms. Rare were the days when the city as a whole engaged in a festive mode. Thanks to the recent victory over the Ironborn, the people of the city had a reason to breathe a sigh of relief. Should the result have been anything else, there would have been chaos. This was why John encouraged some small festivals and engaged in some charity work in the city. He had his entourage from the Vale spend some coin in the city to support the poorest of the poor. He had the lords of the Vale and the brave knights engage the populace in public by spending their coin on those who could not afford to buy bread. He wanted them to be seen doing charity, and he wanted the people to know who they have to thank. Robert may have won the war and put down a rebellion, but statecraft required finesse. The populace must assume they were being ruled by able and generous rulers. This is the key to good statecraft. While the opinions of small folk didn't matter that much, they did matter during wartime. After all, the lords raised their armies from the small folk. Men tend to fight more passionately if they are led by honorable men. That's what he learned from the Ninepenny War, and he saw that play out in Robert's rebellion as well. He had seen the ferocity with which the Vale cavalry and Northern Foot crushed the Targaryens despite being outnumbered. It helped Rhaegar lead his army into their trap, but he'd attribute the victory to the men who fought for them in the field. When Robert took the crown, it didn't feel like a victory for House Baratheon. It was a victory for everyone who fought against the tyranny of the Mad King. Similarly, Robert's victory in the Iron Islands was a victory for all. If that's not how people felt, it was his duty as the hand of the king to make it that way. Preserving a kingdom that was won over by war is hard, but thankfully Robert and Stannis have done their part by quashing the Ironborn rebellion. The recent victory certainly sent the message loud and clear to Robert's enemies that the Baratheon dynasty was here to stay. His job was to secure the peace and keep the kingdoms united for peaceful coexistence. And this means keeping an eye on growing developments in the kingdoms. My Lord Hand. John came out of his musings to look at the first arrival in the small council chambers. It was Varys, the Master of Whispers. Lord Varys. John acknowledged the foreign eunuch with a nod. Perhaps it was his prejudice against the Associ people. He never trusted Varys, and he would have replaced the man if it wasn't for his skills as a master spy. Try as hard as he might, John could not find a better person to replace the eunuch. The man was one of the Mad King's lickspittles, but at least he knew for sure the eunuch was not Tywin's creature. That alone had stayed his hand, and he counted on the man to remain impartial in the small council. You must have a matter of some concern for summoning a council so suddenly, my lord. Varys tittered as he took his customary seat. Come now, Lord Varys. Surely the Master of Whispers knows what this meeting is about. You overestimate my craft, Lord Aaron. No man can know everything in the world. My little birds sing me many songs, and all I know is that you've received a delegation from the Iron Bank which has prompted you to call the council. Varys said, flashing a simpering smile. John doubted that, but he was not going to argue with the spider whose many webs remained concealed from his eyes. Before anything else could be said, the rest of the small council members began to fill in. There was Grand Maester Pycelle, whom he trusted sparingly. The man has some sympathies for Lord Tywin, but he trusted the old maester to be impartial when it comes to the matters of the realm. After all, no one could blame Pycelle for preserving Lord Tywin over the Mad King. The Grand Maester sat on John's left side facing Varys. Both of them were small council members from the Mad King's era, but there was no love lost between them. Lord Aaron, forgive me for my tardiness. The weather seems to have not agreed with me today. Pycelle wheezed out, rubbing his gray beard to smoothen it out. Ah yes, it must have been rather hot and wet last night. I pray that your bed be less warm now that summer is here. Varys said, a cheeky smile on his face hidden by his silken sleeves. John looked between the two, and he could feel this was some exchange of barbs between the two. He certainly did not want the tension to escalate, so he addresses the final occupant of the council. Lord Eldon, welcome. John greeted the Lord of Estermont Castle warmly. "My lord." John appraised the master of coin. The only good quality of the man was he remains a dutiful lord. Lord Eldon was a man he could trust to stay loyal to Robert and give sound advice to the king. It also helped that the Lord of Estermont Castle is the uncle of the Baratheon brothers. So, he could at least trust the man to raise his voice in the interest of his nephews. The small council remains small. Pycelle commented, "Not for long. Prince Stannis should be on his way now that the war is won and the king's peace enforced in the Iron Islands. Ser Barristan should also return promptly as the tourney at the Rock has concluded," said Varys. "I'm sure we will be joined by our fellow small council members promptly. However, there are matters important to the crown that needs to be discussed." John smoothly cut in to direct the council to the matter at hand. "I have received a delegation from the Iron Bank asking for the 1 million gold owes to the Starks." "I don't follow Lord Aaron. Why would the Iron Bank be involved? Wasn't the agreement between the king and Lord Eddard?" asked Lord Eldon. "It was, but Lord Stark seems to have come to an agreement with the Iron Bank. If anyone wants to commission a Valyrian STE artifact from Harry Stark, they shall bid at an auction conducted by the Iron Bank. It would seem House Stark has also agreed to allow the Iron Bank to safeguard the earnings from the bidding," said John, to the surprise of many in the council. John had to admit that even he was surprised by this decision by his former ward. He'd have expected Eddard to leverage the situation and use his son's skill to cultivate relations with the lords of the South. Handing over the power to determine the price and chance to buy a Valyrian steel sword was a bad move politically. Then again, he should not have been that surprised. Eddard and Robert have a strange sense of distaste for the finer aspects of politics despite his strenuous efforts to instill them into his former wards. That will be a substantial amount of wealth hoarded in Bravos, Lord Eldon noted, not to mention on the political ramifications this will have in Essos. It'll not be just the High Lords of Westeros who are interested in owning a Valyrian steel sword or an artifact of a similar make. "We can expect Braavosi fleet to spread out into the known seas," said Varys, and for once the portly man was no longer sporting his usual simpering smile. "I for one remain skeptical of Lord Stark's claims. It's preposterous to think that a young child who is still learning his numbers and letters managed to unearth the secrets of the Dragonlords of Old Valyria. Men of great wisdom have tried in the past, and they have all failed in their task," said Pycelle, a frown hiding behind his gray beard. "The king seems to have agreed with the rumors if he had given away 1,000,000 dragons, the gift and a royal decree for a hammer. It is a huge price for a normal hammer, is it not? King Robert must have found the weapon authentic, and let's not forget Ser Barristan and Lord Jaerion Lannister were also present when the king was presented with the weapon," said Varys. "Perhaps it'd have been better if Lord Eddard had taken a small council seat. We could have learned much from Lord Stark, and perhaps even influenced him to not depend on the Iron Bank," said Pycelle. "His Grace insisted on leaving the post of Master of Laws open for Eddard. But, despite our best efforts, Eddard insists on staying in Winterfell. Be that as it may, we will not interfere in the internal matters of House Stark. The Targaryens thought they could do as they please, and look where that has got them," said John, putting any ideas of interfering with House Stark's business to rest. Sure, he'd have preferred Eddard would not have struck a deal with the Iron Bank because of political and economic reasons, but he was against interfering in such decisions. The whole point of the alliance against the Targaryens was precisely over their brazen interference into the rights of lords of Westeros. The Targaryens went too far during King Aegon the Unlikely's time, and the ramifications of those times promoted a new alliance between the great houses of the North, Riverlands, and the Vale to emerge. Aerys, whom everyone hoped to bridge the gaps, only helped in widening it, causing even his staunchest allies to break away and join the group John painstakingly built. He had his doubts when Steffan reached out to him. At the time, he thought it a ploy cooked up by Tywin Lannister. "Speaking of the Targaryens, my little birds bring songs from the east. Ser Willem Darry has passed away," Varys reported. "Truly? What of the children?" John asked excitedly. "If the knight was dead, then there must be a chance to nab the dragons. If he could send Viserys to the Night's Watch and have the girl Daenerys T the Silent Sisters, he could avoid a war in the future. I'm afraid Ser Willem has been rather crafty, my lord. He has cultivated some powerful friends in the Free Cities, and currently, Viserys Targaryen and his sister are on the way to Norvos," said Varys. Jon frowned as he rightly worried about the remaining Targaryens. His efforts to get the children expelled from Braavos had met with abject failure. The Sea Lord had given his request excuses, but he knew the Braavosi were keeping the Targaryens as leverage. Now, another free city giving them sanctuary did not agree with him. "I want to know who their benefactors are. We need to keep an eye on those who offer aid to the Targaryens. Perhaps they might come to an arrangement of sorts with us," he ordered. "As you wish, my lord." Slowly. "You need to be more careful." Harry yelled. The boat lurched a bit as it lowered to the ground. "Forgive me, little lord. I've never flown a boat before," came the sarcastic reply from Mance Rider. "You need more finesse while handling the landing lever," said Harry, as he decreased the speed of the boat by turning the speed knob to near zero. Thankfully, the boat managed to hover just above the ground despite a few bumps. Looking out through the glass, they were being surrounded by Skagosi men wielding sticks, spears, and axes. Most of the weapons were made of stone, while some had obsidian blades at the tip of their spears. He could even hear some panicked screams coming from the people surrounding them. Harry pulled a lever down that made the landing gear come out of the hull and plunge into the ground. The boat now came to a standstill with the landing gear digging into the rocky terrain of Skagos. Runes on the control board lit up inside the cabin as the boat began to absorb magic from the ground to replenish the power reserves. If people knew that he was using Valyrian steel as landing gears and as a magic battery of sorts, they'd declare him mad. Harry'd say this boat was one of his best creations using magic. Obviously, there was still work to be done. The flight stabilizing and control charms used on brooms are quite hard to replicate using runes. Therefore, the boat has too many levers for its different functions and movements. So, there ought to be more improvements in the future when he has the time to build a proper airship. "I don't think the Skagosi are happy to see us," Benjen commented, looking worriedly at the unfriendly faces he was seeing outside. "Maybe we should wait for Lord Stain before stepping out. After all, the Skagosi are not known for their friendly nature." Mance suggested. "Waiting is not an option." "What happens if the people just climb inside the boat?" asked Harry, as he prepared to go outside the cabin and greet the audience. "No, wait. I have this handled," Harry said, as he made for the door of the cabin. "No, don't. They're dangerous." Harry ignored his uncle's warning and stepped outside. Fortunately, Harry had the presence of mind to put a magical shield before him because he was immediately pelted by stones. A demon, sky demon, the cold gods. People were shouting and screaming as they threw whatever they could get their hands on. Most of the projectiles were stones, but some were spears. Thankfully, Harry's shield repelled the foreign bodies, making it impossible to harm him or anyone on the boat. "Stop! We are from the Night's Watch." Mance and Benjen screamed at the crowd to no avail. Seeing this was not going anywhere, Harry's eyes flickered to the power ring on his index finger. The ring was made for situations like these. Pointing the dragon head of the ring at the crowd, he channeled a substantial amount of magic into the ring. Expelliarmus. There was a bright red light that lit up the whole shore, and when the light dimmed down, the Skagosi were disarmed and had fallen on their backs. "Told you I have it handled," Harry said, as he jumped out of the boat into the rocky terrain of Skagos. The Stark guards were quick to disembark from the boat, brandishing their weapons, and began to form a protective perimeter around Harry. Jon was also by his side as their uncle insisted on dealing with the Skagosi without their shenanigans. In the distance, the sound of hooves was heard as if the sky was rumbling. Pale green banners with a tree painted on top. "The banners of House Stain of Driftwood Hall," Harry muttered as he watched the banners flapping in the wind. The more interesting bit was the strange hairy creatures the men of House Stain were riding. They had the build of a horse, but his eyes could be playing tricks on his mind. As the riding party came close, he abandoned such silly notions. Those animals were definitely not horses. Those creatures had long single horns growing out of their heads. Fascinating. And meeting the Skag's P2, Harry reached out and touched the brownish-red mane of the unique unicorn breed. It was soft and light as the finest silks. "I'll just call you Skag Unicorn from now on," he said to the creature. The Skag Unicorn's dark eyes observed him for a time, but it went back to crunching on the box of apples he provided without a care in the world. Even if the creature was a unicorn breed, it certainly has more in common with the other half of the species. It doesn't like to be challenged, and if it perceives a challenge, then it will turn hostile in a matter of seconds. Such behavior could not be found among pure unicorns. No. This behavioral trait was certainly inherited from the other half of the species that gave birth to the skag unicorn. Most Skagosi believe the skag unicorn is the unicorn. But one look at the creature made Harry understand this was not the case. Unicorns don't have a large 3-foot-long horn, and they certainly don't have a body as large as the skag unicorn. Harry guessed the unicorns must have somehow bred with an animal like elk, or even something similar found on the island of Skagos. The male elks were known for their alpha male behavior, as they literally engaged in ritualistic battles to gain the attention of the female elks. From what he observed from studying the skag unicorns, they also behave the same way, but with one additional behavioral trait. They only accepted someone to touch them if they get fed or by overpowering them physically. The overpowering part most likely will not work for any normal human. So, feeding the skag unicorns their fill keeps them in line. That's how the Skagosi kept the little rascals as their ride. From a certain angle, the skag unicorns looked cute, but they are most assuredly creatures of war. Beneath the silky red mane, their skin was as hard as rock, reminding Harry of rhinos back home. A full charge by a pack of these skag unicorns should be enough to cut a bloody swathe through an army of considerable size. This made him wonder why the northern lords never attempted to have them bred on the mainland. Perhaps the Skagosi never wanted their beasts of war to escape their grasp. Harry thought, watching the beast crunching on the apples quite happily, completely oblivious to its surroundings. "My lord, your uncle is asking for you," said Anya. "What does he want now?" he asked, suspending his observation of the skag unicorn for the time being. "I do not know, my lord," said Anya, shrugging her shoulders. "Is this the animal you were seeking?" Harry threw a look at the creature gorging over a box full of apples. "No, this is not a unicorn," said Harry, before taking his leave. Driftwood Hall was supposedly a castle of House Stain. Harry vehemently disagreed. The structure before him was definitely not a castle of any sort. It looked more like a shed made of stone, wood, and dry leaves. If a significant amount of rain was to pour down from the heavens, then the castle would be leaking from 1,000 holes and more. "They do live in caves," John whispered from Harry's side. Harry looked at the structures around Driftwood Hall. Most of them were made of clay, wood, and dry leaves. There were a few caves as well, but that was no great surprise. The whole of Skagos was supposedly littered with caves owing to their largely hilly terrain. There was a certain aesthetics to the whole theme around here with the old caves and whatnot. It was a living testament to the past of mankind, and perhaps the birthbed of modern civilization. "I must have a look at those caves. There must be some age-old carvings and drawings of a bygone past," Harry thought as he made his way towards the castle of House Stain. Just then John sneezed, startling Harry out of his musings. "You must have caught a chill from the saran. Maybe a steam bath is in order." Harry mused aloud. "No, I don't want to steam," John said stubbornly. "Anya, take John away, and don't let him leave till he is suitably steamed. I won't have him go down with a fever when our journey is so close to the end." Harry watched amusedly as John was dragged away by Anya despite John's best efforts. He looked at the sky and the surroundings. There was not an ounce of sun anywhere. The weather remained damp and cold. Mist hung everywhere, and the whole sky looked like one giant grayish cloud. "At this rate, I might have to find some excuse to travel all the way to Essos for some application time," Harry thought, as he walked through the entrance of Driftwood Hall's main keep. 2 guards stood by the wooden doors of the entrance with obsidian-tipped spears. As he learned from Maester Luwin's lessons, the Skags were indeed hairy compared to other first men. The men all have long hair reaching far below their shoulder blades. Their facial hair was no better. Harry had trouble seeing their eyes with all the hair covering their faces. Not to mention their arms and legs were faring no better. No wonder why Maester Luwin believes the Skags have Ibn-S blood in them, Harry thought. Shaking those thoughts away, Harry proceeded to move inside the relative safety of Driftwood Hall. The floor was layered with red laterite bricks that looked like it was laid out in a different century. He had to carefully step around certain parts where the bricks looked one step away from turning into dust. Carefully wading around the broken floors and generally shoddy Masonic works, Harry reached his uncle, who was poring over a map with Lord Orbert's stain. "You sent for me, uncle? You should not have come, lad," The silver ones live in Skane Island, under the protection of the Great Winter Spirit," said Lord Stain, rubbing his goatee while his two sons Merton and Orbster were watching the proceedings silently. "But you gifted my father with a unicorn horn," Harry reminded the man. "A relic of the past," said Lord Stain, shaking his head. "Legend has it one of my ancestors, Twirlton Stain, took the horn as a hunting trophy. But Twirlton was never seen again, and only his son returned with the horn." "What happened to him?" asked Harry. "I don't know all the details, but it was said Twirlton was cursed and was never allowed to leave the island of Skane, where he hunted and killed one of the silver ones," said Lord Stain. "You said something about the Great Winter Spirit. What do you mean by that?" Bingen asked, while Harry remained silent and contemplated the information he received from the Lord of Driftwood Hall. "The Great Winter Spirit is the guardian of Skane Island. In the past, many people have tried to occupy the island, and they have all suffered the spirit's wrath. Are you sure there are no other silver unicorns left nearby?" "This is a matter of utmost importance, Lord Stain. If we can get more unicorn horns, we can help a lot of people from sickness," said Bingen. "I'm afraid not. Perhaps there were silver unicorns on our island, but that must have been thousands of years ago. I pray that you abandon this folly and never step foot on Skane Island. That land is cursed." "I'm afraid we can't do that, Lord Stain. We have traveled far and long for us to return empty-handed," said Harry, breaking his silence as a vague picture of what was happening and has happened at the Skane Island became clear to his mind. "Only a certain death awaits you at Skane Island. No sane man would wish to go there," Lord Stain warned. "Then it is a good thing we are not mere men. We are wolves," said Harry. Harry could hear Fenris growling proudly, making everyone stare at the wolf, warily more out of surprise. Even Harry was a bit surprised. He was sure he had left the wolf in the boat so that the Skags would not be spooked by its presence. "Now, how did you escape from the boat?" Harry wondered, looking at Fenris, who suddenly looked far too innocent while wagging his tail like a good pet. XXXXXX. The Elder Wand was thrumming in his hand, excited to be flowing with magical power. Harry was actually forced to use the wand as his supply of iron was dangerously low. With the journey ahead, the need for some special weapons became crucial. While he had dismissed the warnings from Orbert Stain in public, he was not an idiot to not prepare. If the Skags in the past had hunted the unicorns, then it was possible they had also consumed its meat. Drinking the blood of a unicorn was akin to declaring war against the very sublime nature of magic. But consuming the meat of a unicorn has far worse consequences. And Harry has a strong impression that something like that happened with the Skags trying to populate Skane Island. If this was the case, then he needed to prepare before setting foot on the island. While he was confident his magical power was more than enough to tackle any cursed creatures inhabiting the island, it was better to have backup plans. The little adjustments he made to his body by stemming the magic outflow have their drawbacks. If he were to constantly use magical spells, he could damage the vents of his body and perhaps even damage his heart. Keeping this in mind, the need for supplementary weapons came to his mind. But first, the metal to make those weapons had to be mined. Unfortunately, the Skags were idiots when it comes to mining metals. They only knew to make weapons out of obsidian. As if that pathetic thing is useful in warfare. Harry snorted. The tip of his wand glowed blue as he came across a specific rocky side of a hill near Driftwood Hall. Finally, the mind-sensing spell worked. Harry jumped in joy, as he had feared it'd be impossible to find a deposit of iron or this quickly. Summoning a small shield with his power ring, Harry carefully aligned his body behind it so that the debris won't affect him. Taking aim with the Elder Wand, he let the gouging spell fly. Defodio. The power he put behind the gouging spell cut deep into the earth. To make sure he could extract he let the spell fly one more time and deepen the incision he made on the hill. Now, it was only a matter of using a simple summoning charm to pull the iron out of the ground. A few minutes later, Harry was sitting inside the airship's expanded chamber where he set up his shop. A simple alchemical box powered by runes and a small amount of magic was all he needed to transmute the iron to steel. It was a fairly simple process, one of the first lessons a budding alchemist worth his or her salt learns. "Nephew, what are you doing now?" Harry eyed his uncle, who got the telltale sign of being spooked by the whole mystery behind the Skane Island. He could read what his uncle's intentions were, especially considering the heated discussions the man was having with Lord Stain and the other Skags. It was also one of the reasons why he started working on this idea a bit early. I'm working on something to ensure our survival in Skane Island. Whatever curse or creature guards the island, it'll fail before my power, Harry said, before going back to working on engraving runes into the steel and shaping the pieces into arrowheads. I've been talking with many of the people here, and maybe they have a point, nephew. It'd be better to be cautious to not jump headfirst into a dangerous place like Skane Island without proper preparation. Harry hummed, but his focus was on connecting the runes properly. What are you implying, Uncle? Are you saying we should abandon this whole journey because someone told you scary stories? He asked. Perhaps we should wait and not go to the island alone. We can wait for the storm to die down and ask for more ships from White Harbor to accompany us. And perhaps we can leave the hunting of these unicorns to, experienced hunters, said Benjin, rather lamely. Harry paused what he was doing and looked incredulously at his uncle. You've got a flying boat carrying more resources, facilities, and people than a war galley can ever field. You've got some of the best hunters from Winterfell and the clans of the Northern Mountains. And then, most importantly, you have me. Harry huffed and went back to work on the arrowhead. What more do you want, Uncle? We go when the first light comes on the morrow. I don't think going into Skane Island is a good idea. We know very little about the island. Benjin tried to argue. Harry rolled his eyes while he used a sticking charm on the arrowhead against the wood. Now, it looked like a normal arrow except for the runes running on the arrowhead surface. Tapping his wand against the runes, he poured his magic into it, making the runes glow a vibrant yellowish-orange color. Standing up from his workstation, Harry stared into the gray eyes of his uncle. Follow me, Uncle. Harry was outside the boat with his uncle. He handed the arrow to Anya. Shoot this arrow at the lone tree over there. Harry pointed at the tree. Having said his piece, he stepped back as Anya drew the string back and let the arrow fly without question. The arrow struck the tree, proving her aim true, but what happened afterwards took everyone by surprise. The tree was consumed by a pillar of fire that promptly reduced the tree into ashes within minutes. Harry turned to his utterly flummoxed uncle. As I said, you have me. We are going to the island tomorrow. If death is indeed waiting for us, then I'm afraid death needs to find a new island to bunker down, and the island of Skane P1. Harry may have exhibited total confidence before his uncle, but he was more than aware. Confidence alone would not do the trick. He was walking, or in this case, flying into an island that has been isolated for thousands of years. No one knew what was exactly waiting for them. The only thing they knew was that everyone before them in living memory have failed to return alive. Skane Island has been the bane of smugglers and pirates for a long time. There were some pirates and smugglers who trades with the wildlings beyond the wall. They sail around Skagos and sell weapons to the wildlings in exchange for slaves or other commodities. But sometimes, deadly storms would force pirates and smugglers into the unwelcome shores of Skane Island. They have never been heard from again. Rumors claim many such ships could be seen on the shores of the island without anyone on board. If this was the case, then it was more than likely there is a malevolent force taking refuge on the island. Keeping his mind on the recent findings near Castle Black, Harry took extra care in preparing certain tools to defend against any hostile creatures. Arrows inscribed with fire rune was only just one of the tools he came up with. The element of fire has always been the most dangerous for most magical creatures since time immemorial. Even wizards took a long time to overcome the dangers posed by fire. So, he was almost certain the element of fire could be a useful weapon against whatever was guarding the island. Just in case this proved to be not enough, Harry had also empowered arrows using the lightning rune and frost rune. Though Lord Stain described the supposed guardian of Skane Island as the Winter Spirit, Harry was not keen on taking the name for granted and assumed the abilities of this supposed spirit. If he were to read further into the name, this spirit must have power over cold or ice. It could be entirely possible the Skags were either pulling his leg or they have faulty information. In situations like these, having the element of lightning on the side was the best bet. After all, only a handful of creatures could withstand lightning attacks, and he could only think of two off the top of his head, a Nundu or a Thunderbird. As far as Harry knows, there are no legends mentioning such creatures in Westeros. So, He was pretty much positive his little trinkets were more than enough to deal with this winter. Spirit, or whatever it is. Even if this was not the case, he still possessed the most powerful wand. While his magical power was nowhere near its prime, he was confident he could hold his ground. Especially considering his latest bit of invention, even if it needs some work. Harry had developed a magical battery of sorts for the airship to function independently of his magic. He designed the runes, and using Valyrian steel, he forged the best magical battery that can self-replenish by absorbing the ambient magic existing in nature. This bit of invention actually made him think of using the same method to keep a pool of magical energy reserve of sorts that he could depend on should his natural reserves somehow get dangerously depleted. That's how he came up with the idea of storing magical energy in small beads made of Valyrian steel. He could thread the beads together and wear them as a bracelet. Placing those beads close to his wrists should theoretically make it easier to absorb magic into his body. The only problem was that his body cannot naturally pull the magic from the beads. It requires the aid of runes, and sadly such runes don't exist as far as he was aware. So, he'd have to design the runes from scratch, which was no easy task. It'd require weeks, as testing out a new rune block to absorb magic into his body safely was no easy task. The number of torn parchments filled with runic scripts strewn across his room attested to the difficulty behind the venture. Harry tore away the piece of parchment he was writing on as he noted a mistake in the script. Dipping the quill in an ink pot, he took another parchment to start anew. "My lord." Harry looked up from his work desk to see Anya at his doorstep. "Lord Benjen is asking for you in the cabin. The island is fast approaching," said Anya, a hint of nervousness and fear shining in her posture and eyes. "Alert everyone and bring Adela and Kyla to the cabin," Harry ordered before leaving the comfort of his room. He made his way to the cabin as fast as his legs could carry. Climbing the wooden stairs out of the expanded space inside the hull, he entered the cabin above. This time it was his uncle who was controlling the flight of their boat. Mance Rayder was nearby, and so was John. "Well, lad, there it is. The Skane Island," said Mance, pointing at the approaching landmass in the distance. Harry kept a keen eye out for anything outside of the ordinary. Except for a few dark clouds courtesy of the storm, there was nothing extraordinary. He could feel no malevolence from the island as well. "Everyone ready for this?" Benjen asked, while Anya climbed out of the hull with Adela and Kyla. Harry's eyes searched the three girls, and he was satisfied that they brought bows and arrows. Should anything happen, he needed the girls there to provide him support. He made a mental note to find ways to make some improvements on their bows as well. "I'm not," said Mance Rayder. "Too late for second thoughts." "Uncle, take us in," said Harry, looking back at the island. "All right, here we go," Benjen said, increasing the speed of the boat. The dark clouds parted as the boat soared through the sky at high speeds. It barely took 3 minutes to reach the island. The dark and turbulent waters of the ocean gave way to lush green forests and sturdy hills teeming with plant life. "Look, a waterfall," John said excitedly, pointing out what appeared to be a giant waterfall. There was a long river streaming down from between the hills and through a forest. "We should settle near the river and make camp. That should help us scout the area and look for any animal tracks. If these unicorns travel in herds, then they might leave tracks," Mance suggested, "and it'll be easier to trace back to the camp using the river as reference." Benjen agreed. The ship came to a standstill, and Benjen slowly lowered the ship, aiming for a small clearing near the river. Harry kept his senses on high alert, even when they landed without an incident. "Keep your bows ready, girls," Harry cautioned. He was the first to step out of the boat with his magical shield spell in place. The power ring in his hand was quite handy like that. Harry waited patiently for some monstrous creature to attack, but only the sound of crickets greeted him. Jumping down from the boat, Harry was taken back by the senses that assaulted him once his feet touched the ground. He could feel the enormous well of magic surging in the land. It was a marked difference from the north. It was as if the island was never subject to magic draining by the weirwood trees. Even Skagos had some draining effects, not as powerful as on the mainland, but it was there. Skane, on the other hand, was another matter. "Interesting," Harry murmured, feeling magically stronger in the place. It almost felt like he was back on Earth before the war. A sudden movement caught his eye, and he aimed his wand in the direction, but it was just a pair of birds. But they were not the typical birds seen in the north. Their body was covered in royal blue feathers with a red glowing crown atop their heads. Wow, what kind of bird is that? John asked, in awe of the stunning beauty of the birds. Red crowns. That's their name. Harry gave a name since the birds were probably an isolated species never seen anywhere else in the world. He was very tempted to have a close look at the birds, but that could wait. There was important work to be done, and their position has to be secured. Their boat began to empty, while Harry along with his 3 students stood guard. Anya was entrusted with fire arrows, as she was the only one of his students with the ability to snuff out the fire with her magic in case it spreads. Adela and Kyla were entrusted with ice and lightning arrows, as there was no risk of both elements going out of control. The lightning element was a tricky one, but he had set up ample runes to control the trajectory of the element. Under their watchful eye, their group began setting up the camp on the banks of the river. Tents were being put up and defensive encampments were being planned to house the horses and bulls. Scouts were sent out to establish a perimeter around their camp and set up watch posts. Ditches were also being dug around their camp for burning wood as a deterrent against wild animals. Towards noon their camp was set up and the scouts had returned with nothing much to report save for some observations about unknown plants, trees, and animals in the forest. Harry, who had till then was busy placing some magical protection around the camp, was called into his uncle's tent. "So, are we going out to track the unicorns?" asked Harry, once he settled on a seat. "No. From what we saw from the sky, the river extends well beyond the hills. We will only be scouting out with the hills as the boundary. Beyond that, scouts can be sent tomorrow morning," said Benjin. "I'll scout the hilly areas," Harry said, picking his piece of land as unicorns preferred isolation. "No, you won't. You'll stay here with me while experienced people scout the area." "But..." "No buts. No means no. You'll stay here until the area is scouted thoroughly. We'll trek the hills tomorrow morning," Benjin said. No matter how much Harry tried, his uncle wouldn't budge on the issue. The only thing his uncle agreed on was to allow aerial scouting from the safety of the airship. While not exactly happy that he was prohibited from scouting on foot, Harry was satisfied to scout from the air. He was not allowed to go beyond the range of the hills, but Harry was not complaining much. He used aerial scouting to mark out certain spots on a new map he was drawing. He got the feeling these markers would prove to be useful tomorrow. Doran let out a sigh of relief as the servants pressed the wet cloth against his cheeks and neck. Though Doran was shielded from the full might of the Dornish sun, he nonetheless felt its effects. Sparing a look out of the window, he saw a vast expanse of sand as far as his eyes could see. The vast desert of Dorne was his people's curse as well as their boon. The desert holds them back from projecting their strength outside their land. But the desert is their greatest defense against invaders. Only Nymeria managed to conquer Dorne, but not without help. For her ferocity on the battlefield and her love for her people, her name was immortalized by his ancestors who adopted Nymeros Martell as the name of the ruling house of Dorne. Since Nymeria, no other foreigner could hold Dorne. Even the dragons failed before the ferocity of his people, but those times have long gone by like sand carried away by the wind. Through marriage, they became kin to the dragons and became part of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Those were the times when House Martell had projected their strength outside the deserts of Dorne. His dear sister's marriage was of a similar nature. He thought Rhaegar Targaryen to be a good man, a decent man, but it took him the rebellion to realize how wrong he was to assume so. A lone tear fell from his eyes as he thought of his poor sister and her children, butchered by barbarian filth. An unholy strength gathered in his hand as he clenched his fist around the arm of his wheeled chair. The rage surging in his veins would have him ride out of Sunspear with an army at his back and exact justice upon the Lannisters. However, his health and reason prevented him from doing so. Doran cursed the gods for condemning him to live with gout on his knees. While the gods saw fit to punish him, they seemed to be showering his enemies with boons. Tywin Lannister still lives, and the Ironborn rebellion got snuffed out. He was hoping that fool of king would end up dying in this debacle, but there was no such luck. Instead, the news the Iron Bank representative brought him only confirmed some of the more outlandish rumors coming from the north. He initially dismissed the rumors of the gifted Stark child as just that, rumors. However, having an Iron Bank representative invite him for an auction for Valyrian steel weapons changed everything. He doubted the Iron Bank is filled with morons to entertain rumors with this kind of response. While he couldn't fathom how Starks of all people and a child at that managed to unearth the secrets behind Valyrian steel, he saw the danger as well as an opportunity with this situation. The danger was quite clear. If House Stark can spawn out Valyrian steel weapons, then their wealth will undoubtedly pile up. The mere fact that the Iron Bank is involved in this business was indicative of the gold involved. For Doran, this meant one of his potential enemies will have enormous wealth at their disposal. The Lannisters were already a dangerous enemy because of their gold, and now he had the Starks to worry about. He was quite sure Tywin Lannister was already plotting to tie the Starks close to Casterly Rock. There was great danger in such a union. His plans surrounding Prince Viserys would be for nothing if his enemies can field larger armies and outspend him when it comes to mercenaries. As for the opportunity, it was quite obvious. Establishing friendly relations with House Stark would be a boon to his house. If he could keep the Starks out of southern politics, then that'd be an advantage. Most importantly, he could also see a path to cripple the Lannisters all, thanks to Harry Stark. Maester, my prince. Maester Caliot was an old man. The man has been the Maester of Sunspear from the final years of his mother's rule. The plans swirling in his head could not be executed without the help of his younger brother. Unfortunately, Oberyn was in exile, and he needed his brother for his plan to come to fruition. I have a message for Oberyn to be delivered in haste, he ordered. My prince. Prince Oberyn is in Lys. It'll take time to deliver the message, said Maester Caliot. That doesn't matter. Call for Nymeria. I'd have a word with her before she sails for Lys and the island of Skane P2. Harry picked up a strange but familiar aroma as he traversed through the thick forests of Skane. The pair of red crowns followed his group with their glowing crowns atop their heads. For some reason, the two red crowns took a shine to Jon and were intent on following him everywhere. Jon even fed the pair of native birds, and they seemed to have no fear of getting close to Jon. Many among their hunting party wanted the two birds caged, but Harry vehemently opposed such a move. So far, the two birds have shown remarkable attachment to Jon. He didn't want to spoil that, especially considering the Red Crowns seems to have a magical presence. Perhaps a magical bond was being formed between Jon and one of the Red Crowns. If that was the case, Harry didn't want anyone to interfere. Most magical bonds are powered by old magic. Acting against old magic is like declaring war on the natural order. The consequences of interfering while old magic was at work are far too severe and most importantly lead to totally unpredictable disasters. With the island teeming with raw magic, Harry was unwilling to test the sensibilities of the ancient magic thriving in this unclaimed land. In some sense, magic is the conscience of nature. The fact that this island has not allowed human inhabitants to flourish also influenced his decision. Obviously, the natural magic in this land favors the magical creatures that call this island their home. He didn't want to mess with old magic of the island this early, especially when it welcomed him by empowering his magic. Once again, the familiar aroma flooded his senses, making Harry forget about the happenings of the past and focus on the present. The smell was familiar to his mind, but not to his nose. He had experienced this smell in his old life, but for the life of him, he could not identify the exact source. "Why are you sniffing like that?" asked Jon. "Don't tell me you are taking after your wolf, nephew." Benjen japed as he led their group from the front. Fenris let out a growl, not at all amused by the comparison. There were a few surprised and wary looks thrown at his wolfish companion from the group. Harry, however, was not surprised by the intelligence shown by Fenris, but for others, it can be off-putting. As a consequence of continuously practicing his warging powers on Fenris, he was getting his senses sharpened. Harry theorized his mind was adopting the razor-sharp focus of Fenris and replicating it on his sensory organs. It was no radical theory, as this has been very common trait in wizards engaging animagus transformations. Certain characteristics of the animal species get imprinted on a wizard after repeated transformations. The brain is the main culprit behind this adoption of characteristics of the foreign species. This has been made clear during his time working in the Department of Mysteries. However, warging was not like animagus transformation. It was more akin to using the mind arts and the confundus charm in tandem. While Harry was the recipient of some characteristics of his wolfish friend, Fenris also adopted some human traits. The black wolf he found in the northern mountains had been extremely hostile to humans. But now, things have changed. Fenris walked amongst them, and yet the wolf never harmed anyone even when provoked. Well, there were some occasional grunts and growls from Fenris. But, except in those instances, the wolf hardly took a hostile posture after Harry warged into Fenris. Harry believed this was a natural consequence of his imprint on Fenris' mind. Similarly, he was also influenced by Fenris. It is just that the imprint manifested in the form of making his brain tune into his sensory organs. The leaves moved as a gentle breeze danced through the forest floor. Harry took a deep breath, enjoying the aroma in the air. Suddenly his eyes widened as he connected the dots. "Follow me," Harry cried to the group as he rushed towards the source of the scent. Harry ignored the calls from his uncle, as his mind was singularly focused on finding the source of the very familiar scent. He went straight for the source, tracing the scent with his nose. The obstacles in the form of shrubs and other greeneries stood no match for Harry's magic. He waded through the forest, and when it was necessary, he cut through wood and stone with his magic. It took him a while, but finally, he arrived at the source of the mysterious aroma, which was no longer that mysterious at all. The round red and green fruit sitting on the branches of the tree was a dead giveaway of its identity. "What's this?" Benjen asked, as he finally caught up with Harry. "This, my dear uncle, is coffee. It's not tea, but this will do," Harry said. He could really cry right now. This world was truly a dark place without the morning tea to give him a strong dose of energy. Of course, it has been years since he had a taste of tea. The war had depleted the world's tea sources due to the rise in toxicity all over the world. Besides, due to his involvement in the Eastern theater of war, he was rather forced to familiarize himself with coffee rather than tea. "Coffee? I've never heard of it," said Benjen, looking curiously at the tree and wondering why his nephew took a shine to this particular tree. "Well, now you have, and I can finally have a beverage worthy of the name." "What name?" asked Benjen. "Beverage," Harry deadpanned, making Benjen blink owlishly. Harry didn't waste a moment before he began collecting the fruits from the tree. He could plant the seeds in magically conducive soil in a separate magical dimension and even grow a plantation if he so wished. Or maybe I can just grow them in Winterfell and cultivate the beans at my leisure. So many choices, Harry thought. Fenris let out a happy yip, sharing in Harry's joy at finding an old delicacy of his long-lost home. "Oh yes, this trip is turning out to be quite the boon," he whispered, salivating over the find of coffee. The hike was difficult, but Harry was determined to pull through towards their destination. Last evening, he had scouted the hills atop the airship and found a spot where they could camp. There was a small heart-shaped pond a few miles out from his current position. Owing to the hilly terrain and forestry in the region, Harry hoped the pond was one of the water sources of the unicorn herds. But their journey was repeatedly stalled because of the discoveries that keep falling into his lap. After finding coffee, Harry found a plethora of magical plants along the way. Some of them were similar to those from his world, while others were unfamiliar. Harry secured whatever plant life that ticked his magical senses. He safely locked them away under preservation charms. Of course, he had no idea whether the magical plants he collected were of any use. He just picked them up because they resonated well with his magic. "I don't know why you shaved off those sticks. The plants, I sort of understand, but dry sticks. What could you possibly want with dry sticks?" Benjen asked, while climbing their way towards the pond. "For campfire," John answered. Harry shook his head and refused to elaborate while his mind was otherwise engaged with making plans. Those sticks were pieces of branches he shaved off from some of the magically saturated trees he found along the way. He was collecting them for experimenting with wandcrafting. He was not at all skilled in wandcrafting, as the intricate spells involved in the process remained out of his reach. Hereditary wandmakers closely guarded their knowledge of the craft, and as a result, the craft was essentially dead. Truth be told, he holds no notions of producing quality wands on par with Ollivander or other wandmakers of his world. But he could try and start the ball rolling. After all, wandcrafting played a vital role in wizards gaining the upper hand in his world. The introduction of wands as magical foci helped wizards perform magic that was usually complex with staff, power rings, runes, or rituals. It was his hope that sometime in the future someone will come to build upon and improve upon the disciplines of magic he was introducing to Westeros. When that time comes, he wanted those gifted with magical power to have the best tools to take the magical community forward. If future wizards and witches were to thrive in this world, it fell to Harry to pioneer a conducive environment. To that end, he has got plans to not just revive wand crafting but also potions, arithmancy, astronomy, herbology, runes, and other disciplines of magic. It'll be a Herculean effort, but Harry was determined to see it through. He was not burdened with other responsibilities, thankfully, and that would leave him with quite a nice sum of time in the future. Harry was brought out of his musings when Fenris let out a howl before running ahead of their group in a hurry. "Fenris!" Harry called, but to no avail. His wolfish companion was not perturbed in the least and disappeared into the woods ahead of the group. "We have to hurry. He must have sensed something ahead on our path," said Harry, picking up as much speed as was physically possible with his small legs. He was not the first to catch up with Fenris. When Harry finally caught up, he was startled to note everyone was rather frozen in fear. The reason became quite apparent when he found a familiar icy feeling gripping his mind and body. Some of his worst memories began to get pulled up to the forefront of his mind, weakening him for a moment. Harry shook himself out of the stupor and reinforced his mind with a clemency. This feeling, it can't be, Harry thought, coming to realize the threat they were facing. Fenris let out a loud growl, attracting everyone's attention. Harry looked in the direction Fenris was focusing on, only to find several dark figures floating towards their position from the other side of the heart-shaped pond. "Wah! What is that?" John asked, latching onto Harry's side, scared out of his mind. Harry didn't give a verbal reply. There was no point with words in this situation. The only focus should be on keeping themselves alive.
Oño.
"Use those arrows," Harry ordered sharply. Maybe it was the sharpness of his tone, or even the residual magic in the air resonating with his innate magic. Whatever it was, he managed to snap Anya out of the induced fear facilitated by the flying creatures. Anya quickly knocked an arrow on her bow and let it fly toward the creatures. Harry watched the arrow sail through the air with the metal tip flaring up as the rune of fire activated. He had primed the rune in such a way that the rune begins absorbing ambient magic after it gets released from the bowstring. However, the rune only gets activated on impact, and that's exactly what happened. However, what he didn't expect was the true explosive power of the rune. Once the arrow struck one of the floating dark figures hiding in the mist, the entire area was consumed by a large pillar of fire. The fire exceeded Harry's expectations, and he thought he'd need to intervene. Thankfully, that was not necessary, as the fire slowly started to ebb away as minutes passed by. "This much fire was not there when we practiced," said Anya, looking shocked. "It's the ambient magic. The island is teeming with magic, while in Skagos there was not much to go around," said Harry, never taking his eyes off the fire collapsing in on itself. The magical fire died down, and one floating figure emerged from the smoke. It was shrouded in a veil of darkness that was rippling against the wind. Harry would have thought of it as a Dementor, but despite the eerily similar powers, this creature was not a Dementor. He could not see dark skin beneath the veil, essentially ruling out the creature as a Dementor. The skin was pale blue with dark scorch marks courtesy of the fire arrow. To his surprise, those scorch marks were healing quite quickly as well. Instant regeneration, Harry noted with some trepidation. After all, that ability was the telltale sign of an immortal. He'd know cause he was one in his previous life. "Interesting," the floating creature rasped as it threw back its dark hood. A pair of white eyes stared down at them, making everyone take a step back. "To arms," Benjen shouted, brandishing Frost while other guards took spears, axes, and shields. "You have magical fire capable of releasing the cursed souls. That's good. I hope you have more of those for your sakes." The blue-skinned being rasped out as more and more dark creatures gathered beyond the lake, and the winter spirit P1. Harry frowned as he watched the Dementor-like creatures gather in numbers. His eyes trailed to the blue-skinned creature whom he assumed to be the leader of this demonic group. For whatever reason, the creature seems unbothered by the fate of its minions. Harry looked at Anya and her fellow sisters. He nodded at them, giving tactic approval to use their magic-enforced arrows against the creatures. Adela was the first to launch her arrows. Harry would say she was the most ambitious student under his tutelage. While not as gifted in magic as Anya, she made that up with her ability to act decisively. She was also a fast learner when it comes to runes, more so than Anya. Recently, Anya has been rather focused on spells that he taught her rather than runes. So, he was not surprised Adela used her ice arrows straight at the blue-skinned leader of these Dementor-like creatures. Unlike the fire and lightning arrows, Harry designed the ice arrows for one purpose: to entrap an enemy and keep them out of any major conflict for a long period of time. Of course, being trapped inside ice for a long time will bring down the body temperature of any normal creature. It could lead to death, but in this case, he doubted death by hypothermia was on the table. Adela's arrows found their mark on the blue-skinned creature. Her arrows glowed blue before covering the creature from top to bottom in crystal-clear ice which was several inches thick. The ice formed into a 13-foot-long square box, trapping the creature safely inside. When the box fell cut off from the magic of the creature, it fell into the pond with a big splash. Harry waited a bit to see whether the creature was going to break out, but the ice remained intact. The icebox merely floated in the pond without any trouble from the creature. The ice worked, Harry thought with some relief, but the trouble didn't end there. The rest of the flying demons hanging back beyond the pond became agitated once their leader fell. They let out a collective loud shriek before rushing towards their position. Harry noted that his breath was leaving misty wisps as the temperature was rapidly plummeting. Not to mention, the light was getting dimmer with a strange veil of darkness settling in out of nowhere. Anya and Kyla did not hesitate to shower the creatures with their arrows. Anya's fire arrows burned the creatures to dust while Kyla's lightning arrows shattered them into 100 pieces. It was then that Harry noticed the creatures were animated skeletons beneath the veil of darkness covering them. Whenever Kyla's arrows struck true, the creatures would lose the black wispy veil hanging around them and bones would shower down in fine pieces. Though the rune-enforced arrows proved to be fatal against the demonic creatures, the normal steel-tipped arrows remained wholly ineffective. A few normal arrows that managed to strike the creatures were promptly repelled by the dark veil shrouding their skeletal body. Harry stood back and observed all of this happen while he was preparing for a spell of his own. No matter the number of rune-powered arrows Anya, Kyla, and Adela could launch, the sheer number of the demonic creatures were going to prevail. Not to mention the people accompanying him, including his students, were not accustomed to facing an enemy like these creatures. Harry's assessment proved to be accurate when the demonic creatures began to evade the onslaught of his students. He could see the fear among the men as the creatures slipped through the assault of elements to rush towards their position. The creatures let out a shrill screech as they turned into clouds of black smoke before rushing towards them at full speed. "Shields!" Binjin cried, cajoling everyone to close ranks as the creatures caught up to their position. It was then Harry acted by launching the spell he was preparing. The tip of the death stick glowed dark red as Harry shrouded everyone under a powerful barrier. The creatures crashed into the barrier headfirst, and they burned for their efforts. The screams they let out of their mouths made it clear that the barrier was quite painful for the creatures. Binjin stabbed his sword through the head of one of the creatures, trying to slip inside the barrier. The Valyrian steel blade, unlike other normal steel, managed to pierce through the dark veil shrouding the creature. It promptly shattered into a shower of bones, leaving Binjin pleasantly surprised. Normal steel won't affect these things. Only magically enchanted weapons can destroy them, Harry said, seeing his uncle's success in ridding the creature with frost. "That's not good," Binjin shouted, hacking off an offending limp that somehow managed to pierce through the barrier. "How long can you keep up whatever it is you are doing?" "Don't worry. I have a plan. Just give me more time," Harry shouted over the screeching demonic creatures, trying to break through. "We should not have come to this place," Harry heard someone cry as more and more creatures began to cover the barrier from all sides, testing out its defenses. Though intimidated by the persistence of these creatures, Harry kept his cool as the next spell he was planning required close proximity. He wanted the creatures close by so that they can be eliminated en masse. He knew from experience it was a bad idea to fight the inferior one by one. The best way to destroy them is to destroy them collectively. For that, Harry needed them all in one place. Looking around the dome-shaped barrier, he saw a veil of darkness wrapping around the barrier with skeletal hands clawing away at it in a frenzy. In some areas, The barrier was getting breached, but not to a dangerous extent. Wherever there was a breach, Bin was there swinging frost, hacking off the offending limbs of the creatures. As minutes passed by, the assault on the barrier intensified, with more and more creatures trying their best to slip in, but to no avail. All around the barrier, the skeletal figures screeched and clawed with no speck of light visible to their eyes. It was as if a shroud of darkness was surrounding them. Harry had to summon specks of light to keep the visibility intact. "Nephew, if you're planning to do something, now is the time," Bin shouted, holding a scared John close by protectively. Raising the death stick high in the air, Harry gathered his magic as he launched one of the powerful fire spells in his arsenal. Incendio Procella. Harry drew a circle with the Elder Wand, and a firestorm formed outside the barrier, swiftly consuming the infurious creatures. The creatures tried to flee, but Harry was careful to trap them between the barrier and the firestorm. Besides, it was too late to make an escape. The firestorm spell was specifically designed to deal with inferi. The spell chased down any inferi that tried to flee. This is why Harry preferred the firestorm spell over fiendfire. Fiendfire can always go out of control and destroy everything in its path. The firestorm spell, on the other hand, seeks out only necromantic constructs, even if the wizard loses control over the spell. However, that doesn't mean there were problems with the spell. Harry felt the effects of the firestorm spell when it became difficult to breathe. The air was getting hotter, as well as the fire twisting around the barrier was only strengthening by consuming more and more of the demonic creatures. Harry quickly conjured a wide-area bubblehead charm that allowed everyone to breathe properly. The relief was palpable in everyone's faces as the bubblehead charm took effect. The oppressive feeling of air getting thicker and hotter disappeared altogether as Harry's magic enveloped the whole group in a protective bubble. Harry noticed that everyone was looking at him with wide eyes and perhaps a hint of fear. Sure, he had shown his magical powers before, but he had never shown that he could control a volatile element like fire so easily. Not to mention, his show of power over the demonic creatures must have also played a part in highlighting the dangerous element of his power. Muggles, always the same. The fear for the unknown is the same even in another world, Harry thought. He jabbed his wand sharply in the air, dismissing the firestorm spell. The ground was littered with ash and some charred remains of the demonic creatures. Some half-burnt bones were also there, smoking in the grass. Other than that, there was no sign of the creatures to be seen. "They are gone," said Bin, relief palatable on his face. After making sure there were no threats left standing, Harry dismissed the barrier surrounding the group. The rich green grass on the ground was now charred black. There were isolated fires here and there, burning brightly, lighting up the hill. Harry was quick to use the Aguamini charm, not wanting the fires to spread and cause a forest fire. Sharp jets of water shot out from the tip of Harry's wand, snuffing out the flames. He also used vanishing spells to banish the charred remains of the Dementor wannabes. After all, leaving the remains of cursed magic lying around was not advisable. Necromantic magic tends to regenerate in magically saturated places. So, Harry was insistent on removing all paths for these creatures to possibly resurrect by absorbing the natural magic of Skane. The awe and fear in the eyes of the group didn't recede. However, most of that got directed back at the floating ice cube in the pond. Inside the ice, the frozen body of the blue-skinned creature lay motionless. "It's a White Walker. We should kill it before it turns us all into whites," Harry heard someone say. It didn't take long for everyone to float the same opinion. He was a bit skeptical about the claim. Nonetheless, he used the levitation charm to pull the ice cube out of the pond. The ice cube containing the blue-skinned creature fell to the ground with a distinct thud. Bin tapped the ice with his foot and waited a minute to see whether there was any movement from the creature. The blue-skinned creature remained frozen inside the ice, to everyone's relief. "So, what will we do with this thing?" Bin asked. Everyone looked at the iced creature and then at Harry. Harry shrugged and let out a yawn. All that magic he used was making him tired. "That thing is not going anywhere. The sun is going down. We better make camp and deal with it come morning." Not everyone was happy with the suggestion, but Harry assured them that he can keep the creature locked inside the ice with his magic. His assurance pacified some, and his uncle also made arrangements to keep guard over the creature. Of course, Harry had another motive for keeping the creature alive. The creature was a humanoid and an immortal. He gathered the creature holds a treasure trove of knowledge in its mind. Also, he doubted this was the famed winter spirit the Skags mentioned. Something else was here, and he wanted to know everything about this island. Harrian the Smith, Harrian the Blessed, Harrian the Gifted. What'll be the next monikers, I wonder? Harrian the Many-Named? Olenna wondered aloud as she brushed her granddaughter's hair. A snort of laughter came from her granddaughter, Marjorie. You sound like Loras. He is so jealous of Harrian Stark for being the favorite topic of discussion rather than his prowess in the training yard. Olenna rolled her eyes. Your brother is an idiot. All he thinks about is being a knight and daydreaming of winning tourneys. Olenna complained. Is it true what they say? Does the Starks have magic? Asked Marjorie. Olenna could hear the wonder and excitement in her innocent granddaughter's query. Perhaps there was even a tint of hope that the rumors of magic were real. She was not surprised by the way her granddaughter's mind sought out the mystic element like a vulture. It was standard behavior among all children who grew up with stories of dragons, and especially the mythical Garth Greenhand. All Tyrell children aspired to be Garth Greenhand in their own way. The Seven knows her own son fancied himself a great warrior and ruler when he was anything as such. Sure, Mace was competent in his own ways, but he was no knight or a strategist. Her son was fortunate enough to have built alliances among the powerful houses of the Reach. His competency lies in wooing guests with lavish parties and pampering words, as evident by her son successfully wooing Renly Baratheon to accept Loras as a squire. My dear, magic died long ago in the flames of doom. But the Targaryens and their dragons survived. All the dragons are dead, aren't they? Olenna asked, holding back a chuckle seeing her granddaughter pout. Maybe there is a dragon in the north, Marjorie claimed. Olenna shook her head. There are no dragons, and there is no magic. The Northerners are a superstitious lot. They make up fanciful stories to escape the boredom of living in that cold, wintry place they call home, said Olenna. I wouldn't be so sure, grandmother. Her eyes found the brown eyes of her eldest grandson, Willis. How the boy ever came out of her son's loins, she didn't know. But she thanked the Seven for this small miracle. At least, there was one Tyrell with a good head on his shoulders should she pass away. He was clever, dutiful, and a well-read man, capable of shouldering the responsibilities as the Lord of Highgarden. She was sure he'd make a fine lord in the future. The only fault she could see with her eldest grandson was his leg. She blamed Mace for the injury that crippled her favorite grandson. Now, don't just stand there. Take a seat and share your thoughts with this old lady. Olenna watched her grandson take his seat on a nearby chair, setting aside his cane. She motioned with her hand for Willis to speak. It'd seem rumors coming from the Westerlands and the North are not without their merit. Maester Lomaeus just received a raven from the Citadel confirming the validity of the rumors. The Starks have rediscovered the secrets behind Valyrian steel. Olenna laughed and shook her head. Come now, Willis. Do you think you could fool your grandmother? I'm not joking, grandmother. Look, we even received a formal invite from the Iron Bank to participate in the auction for a Valyrian steel artifact made by Harrian Stark, said Willis, offering a scroll with a broken seal that looked authentic on a cursory look from Olenna. You are telling me a boy of Marjorie's age somehow managed to unearth the secrets of Valyrian steel when even wise maesters of the Citadel have failed for hundreds of years? Yes, grandmother, Willis answered, even though he also found the whole situation ridiculous. So, the rumors that King Robert has supposedly been gifted a magical warhammer made of Valyrian steel only he can lift is also true? She asked incredulously. I'm afraid so, grandmother. We'll surely know more once Father and Garland return from Lord Lannister's tourney. Olenna leaned back on the couch, gaping like a fish while her granddaughter began excitedly making up all nonsensical stories of dragons and magic hidden in the north. The sheer possibility that this revelation, once becoming a well-known fact, was not lost on Olenna. The wealth, prestige, and power of House Stark would surge to unseen levels once word spreads. Still, she couldn't wrap her head around this emerging player in the game. Oh, there was no doubt this Harrian Stark was now a player in the game. Eddard Stark just made his son a powerful figure in the game, whether it was intentional or not. If she had any control, she'd have kept the lad a secret until he was of a proper age to keep the vultures away. Just how did a boy so young manage to unearth the secrets of Valyrian steel? Especially when the Stark bloodline has never been blessed with Valyrian blood. At least, she was sure no such union has ever taken place. Willis be a dear and send for Maester Lomace. I suddenly find myself in need of his knowledge on the bloodline of Starks. The winter spirit P2. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly while trying to sit up in his bed. The reason that he was not able to sit up turned out to be his half-brother John, who was holding him for dear life. Last night, John has been incorrigible and refused to sleep alone. The kid could not close his eyes without waking up with some nightmare at regular intervals the whole night. To no surprise, all those nightmares involved the blue creature trapped in the ice, somehow breaking free and chasing John. Harry, being no stranger to nightmares, had to use a mild sleeping charm on John to keep the kid down for the night. Looking at John, who was sleeping soundly like a newborn baby, he gathered that the sleeping charm must have worked as intended. Harry slowly moved out of bed so that he won't disturb John. He let out a relieved sigh after slowly extracting himself. Giving one last look at his sleeping half-brother, he made himself scarce from the room, as well as the magically expanded tent. Stepping out of the tent, he was greeted by the sound of crickets. Turns out he was a bit early in waking up. The whole island was soundly sleeping, even the guards who were supposed to watch over the blue-skinned creature. It was not a great concern as he had warded the campsite with powerful wards. There was even a rune-powered binding surrounding the icy prison of the creature, capable of keeping the creature a prisoner should it somehow break free of the ice. That's why he was not worried to sleep soundly last night. If there was anything untoward happening, he'd have been alerted by the wards. As luck would have it, no incident happened last night which gave him and the group peaceful sleep. Harry applied silencing charms to his feet before moving towards the icy prison containing the blue creature. The smoldering campfire lighted his path and made it easy for Harry to identify the guards snoring away on their posts. Even his uncle could be seen asleep nearby the campfire. Harry didn't blame the man. As the sole wielder of an enchanted blade, his uncle was required to stay awake the whole night. Only frost could pierce the protective magic surrounding the creature's skin. Harry gathered his uncle might not have agreed to take alternating shifts for guarding the creature. It was not a sound decision to make, but it turns out to be beneficial for Harry. Harry applied sleeping charms on the guards and his uncle as he stepped closer to the creature trapped in the ice. He stepped around his snoring uncle, becoming one step away from the rune-enforced barrier surrounding the icebox. "Forgive me, uncle. I doubt you'd endorse what I'm about to do," Harry whispered, flicking his wand around the ice and erecting some precautionary barriers should things go south. After erecting a series of protective layers, he finished things off with a sound-dampening barrier. The last thing he wanted was for some sound to wake up anyone from their sleep and interrupt his work. The nature of the work he was about to do was such that he needed a conducive atmosphere in the physical world. Gathering up the courage, Hardy focused his magic and exerted his will on the ice using the death stick. The ice surrounding the creature's head melted away, but leaving the ice intact from the neck down. Aiming his wand at the creature's head, he let the charm fly. Renervate. The creature woke up with a gasp and proceeded to spit out water. It didn't take long for the creature's strange white pupils to notice Harry. Strangely enough, the creature didn't try to exert its power against him for an attempted escape. Instead, it seemed to settle down and merely observe him from the icy prison. "Interesting. You are by far the most powerful magical presence I've seen from a human," said the creature. "I also find you interesting. While you look inhuman, I gather you were once a human," said Harry, keeping his senses alert for any funny business from the creature. "You are strange for a human child. Who are you?" the creature rasped out. "I'm Harry Stark of Winterfell." "A Stark? So, magic has finally returned to your bloodline. You know of my family?" Harry asked, raising his eyebrow. "Of course. I doubt there has been anyone in the North ignorant of the Kings of Winter. Besides, I've been kept appraised of the general happenings of the North thanks to ships getting stranded on the shores." Harry could detect no emotion from the creature, which kept him in the dark about the creature's true intentions. Even a small passive legitimacy skin revealed nothing which spoke to the lack of emotions from the creature. It was quite off-putting. "I'm flattered by your ability to project your power into my mind. It must be the green seer blood lending you this power," said the creature. Harry was a bit perturbed by the creature's ability to detect the mental intrusion. He should have been a bit more subtle in his attempts. He quickly changed the subject, not wanting the creature to get annoyed by his attempted legitimacy probe. You know who I am. Now, tell me about yourself. You need not fear me, Harry and Stark. I'm not a White Walker as your men fear. A long time ago, I was a human like any other. I went by the name of Twirlton. You are a Stain of Driftwood Hall. Harry quickly remembered the story Lord Stain regaled as a warning. Driftwood Hall was found after my time by my son. But yes, I was a Stain. The creature admitted. How did you become like this? Harry asked, even though he had an inkling of what happened. I was cursed to this state because I consumed the meat of a unicorn foal. It is forbidden to do so as drinking the blood or consuming the meat of a unicorn is a sin punishable by the old gods, said Twirlton. No, consuming unicorn blood or meat will leave you to lead a cursed life, but it certainly won't make you immortal. There is more to the story, isn't there? You are perspective for a child. Tell me, how old are you, Harry and Stark? Twirlton asked, his white eyes looking at Harry keenly. I suppose I'm 7 names day old. Truly? Twirlton looked suitably impressed. Anyway, you didn't give me an answer. There is something else that made you into your current state. Your necromantic powers didn't come from the curse. What is it? Harry prodded. It is better if I show you, said Twirlton looking straight into Harry's eyes. Harry was a bit hesitant to use legitimacy once again, but he went for it anyway. His need to know triumphed any fear of a possible trap. Not to mention, he was wasting valuable time as someone from the camp could wake up. Without further dawdle, he launched an incursion into Twirlton's mind. Flashes of images raced past his mind as he immersed himself in the well of knowledge. It was a deep well, but Harry was determined to scale the full length. Harry held on with a strong grip on the back of Twirlton as they flew straight for one of the highest mountain ranges on the island. It was quite disconcerting to be this close to Twirlton. The cursed magic surrounding Twirlton was off-putting to his senses. Harry had to shroud himself in protective charms from head to toe to withstand the unnatural magic of Twirlton. If it wasn't for the protective charms, Harry was sure the necromantic magic hanging around Twirlton would have corrupted his magic. This wouldn't have been a concern if he was a bit more physically older. You know, your people will panic once they learn of our absence, said Twirlton. Nothing I can't handle. It is strange of you to have immediately absconded with me. Aren't you afraid I'll turn on you? Twirlton asked. I've sifted through your memories. If you posed a threat, I would know. Harry said, dismissively. I could have faked my memories to deceive you. If that was the case, I would have known the moment I was in your head. Besides, what makes you think I can't destroy you now? Asked Harry. Your magical fire could only wound me temporarily. Twirlton reminded him, which made Harry laugh. That is not the strongest fire I can make. Your body is protected by one of the vilest magic in the world, necromancy. There is also the curse of unicorn blood and meat augmenting that magic. If I use a suitable form of fire powered by dark magic, then I can destroy your body for good. I see. That's good, said Twirlton before falling silent. Why is that good? Harry's query remained unanswered as they neared the mountain. This is the Spirit Mountain, the lair of the winter spirit, said Twirlton. Harry looked down from the sky, taking in the snow-covered mountain in great detail. It looked like a snowy paradise with bright green trees partially covered in snow and clear blue ponds and waterfalls scattered around the mountain. The air was nourishing with the smell of mint being prevalent in the surroundings. As Twirlton lowered towards the mountain, the entire mountain shook. The snow covering the mountain was launched to the sky as something huge rose up from beneath the snow. Harry had to use his magic to repel the snow away from him, as it was dangerously close to piling up over his head. When the snow settled, Harry looked into the pitch-black eyes of a colossal dragon. Harry had never seen a dragon of this size before. Its teeth alone were as long as a 2-story house. Its scales gleamed under the sunlight with crystal blue color. 2 large horns projected out of the dragon's head, reaching into the sky. Its tail was huge, filled with icy spikes that promised death and pain to its enemies. The dragon could fill up a whole Quidditch stadium, and it still won't be enough to contain the great beast. On a cursory look, the dragon looked invincible, but that was not the case. Harry noticed the blackened mark on the scales close to the dragon's chest. Welcome, Harry and Stark. I've dreamt of this day for years. The dragon spoke into Harry's mind. Harry didn't even detect the dragon's presence in his mind until it spoke. It was a chilling realization that the dragon can easily bypass his mental defenses undetected. Your soul might be old, but not as old as mine, young one. I've seen thousands of years in this world. Your defenses, while a credit amongst your kind, is nothing before these old eyes, said the dragon. Harry gulped at being put on the spot. His grip over the Elder Wand tightened as he perceived the danger this dragon posed. He knew the dragon was dangerous from the memories of Twirlton, but not to this extent. What do you want? Harry asked, in an even voice covering up how intimidated he felt. My kind, the ice dragons once thrived on what your people call the lands of always winter. We were few in numbers compared to your species. One day, an entity arrived in our midst. It was not of this world, and it was hostile. It wielded the one power that we had no defense against. It had power over darkness and death. It waged a war against my kind that decimated us. We paid a great price to destroy its physical form. We thought it dead, but it somehow survived and was biding its time. It forged an army of dead using the carcass of our fallen, launching what you humans understand to be the Long Night. A great battle that determined the fate of this continent and the world. Your ancestor beat them back with my aid, but I was not left unscathed from the war for the dawn, said the dragon, its giant icy paw tapping the blackened wound near its heart. Harry was left scratching his head at the impromptu history lesson from the ice dragon. If the dragon thought it was explaining the situation, it was wrong. The dragon's version of the story only left him with more questions instead of clearing the air, so to speak. I'm sure you have had a very long and interesting life, but my question is, why am I here? Why did you want to meet me? Also, how do you know my soul was old? Harry asked, looking up into the dark eyes of the dragon. It was not the dragon who answered Harry. Instead, it was Twirlton. Haven't you sensed it, Harry and Stark? Look at the great dragon's injury. Do you not sense it? Twirlton asked. Harry frowned and reached out with his senses. The moment his magic touched the blackened portion of the dragon's scales, he could hear the same whispers he heard at Castle Black. Last time, the whispers of the entity were tempting and offering help, but this time it was hostile. The dark entity was not at all happy to find Harry was with the ice dragon. It was reeking of malice, and most importantly, it was afraid. Harry broke out of the overwhelming feeling of hate and fear the magical aura was exuding. I sustained this injury while I began the construction of the wall. The Dark One wanted me dead, but it failed. However, its magic has been slowly infecting me and my magic. Soon, it'll take over my body and it will turn me into its unthinking slave. What I need from you, Harry and Stark, is your strongest fire magic. I want you to destroy me so that the Dark One can never use me in its schemes, said the dragon, making Harry blink back in surprise. He looked at the injury and then at the dragon's black eyes. The black eyes are not natural. The dark magic is behaving like an infectious disease, Harry observed. I think I can help, but it'll be painful. Harry warned. There is no greater pain than watching your loved ones perish, child. I've watched the sun set on my kind, leaving me as the sole survivor. Whatever pain that comes from my death will not compare to the pain that I've already endured. The dragon spoke, sadness oozing out in every word. If you are sure. Now, before your passing, I have some questions for you. Would you be kind enough to answer a few of them? Harry asked. The ice dragon lowered its head so that it was looking straight into Harry's eyes. I suppose I have some time to spare. What do you want to know? And dragons of ice and fire P1. The morning sun was bright, and the skies were no longer covered under dark clouds. The weather on the island seems to have reached something approaching normalcy. Harry wouldn't have appreciated walking in the rain anymore. The storm must have weakened, which was good news, as their return to the mainland would be smooth. But before he could return home, there was a small bit of favor he had to do for the ice dragon. It was a last wish of sorts for the old dragon, and though it cut into his time, Harry didn't have the heart to deny it. The only gripe he has with the situation was that Twirlton was not allowed to accompany him. Apparently, Twirlton was vulnerable to the influence of the dark entity, and the ice dragon didn't want to risk the mission. So, Harry was forced to trek this steep hill all on his own. It was times like these that he wished he could use a broom. A firebolt would have been quite handy in situations like these. He just hoped the many magically resonating wood he collected from the island would be suitable for making a functional broom. While he was not confident in building a sophisticated broom suitable for racing or even a Quidditch game, he was sure he could pull off a broom suitable for quick transportation. If he could pull off an airship powered by runes, then a broom should be a walk in the park. It took Harry more than an hour to properly climb the hill, but he finally did it. He was sweating and out of breath with the constant walking and climbing. The slippery slopes and glazed rocks were not at all a help in making this journey any easier. But he was finally on a plain enough surface to catch his breath. He transfigured a stone into a cup and conjured some water in the cup using the Aguamini charm. Harry leaned on a solid boulder nearby and began draining the cup of water to quench his thirst. Dismissing the cup, Harry leaned back and rested his head on the boulder. It was quite a long trek, and he needed a moment of rest for his muscles. The strain on his body was far more than he imagined it'd be, especially since he never took a moment of rest along the way. After resting for 2 minutes, Harry continued the journey until finally, he came across a giant crystalline structure that somewhat resembled a cave. The light from the sun passed through the crystals, ending up projecting a rainbow in the sky. The crystal, however, was dark blue akin to sapphire stone. It was quite a visual treat to behold. It looked as if the hill was crowned with a giant sapphire crystal. Of course, the crystal was not a sapphire, nor was it a giant cave. From what he understood, the ice dragons can breathe ice out of their mouth, similar to a fire dragon breathing out fire. However, ice dragons and fire dragons are very different, despite the terms would have you believe one is a creature of ice while the other is a creature of fire. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Unlike the fire dragons, the race of ice dragons does not fit into the conventional ecosystem. They do not consume other creatures for sustenance. Instead, they lived on water, plant life, and most importantly, magic. The ice dragons have the unique ability to take magic from their surroundings and infuse it into the ice they breathe out. This results in the formation of a unique crystalline material that was right before Harry's eyes. Placing his left hand against the crystal, he made sure the power ring was properly making contact with the surface. As he tentatively made his magic connect with the crystal via the power ring, he was immediately faced with a mental intrusion. He wouldn't have even noticed the mental intrusion if he was not expecting something like this. Fortunately, he was forewarned by the ice dragon, and therefore he let the probe run its course. "Well, hello there. I'm just fulfilling the last wish of a senile old dragon," Harry whispered against the crystal. However, the crystal didn't let up scanning his mind. It took a full 3 minutes before the crystal let up on the invasive scanning of his mind. The crystal surface took on a silver hue before collapsing in on itself, leaving shards of pearl-white crystals on the ground. He used the power ring to cast a mild detection charm. The magic resonating from the crystals was too overwhelming to get a good read, but he needn't have bothered. The crystal shards on the ground glowed as a sizable dragon egg rose from beneath the soil. It was dark blue with scales similar to the ones he saw on the ice dragon. If what the ice dragon said was true, these scales were the building blocks of the White Walkers. The last ice dragon of this world, huh? Harry thought, eyeing the blue egg. Without wasting more time, Harry conjured a bag using the Elder Wand and secured the egg. With a flick of his wand, he also made the crystals fly into the bag. He didn't want them lying around uselessly when he could find a use for them. They were old crystals infused with centuries of magical power. He could definitely find some use for the magic-infused ingots. After placing a featherlight charm on the bag, Harry secured it on his back. Harry took a deep breath after looking down the steep hill. He'd have to retrace his steps and reach the ice dragon and Twirlton. "Iaricome," Harry muttered as he started the journey. The journey down the hill should have been a quick affair, but it was stalled many times along the way as he collected some more samples from the plant life. Any significant magically resonating plant life was collected and preserved in his bag. He had to add expansion charms to fit everything into the small bag. So, it took him more than an hour to reach his destination, where the colossal dragon was waiting patiently, as was Twirlton. "Here it is, safe as you left it many centuries ago," said Harry, showing the egg safely tucked inside his backpack to the dragon. "I see. See that the egg is safe from the Dark One's hands." "I will." Harry nodded, closing the bag. "Although, I don't understand why you kept the egg inside the crystal and warded the place against yourself. The Dark One is a wily enemy, child. I learned to not underestimate its twisted plots. If the righteous is to triumph, sacrifices are necessary." The wound on my body compromised me, and from that moment on I was marked for death. I could not take any risks when the future of the ice dragon race was involved," said the dragon, looking longingly at the bag. "The great dragon speaks true, Harry and Stark. Look at what has happened to me. The great dragon tried to help me and release me from the curse. Instead, the Dark One used the opportunity to spread its poisonous power into me. It was only by the great dragon's grace that I have yet to lose my mind to the Dark One," said Twirlton. That at least Harry could ascertain to be true. The first thing he had found out from the dragon was the source of the malefic shroud of darkness hanging around Twirlton and those flying Inferius-like creatures. The little backstory of Twirlton getting taken over by the dark power from the wound of the dragon was quite the tale. More than anything, that little story confirmed his worst fears. The Dark One, or the dark entity that resides beyond the wall, was none other than Balor. Celts thought of Balor as the harbinger of doom, or even the god of death. They were not far off except for the little-known fact that Balor was not always considered the god of death at the height of Celtic dominance over the British Isles. Before that, he was the king of Fae. There was even an old song in the wizarding world about the fallen king of Fae who tried to unite the Fae kingdoms into one. It was one dark tale about greed and lust for power that brought even the all-powerful Fae low. He only knew about it because Daphne used to sing the song for their children. There was one more reason to confirm the identity of the Dark One. In his search for clues to the dark past of Deathly Hallows, he came across many fanciful tales. One such tale spoke of Balor as the god of death who was stripped of his power by 3 powerful wizards. It was said that Balor was stripped of his invisible skin, a portion of his soul, and his powerful eye to make the cloak of invisibility, the resurrection stone, and the death stick. He had dismissed the story as another fairy tale in the past, but now things have changed. Unfortunately, it was not for the better. The Fae race was bad business. Everyone in the wizarding world knew that. If the Fae hadn't self-destructed, then who knows what would have happened? The world would not have lasted as long as it did. I think it is now time for me to pass on. But before that I shall ease your troubles, young Stark," said the dragon, looking at the line of trees on the other end of the clearing. There amongst the line of trees, Harry saw shining silver in the darkness. The silver light grew ever close and finally revealed itself to be a sizable unicorn herd. "I pray that you protect them. They'll take you to a place that you should visit on the island." "What place is that?" Harry frowned at the dragon. "A tomb of a friend who valued freedom above all else. You'll find something of value in the place. Trust me," said the dragon. "Can I persuade you to try another way? I can try to pull the dark power out of you," Harry offered, not wanting to see the old dragon die. "This island will be without its protector. My time has come to an end. Death, young Stark, is the final rest. It is something that I covet," said the dragon, its eyes bright as the stars in the night sky. "As for a protector for these islands, I needn't worry anymore. I am leaving it in capable hands." Harry nodded. He got the feeling that arguing with the dragon was a wasted effort. Besides, he'd be a hypocrite to stand in the way of the ice dragon when he had committed suicide after everything he loved was lost. Harry turned to Twirlton, who moved close to the dragon. Before Harry could persuade the guy in joining the dragon, Twirlton spoke. "A life without feeling pain, anger, love, or any of the emotions is not a life. I have died long ago, Harry and Stark. Now, let me have peace. It was an honor to know you both." Harry dipped his head, realizing there was nothing he could do to dissuade them from this decision. Brandishing the death stick, Harry poured magic into the spell to make the most powerful fire spell in existence. Fiend Fire. The hellish flames rushed towards Twirlton with a jab of the death stick. The black shroud around Twirlton tried to fight off the flames, but the flames of Fiend Fire spell were not so easily denied. The dark shroud melted away, and Twirlton was consumed in a storm of fury unleashed by the dark spell. Harry looked at the ice dragon, who nodded. Taking a deep breath, Harry exerted his will over the hellish flames. He could feel the unstable hunger radiating off the spell. He flicked his wand towards the dragon, more specifically at the blackened wound near its heart. The hellish flame was once again met by a dark veil, but it plowed on, eating away everything in its path, spurred on by its all-consuming hunger. "It was not magic that brought you to this world, child. It was destiny. 3 turns shall open the doors of death, young Stark." call forth your ancestor, the one they call the first king. His true name you already know, for he is the youngest of the three." With that last message, the dragon fell silent as the fiend-fire curse consumed the dragon from within. Even after consuming the dragon entirely, the fiend-fire curse was hungry for more. It took Harry a better part of the next 2 minutes to dismiss the spell. When it was finally done, there was nothing left of the ice dragon's remains. "Just like you wished," Harry whispered. The ice dragon braved the fiend-fire without uttering a sound. That showed quite a strong will from the dragon. Feeling a bit tired, Harry sat down on the ground watching the last embers die down. To ensure there was no room for a forest fire, he used the Aguamenti charm to snuff out at last embers. After that, Harry felt like he was ready for a long sleep. Suddenly, he felt himself being picked up from the ground by the bag on his shoulder. With a gasp, he realized he was being lifted by a unicorn. He was promptly dumped on top of another unicorn. Harry struggled to get a proper hold of his new mount as the unicorn herd began to move south. Sometimes, he really hated being in the body of a child. Right, the tomb. Harry sighed, lying face down against the silver mane of the unicorn he was riding. And dragons of ice and fire P2. John was jolted awake by the commotion going outside the tent. For a moment, he thought he was having a nightmare or something, but the dream catcher hanging near his head made him feel safe. Last night, his brother placed the dream catcher near his side of the bed. Harry said it'd catch the bad dreams. John was a bit skeptical, but Harry had waved his magic wand around the dream catcher. Surely, Harry must have put some magic for the dream catcher to work properly because he had slept soundly last night. After stretching out his limbs, John climbed out of the bed away from the warm comfort of the woolen bedding. Peeking out of the flaps of his room, he was met with total chaos. People were running out in a hurry, brandishing any weapon they could find. "Hey, what's going on?" Either people were ignoring him, or his question went unheard in the commotion. He was not waiting to find out, so he ran for the tent's entrance, just like everyone else. The moment he came outside, John's eyes widened in surprise to see his uncle barking out orders on one side like a madman, while the men were prepping as if there was a major battle to be fought. He looked around curiously, but he could not see Harry anywhere, which was strange. Usually, Harry was in the thick of everything. John ran straight toward his uncle, while keeping an eye out for Harry. "Uncle Benjen. Uncle Benjen. What's going on?" John asked, a little bit out of breath once he was close to his uncle. "Nothing, John. Nothing at all. You just go to the tent and stay safe, all right?" But John didn't get much of a chance to say anything else as he was promptly picked up by one of the men. "Keep him inside the tent. Post 2 guards with him," Benjen ordered, picking up John and handing over his nephew to a nearby soldier despite John's protests. "Wait, where is Harry?" "Uncle Benjen," John shouted and flailed around, but no such luck. However, everything came to a standstill when a white ball of light streaked across the morning sky. Look at the sky," John shouted, pointing to the blazing ball of light. Thankfully, some men in the camp looked to the sky, and they saw what he was pointing at. Soon, everyone was pointing at the sky and murmuring amongst themselves. John was even allowed to watch the ball of light as the man carrying him paused to watch. However, things became a bit more frenzied when the ball of light came straight towards their camp. Everyone panicked, and he even saw Anya and Kyla aiming their magic arrows at the ball of light. The white ball of light struck straight in the middle of the camp right before everyone's eyes. John was left shielded from the ball of light as everyone surrounded the light with shields and spears. Frustrated by the impediment posed by his height, he decided to sneak through the ring the soldiers were making around the ball of light. He saw Fenris trying to sneak in, so he was quick to follow, mimicking his brother's pet wolf. John had to sneak in on his hands and knees, but with some considerable effort, he managed to crawl his way in by following the footsteps of Fenris. Once he finally reached a vantage point inside the ring the men were making, his mouth fell open at what he saw. There, right at the center, was a wolf made of silver flames. It was as if the stars of the night sky came down and gave their light to the wolf. Though surrounded from all sides by many men with their weapons pointed at the wolf, it remained wholly unbothered. He didn't know who, but someone threw a spear at the wolf. The spear passed through the silver wolf unimpeded and struck the ground. John blinked a few times just to make sure he was not dreaming. The wolf turned its head to look at the spear and seemingly let out a sigh. Uncle Benjin. John gasped at the sound that came out of the silver wolf. It was his brother's voice. Did Harrion turn into a wolf? Is that even possible? John asked himself. Fenris chose that moment to let out a grunt and run towards the silver wolf in a full sprint. Just like the spear, Fenris also passed through the silver wolf like it was not physically there. Oh, Fenris, I'm not physically here. I'm merely projecting my voice through magic. John blinked confusedly at the explanation coming from the silver wolf. Nephew, what happened to you? Where are you? Asked Benjin, stepping forward tentatively, still holding onto his shield and sword. I'm all right. I'm just using magic to project my voice onto you. Anyway, just follow my spell and you'll find me. I have found a unicorn herd. The silver wolf spoke in Harrion's voice. Now wait just a minute, Benjin protested and began berating Harry for disappearing from the camp. John shook his head and proceeded to claw his way out of his current position. He was not surprised to see Harry manage to find the unicorn in his own unique way. However, he was quite interested in learning another matter. John looked at the spot where the blue demon was supposed to be imprisoned. The huge icy prison was nowhere to be seen. Where did the demon go? John wondered. Harry opened his eyes as he came out of the deep meditation. The tip of the Elder Wand was still alight with the silver light of the modified Patronus charm. The modified version used by the Order of Phoenix in the Second War was surely a useful spell. But that spell could only allow recorded messages to be conveyed over long distances. Harry was not satisfied with simply conveying recorded messages. At the height of the war with the muggles, he made some modifications to the spell to suit the needs of an ever-shifting battlefield. The modified Patronus charm he created facilitates a form of astral projection which allows him to see, talk, hear, and feel through the Patroni spirit. The battlefield use was such that it was a nifty little spell for recon and rescue missions. But this would be the first time he'd be using the Patroni spirit to trace out a path the conventional way. For wizards, he'd only have to pass on the location as they could teleport into the spot using apparition or a portkey. But Uncle Benjin was no wizard, and even if he was, portkeys and apparition was out of the question. So, the Patroni spirit would have to physically guide his uncle towards the destination. Of course, Harry himself was not at the supposed destination. He was only halfway to the spot. The Patroni spirit should be able to track him as his magic would function as a beacon for the spirit to follow. It was also interesting to see a new Patroni spirit. He was expecting the usual stag, but what came out was a wolf. He found that quite interesting, but he was not exactly in a position to ponder about the reasons behind such a shift. We should really get a move on, Harry suggested to his compatriots on this unusual journey. The unicorns gave him no heed. They merely continued to focus on their activities. A few in the herd were grazing nearby, enjoying some grass, while others were lapping up water from a stream flowing down from between the rocks. Oh, come on. I can't waste any more time here when there are important matters to attend to, said Harry. A pair of older unicorns looked at him with their large brown eyes. Harry got the feeling his constant complaining was annoying them. He got the confirmation when the two adult unicorns stomped with their golden hooves, forcefully causing water and dirt to splash across his face and clothes. For a moment, Harry just stood there drenched in dirt from head to toe. Oh yeah, they're annoyed all right. An hour later, Harry was holding on to the silver mane of a unicorn as the herd galloped towards an unknown location. He was not exactly sure why the ice dragon would want him to go to this mysterious place. What is in this place anyway? Harry muttered. Suddenly, he was bombarded with images and sounds alien to his senses. He saw a large brown dragon and a silver-scaled dragon battling with a black dragon in the sky. The battle was ferocious and bloody. The dragons were fighting for their lives, and Harry saw the black dragon was slowly overpowering the other two dragons. Out of nowhere, a third dragon joined the fight. It was a familiar dragon with blue scales and icy breath. The result of the draconic bout was that the black dragon cut off its attack and escaped. Harry was brought out of the vision to the present in a jiffy, leaving him disoriented for a minute. What the hell? How did I? Harry trailed off while he felt the lingering magical signature. You! He gasped, looking at the unicorn who was carrying him. The unicorn neighed as if it was laughing in amusement. Of course, these unicorns can read minds and implant memories, Harry muttered dejectedly. At this point, he might as well assume every magical creature on this planet was an unparalleled powerhouse when it comes to mind magic. Setting that aside for the time being, Harry wondered about what the vision showed him. The 3 dragons engaged in battle were clearly fire dragons. Now, their exact names were something that interested him, as only Targaryen dragons remained in the world. The rest were all dead after Valeria's fall. There were only a few Targaryen dragons unaccounted for and survived after the Targaryen Civil War. Perhaps I ought to raid Winterfell's library and cross-reference the colors of the 3 dragons. His musings were cut short as the unicorns came to a stop. "This is the spot?" A grunt from the unicorn came, which he assumed to be a yes. Harry looked around the area after sliding off from the back of the unicorn. "So, this is why the ice dragon wanted me here, huh?" Harry thought, looking at the large skeleton of a dragon covered in vines and huge pine trees. A unicorn nudged him towards the remains of the dragon. Harry moved along, but whenever he tried to stop and observe the area, the unicorn would nudge him further towards the dragon's tomb. Finally, having enough of the pushy attitude of the unicorn, he moved in and stood beneath the large ribcage of the dragon. He had to use several cutting charms and gouging charms to sneak his way in, as sandstones and vines were blocking his path. The bones of the late dragon were covered in dust and sand. So, he used a cleaning charm. The dirt enclosing the skeleton was swept away, and Harry saw a dragon bone of the native fire dragon for the first time. The bones were black as night. He'd say the bones were akin to obsidian, but with more structural integrity and hardness. Is this normal? Harry wondered, feeling a high residue of magic echoing from the one on a cursory look. Harry also noticed that this was just one dragon. He saw 3 dragons in the vision. One of them obviously flew away, but there were still 2 fire dragons left. What happened to the other one? Harry thought. Did the remaining 2 dragons roost on some other part of the island? Harry was once again bombarded with a series of images as his ride decided to touch him with its tail. He saw the brown dragon flying away from the island while the silver dragon stayed back. The vision quickly changed to show him the silver dragon's last moments. He could see the dragon was in pain. It was struggling to breathe properly for some reason. There were no wounds he could see except for the one near the wings, but it was just a minor wound that looked like it healed long ago. Harry saw the silver dragon reach out its claws towards an egg which it gathered against its head before closing its eyes and breathing its last. As he came out of the vision, the unicorn rugged him by pushing him towards the head of the dragon. "I understand. You can stop pushing me." Knowing what the unicorn wants him to do, Harry jabbed his wand and used a spell that he learned in his 4th year at Hogwarts. Accio Dragon Egg. An egg covered in dirt jumped out of the soil into Harry's waiting hand. A simple cleaning charm shook off the dirt clinging to the egg. The scales surrounding the egg were revealed to be silver in color like its mother. He could feel a faint thrum of magical energy from the egg. So, he knew the race of fire dragons was also not extinct. Now, the question was, what should he do with the skeleton? More importantly, who was this dragon and what happened to the other 2 dragons? Valyrian dragons were supposed to be dead after the Dance of Dragons. Yet, he was standing on the tomb of a Valyrian dragon, so far away from their home in Dragonstone or King's Landing. Damn that ice dragon and his aversion to names. He could have just told me about the dragons and their names. Harry muttered. Shaking his head, Harry secured the dragon egg in his backpack. It was better for the eggs to remain anonymous for now. The last thing he wanted was for word to get out that Skane Island has dragons and dragon eggs. It'd make his job to protect this island from human influence more difficult. On that note, Harry directed his attention back to the gigantic skeleton of the dragon. Leaving the skeleton here was also a bad idea. He could feel his uncle was a few hours away from reaching this spot. That was more than enough time for Harry to clean up the place. I suppose dragon bones can be quite useful, not to mention it might help a lot in finding the secrets sleeping inside Aemon Targaryen's blood. Eddard looked at the vast array of crates assembled inside the hall with an increasing sense of incredulity. The clans of the Northern Mountains were sworn directly to Winterfell for thousands of years. As such, even after Torrhen Stark knelt before the dragons, the clans continued to treat Winterfell as the true rulers of the North. Therefore, the clans never went back on the traditions of old. So, it was not a rare sight for the clans to gift a portion of their produce from the Northern Mountains. They have continued this tradition of sharing a fair share of their wealth after winter recedes. Usually, it was some honey, apples, corn, pelts, or ale, as the mountain clans were not exactly rich. However, this time it was different. The crates were filled to the brim with potatoes, cabbage, corn, tomatoes, apples, and many more. There was enough food to throw 3 or 4 feasts with multiple servings fit for a king. Only one question remained in his mind, as something like this has never happened before. How, my Lord Stark? Lord Benjen asked me to provide escort for the clans and deliver you this message, said Jory, holding out a piece of parchment. Eddard took the piece of parchment and began to read the contents. The more he read, the wider his eyes became. My lord, is everything all right? Maester Luwin asked in concern. Is this true? You saw everything that happened? Eddard asked, looking at Jory Castle to confirm. 'Tis true, my lord. Lord Benjen wanted you to know as soon as possible before word of Harrion's deed spreads afar. We were only delayed because of the rains, and I didn't want to risk sending untrustworthy messengers, said Jory. It'd seem Harrion may yet earn another epitaph from his recent deeds, said Eddard, handing the parchment containing Benjen's message to Maester Luwin. Harrion the Green Hand. Maester Luwin quickly read the contents of the parchment and agreed with Eddard's assessment. This is good for the North, my lord. If Harrion has powers similar to Garth Greenhand, then the North will never know hunger again, said Maester Luwin. You speak true, Maester. But once word gets out, my son will have many enemies baying for his blood, said Eddard, frowning at the thought of the amount of trouble this development will unleash. My lord, I suggest we pick up the pace in completing the renovation plans. Winterfell must become impenetrable, and the guards must be increased. It won't be long before word spreads once the lords arrive for dividing the gift. Not to mention the Night's Watch contingent will also be arriving in a few days. The gods alone know what sort of trouble Harrion has caused at the wall. Eddard nodded at the maester's advice. The number of guards has to be increased, and the castle was in serious need of repair. There was a great deal of work to be done, but he was nonetheless happy to learn of his son's abilities. Clearly, the old gods have blessed his son with many gifts. Surely, if the gods have blessed Harrion, then the gods were watching over his son even now. Saying a quick prayer to the old gods on behalf of his son, Eddard went about to deal with the aftermath of this revelation. There was work to be done, as Winterfell was going to host the Night's Watch and the Lords of the North. The boundaries of the lands of the gift have to be demarcated so that the Night's Watch and the Lords of the North may know which lands belong to them. And the protector of Skane. The golden rays of sunlight shined warmth on his skin. It was quite enjoyable, all things considered. Not to mention this morning was quite special. A steaming cup of coffee was in Harry's hand, and he enjoyed the bitter taste this particular delicacy provided for his system. It took quite a bit of tweaking with his magic to prepare the coffee powder, but the abundant magic offered by Skane made it easy to shape his spells to his whims. Here, supported by the strongest magical ley lines he has come across in this world, his will alone was needed to shape the spells. He need not even exhaust his bodily magical energy for spells, as the natural magic of the island would jump at the chance to be used. Sipping the hot beverage from the cup, Harry sat upon a boulder, watching the morning sun blanket the island with warmth. Fenris was sitting beside him, wagging his tail happily while munching on some fish. Harry scratched the wolf behind his ears, earning an approving purr. He was not exactly a coffee person, but it'd have to do. Try as he might, he could not find tea leaves anywhere on the island, which was a real shame. Tea would have been quite the find, but he'd settle for coffee. Perhaps there was tea somewhere in Westeros. If not, he could venture out into Essos seeking his old delicacy. He suspected searching the ancient cities along the shores of the Jade Sea should yield some results, but that was something to look forward to in the future. Some modifications to the airship should enable a journey around the world feasible. The lack of magical wood was one serious concern. Though, that bit of hurdle was no longer in play, as Skane houses a lot of magical wood. A ship made of better wood with magical resonance should make it easy for binding more useful charms. He was sure the magical crystals could also serve a crucial role in a modified airship. Some ideas were simmering in the back of his mind, but first, there was a far more important matter he needed to attend to. A pained scream brought Harry out of his musings to the present. Looking at the source of the sound, he was not surprised to see one of the men, holding a bleeding hand thanks to a unicorn. I told you, they don't like grown men. They barely even tolerate boys. Just have the women guide the unicorns into the ship, said Harry, rolling his eyes in exasperation. When you said the unicorns were hostile against men, I didn't want to believe you. Should have known to take you seriously, said Benjin. Harry snickered. They look innocent enough, but they have a mean attitude towards men, said Harry, looking at the last unicorn being guided into the airship by Anya. It's a good thing Raider had the presence of mind to seek us out, else we'd be looking forward to a long journey back through the forest, said Benjin. Harry let out an appreciative hum, but otherwise remained silent, choosing to enjoy the coffee in his hand. I should have asked this the moment I found you. What happened to the demon? How did you get here? Benjin asked. The demon is dead. It helped me find the unicorns. In return, it wanted to be released from the curse. Curse? Benjin frowned. The curse that made it a demon. Harry explained. You should warn the men not to drink a unicorn's blood or eat their flesh. The consequences will be most severe. Just don't harm a hair on their body and you'll be fine. Right. I'll keep that in mind. Since we've got what we came for, let's go before more of those flying demons find us. I've had enough of those things to give me nightmares in my lifetime. I'm afraid we'll not be leaving immediately. There are some things I have to do. Benjin immediately put his foot down on Harry's suggestion. We'll not be spending another minute on this island. We've been gone from your home for too long. Your father and mother must be worried. Harry just shook his head before climbing to his feet. Look around you, uncle. This place has remained untouched by man. Because of that, it is teeming with life, magical life. The demons are gone from the island. What do you think will happen once it is known we safely trekked the island and survived to tell the tale? I suppose some people may attempt to settle on the island. What's wrong with that? Benjin admitted. You might think that's not a problem, but I do, said Harry, a thin smile on his face, but one that never reached his eyes. Looking around, Harry could see a remnant of the old world order before man unleashed his destruction on nature. He didn't want this island to suffer the same fate as the rest of the world. This was the cradle where magic thrived, waiting to surge once more and reclaim its place. Even if the magic of this world does not intend to, he'd make sure a resurgence of magic takes place. Men fight for what they perceived as their rights all the time. In the process, they decimate the beauty of this world. It was very simple, really. Mankind's destructive nature puts him in conflict with nature, which is overwhelmingly vital for the survival of other creatures. Everything that remains subtle and aesthetic remains the contribution of the magic. Without this subtle aspect, life becomes dull and dreary. This island is under my protection. No man shall disturb the nature of this island, Harry declared. Fenris let out a growl which Harry took as approval. See, even Fenris agrees, said Harry, petting the black wolf. Fine.
Benjin sighed.
How do you suppose you are going to protect the island? It's not as if we can station soldiers here. Harry just smiled before taking another sip of the coffee. I have got a few tricks up my sleeve. Later, Harry regretted those words. It turns out his few tricks were certainly not enough to protect the island. The issue he was facing was the creation of protective wards around the island. Never in the history of the wizarding kind has anyone created wards that can blanket an entire island. It's not that no one tried, but the other complexity involved in the endeavor was just near impossible to solve. The only case of a ward that has successfully covered a whole island was detection wards, as they are the simplest to construct. Ravenclaw's magical registry of Hogwarts students was the product of sophisticated charms and a wide, encompassing ward covering Britain. The same was true for the underage magic detection ward, even though the accuracy of the aforementioned ward was nothing to be impressed about. The reason detection wards were easy to erect encompassing a large area was because their functioning was quite simple and therefore less complicated. When covering a large area, the intent behind the ward gets muddled with the idiosyncrasies of the castor and those who are getting scanned under the ward. Oftentimes, the complexity of the wards lies in the details. In this case, the question was, how should the ward protect the island? Who should it act against? To what degree the action against intruders must be taken? As complex as the detail gets, the harder it is to create a ward stretching across miles of land with complex creatures living under its protection. Because, Magic was semi-sentient, and it may choose to interpret certain actions under its purview differently, especially when it was sitting in judgment over a large collection of diverse, sentient creatures. This was why most wards are tied in with charms and monitored. For obvious reasons, constant observation of the wards around the island was not possible. He might be a powerful wizard, but even he cannot be in multiple places at one time. Even if he could somehow check in on the island periodically, he'd still have to keep tabs on the wards all the time, which can be a tedious process. So, the protection of the island ought to be more diversified instead of relying on protective wards. That's why Harry came up with the idea of creating pockets of protective wards. He traveled around the island in the airship and marked out the areas that could be feasible for ships or boats to land. In those areas, he could use wards, making it impossible for ships or boats to land. The wards were further augmented by a muggle-repelling charm built into the ward stones he painstakingly carved. Now, he didn't stop there. This was just the first line of defense. He built another series of defenses along the shores of the island tied to these wards. If these wards somehow failed to repel the intruders, he wanted another line of defense. That's where the golems come in. An advantage of using animation charms was that it was incredibly effective against conventional muggle weaponry. The Eastern theater of war in his world quickly changed into a full-blown nuclear disaster because the muggles were losing to wizards in the land war as well as the scarcity of resources. All their fancy machinery, weapons, and large armies could not compete with the sheer number of golem troops wizards could field. If those golems were further empowered by self-charging runes and regenerative runes, then all the better. Wizards could field an army that did not know hunger, fear, self-preservation, and most importantly, they do not get tired. As advanced as muggles were in warfare, they could not match the ingenuity of magical constructs in land warfare. Seeing as Westeros was nowhere near the technological milestones of the muggles of his world, Harry was pretty sure stacking up golems along the shores of Skane Island should be enough deterrence. Although, he also decided to add some extra layer of capabilities and projectile weapons to the golems. The Ice Dragon's story about Baelor and some of his plans made it all but certain that there was a war coming. Containing Baelor and his army of undead soldiers was a priority for Harry. However, even the Ice Dragon didn't hold all the pieces of the puzzle. If he truly wanted to know more, he'd have to use the Resurrection Stone and summon his ancestor. But that could wait. He was not magically prepared to use the stone and disturb the natural order. Some of the things the Ice Dragon spoke to him about the collective entity dubbed as the Old Gods made him weary of stepping into the realm of the supposedly divine. Not just the Old Gods. There was a whole bunch of them in the Far East. These gods have thrived by dominating the mindscape of mortal men and women like parasites. Harry strongly suspected these gods came from his world, just like Baelor. The Ice Dragon was not exactly forthcoming with the true nature of the gods of the East. Maybe the dragon was not as knowledgeable in the subject. Time will reveal everything. Harry thought, XXXXXX. It has been quite a while since his feet touched the Dornish sands. When his brother sent Nymeria with a message, he had thought his exile was coming to an end. Officially, Oberyn was in forced exile from Dorne over some series of issues. He did manage to cause a lot of trouble by killing Lord Yornwood in a stupid duel over a stupid woman. At least, she was a good lay-in-bed. That's the only consolation. It was his nephew, Quentin, who paid the price for his ill-timed actions. Doran pacified House Yornwood by offering his eldest son to foster at Boneway. Consequently, this led to some problems in Doran's marriage, causing his elder brother's wife to leave Dorne. Doran's actions may have averted a civil war in Dorne, but it was certainly at the cost of his elder brother's relationship with his wife. But his brother was nothing but pragmatic. Instead of wallowing in misery or blaming him, Doran chose to capitalize on the situation and exiled him for an unspecified period of time from Dorne. While in this exile, he was supposed to reorient Dorne's relationships with the free cities of Essos. The Targaryen conquest of Dorne and the later peaceful assimilation into the Seven Kingdoms under Daeron the Good were certainly not to the benefit of Dorne in the long term. House Martell lost quite a lot of friends since then, and they lost quite a lot when those Ninepenny Kings mowed down some of their traditional allies in Essos. With the Iron Throne now hostile and the burning embers of vengeance simmering in their minds for the fate of their dear sister, The need for strengthening their ties to the free cities was a necessity. It was with this intent Oberyn traveled the free cities. He was there on the ground, aiding and brokering deals with magisters for the benefit of Dorne. When he wasn't doing that, he was off in the field fighting side by side with Sellswords and the most renowned Sellsword companies of Essos. It kept his lust for blood sated, and at the same time, he made new friends. So, imagine his surprise when one day he was sought out by his daughter who carried a message from the Prince of Dorne. The contents of the message, however, were shocking, to say the least. The order from his brother, on the other hand, was quite devious, which made Oberyn not waste a single moment and made arrangements for a long voyage to Braavos. After all, it'd be unlike him to throw away a chance to bleed the Lannisters even if it was at a measly auction. My love. What bothers you so, my love, that you'd spend this late hour deep in thought? Oberyn smiled as he turned around to look at his paramour, Ilaria Sand. Taking to his feet, Oberyn joined his lover in bed. Ilaria was merely covered with a single thin layer of cotton that left nothing much to his imagination. Her bare back was presented to him in the most alluring way possible under the candlelight. He pressed a chaste kiss on her olive skin, earning an approving purr from his beloved. "Just thinking of ways to skin a lion," he murmured against her skin, gliding the back of his fingers over the fine contours of her body. "You'll have your vengeance, my love. We are just a day away from the city. Come join me in bed. Keep me warm," said Ilaria, her almond eyes shining with playfulness and lust. "The sands have spoken, and the Prince of Dorne has no choice but to comply." Oberyn playfully nipped at his lover's shoulder while he slipped under the covers. When he felt the warm skin of his lover against his body, he was ready to forget about the Lannisters. As Ilaria said, he only need to wait a day more for their ship to make land. He will make sure Tywin Lannister pay a steep price. In time, he'll make sure the lions bleed not just gold but red that can paint the whole of Westeros red. And the auction. The free city of Braavos was sprawled over many islands, making it difficult to pinpoint the city. The other free cities were not like that. They were built in one location and guarded by high walls, making them a proper city. Perhaps Volantis could be an exception. The first daughter was built at the mouth of Mother Royne on either side of the river. The two halves of the city were connected by a long bridge across the river. But the first daughter does not come close to the true size of Braavos. The city of Braavos was spread out across many island chains and surrounded by many natural barriers. This was why the city of Braavos does not use high walls to guard their eastern boundaries. They were surrounded by a long line of hills and narrow passes, shielding them from any hostile forces in the Essosi continent. Some of the old military outposts along those hills were still functioning, but the bastard daughter has never faced an army that could traverse the jungle, the many narrow passes and hills to this day. There is a certain beauty to a city as spread out as Braavos, Oberyn thought. Usually, a city would be more urban and tightly packed. But Braavos stood out as unique in that aspect by spreading out the populace across the many islands and islets. From a military standpoint, Oberyn found it advantageous. An enemy fleet would find themselves in an island-hopping campaign if they choose to invade the free city of Braavos. Of course, the enemy fleet would have to overcome the vast Braavosi fleet in the first place. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Braavos over the years, Oberyn had a favorite spot in the city. It was none other than the infamous Moon Pool, where the water dancers of Braavos proved their mettle. The ringing of steel as men clashed in combat was a piece of music that he enjoyed. And the Braavosi water dancers didn't disappoint. The warm summer morning near the Moon Pool was filled with songs of steel and nothing else. "Look at them move. They strike like a coiled poisonous snake," Nymeria commented, earning a smile from Oberyn. "It's said that the Braavosi adapted their water dancing from the Rhiannar," said Ilaria, who was comfortably wrapped around his arm. "Maybe I should learn water dancing. What do you think, father?" Nymeria looked to her father for advice. Oberyn laughed and patted his daughter on her dark hair. "I think your mother's family won't approve. A woman of Valentine's stock learning Braavosi water dancing might be enough reason for you to be denied entry inside the Black Wall." "Oh, I wouldn't want that to happen." Nymeria looked disappointed. "Your father is joking, dear Nwym. Tell her." Ilaria dug her elbow into Oberyn's side, earning an indignant look from the Prince of Dorne. "Fine. Spoil my fun. He grumbled good-naturedly at his lover before turning to his daughter. You can learn water dancing and keep your privileges in Volantis. My prince. Oberyn was presented with a neatly wrapped scroll by one of House Martell's household guards. An envoy of the Iron Bank left this at the palace. Oberon nodded and took the scroll. After breaking the seal, he read the contents of the scroll closely. What is it, my love? Ilaria asked. It seems our stay at the Pleasure Palace may soon come to an end. The auction will happen tonight, said Oberyn, handing the scroll back to the guard. That's a shame. I was enjoying the varieties offered in the pleasure house. It was a refreshing change from the usual stock offered in lists, said Ilaria, throwing a disappointing look at her lover. Don't be disappointed, my love. We can extend our stay. Perhaps we can even try another local cuisine before we make our way back to Lys, Oberyn suggested, earning a smile from his paramour and an eye roll from his daughter. Oberyn gazed back at the many ships that were docking around the city. He could make out some of the Westerosi banners in some of those ships. He was sure all the major lords were invited to the auction. It's also likely that all the wealthy magisters of Essos shall also be represented at the auction. The Bravosi are surely making a killing out of inviting all the wealthiest people in the known world for this event, Oberyn noted as he took his leave, leading Ilaria and his daughter away. When the night finally settled in, Oberyn was sitting inside a large hall. Oberyn, Ilaria, and Nymeria were sitting around a small round table. There was a delicious spread before them, and their glasses were regularly filled with wine and water. Little clay pots served as lamps in the hall. The pots were also regularly oiled by the servants walking about in the hall. Bright, colorful lights emanated from the colored glass chandeliers hung from the ceiling. "'Tis a shame Lord Tywin chose to stay in his den. I'd have loved to give a proper welcome to the old lion," Oberyn muttered, eyeing the Lannisters sitting at a table not too far away from their own. "You'll get your chance, my love. Besides, all the best things come for those who wait patiently," said Ilaria, taking his hand into her own and intertwining their fingers. "'Tis never too early to watch the light leave the old lion's eyes," Oberyn muttered darkly. "Who is that sitting at the Lannister table, father?" asked Nymeria, looking curiously at the Lannister table. "Kevan Lannister, the old lion's shadow. 'Tis as your uncle predicted, little Inwyam. Tywin so dearly wants a Valyrian steel sword in his hands." Oberyn muttered. "What are we going to do, father? Are we to outbid the Lannisters?" asked Nymeria. Oberyn merely smiled at his daughter indulgently instead of answering. Up at the high table, one of the Iron Bank representatives stood up and called for the hall's attention. The hall quieted down and focused on the Iron Bank representative. "Looking upon this hall, I see some of the most powerful and richest men and women of Essos and Westeros. My name is Titus Ethrion. On behalf of the Iron Bank, I heartily welcome you all to this auspicious night to witness and participate in an extraordinary event of this century." Here Titus paused as polite applause filled the hall. As the applause died down, Titus continued, "Ever since the doom laid Valyria low, Valyrian steel has been a rare sight. Those who inherited the material jealously guard them. Even the famed smiths of Qohor rarely get to rework Valyrian steel artifacts these days. But that is no longer the case. We, the Iron Bank, present to you the chance to purchase a Valyrian steel weapon or artifact of your choosing. The base price is fixed at 2 million gold dragons Westerosi coin. Now, let me explain how the auction shall transpire." As Titus Ethrion launched into the nuances involved in the auction, Oberyn listened intently. Before coming here, he was quite curious about how the Iron Bank was going to conduct this auction. It was not like everyone in Essos follows gold as their standard coin. It was also notable that not all Essosi cities have the same trade ties as Braavos and Westeros. Some cities like Pentos and Myr does extensive trade with Westeros, but that doesn't mean all the magisters of those cities were holding a large amount of Westerosi coin. That doubt was quickly cleared up when the Iron Bank representatives explained their plan. The Iron Bank would measure the value of the Westerosi coin against the local coin of the free cities. The winner of the auction may pay in local coin to the equivalent of the Westerosi coin. I don't know what sort of deal the Starks made with the Iron Bank, but they are going to be the richest house in Westeros. The Iron Bank, on the other hand, is going to be richer than even some of the free cities combined. This will wreck Volantene banks and all the other major banks of the free cities. Oberyn quietly observed. What do you mean, father? Nymeria asked, interested why her father would think her mother's city would be threatened. Think about it, dear NYM. Most of the free cities use silver. If the wealthy magisters and merchants of these cities choose to buy Valyrian steel, all those coins end up in the hands of the Bravosi. Most likely the SOC will have to pay more of their coin to make a purchase, and as a consequence, the local banks will lose coin. If those banks lose coin, they'll have to borrow them from somewhere. And guess who'll be in a position to lend such a huge number of coin? Oberyn saw the light of realization set in his daughter's eyes. The Iron Bank. Nymeria whispered. Yes. The Iron Bank would indirectly gain a modicum of control over the economies of the other free cities. That's not good, is it? Illyria asked. No, it's not. But what stumps me is why would Lord Stark make this arrangement with the Iron Bank? The man could have truly dominated both continents and made House Stark the premier economic power. What must be going on in the man's head? Oberyn wondered. Could it be that Lord Stark was offered the position of a key holder of the Iron Bank? Asked Nymeria, having heard quite a lot from her mother about the old families that hold positions of great power within the Iron Bank. These key holders were the sworn enemy of the pureborns of Volantis. It could be possible. Maybe the Iron Bank must have also offered military aid to the Starks. The North lacks a navy, and should the Bravosi fleet aids the North, their eastern coast shall remain safe. Oberyn theorized, but even he doubted that could be true. It was not as if there were many enemies for the Starks in the east. The western coast of the North could be vulnerable thanks to the presence of powerful navies like the Iron Fleet, the Red Wine Fleet, and the Lannister Fleet, out of which both the Lannisters and the Ironborn were not going to be a threat for a long time thanks to recent events. Even if those fleets recovered in a short time or the Red Wine Fleet somehow become hostile to the north, the Bravosi fleet would be useless as they are on the other side of Westeros. What sort of game are you playing, Lord Stark? Oberyn wondered in the confines of his mind, while he kept an ear out for Titus Ethrion's speech. You'll be shortly presented with some paddles. These paddles are engraved with a specific number for you to raise the coin in the auction. You only need to raise the paddle and our employees here shall make note of your call. Oberyn frowned as a small tray was set on their table by one of the servants. Sure enough, he found different numbers engraved on the paddles. There were not many paddles. Only the denominations of 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, and 1,000,000 were on the paddles. Now then, let this auction begin. Immediately, the first paddle went up. The Magister of Pintos has raised 10,000. Do we have 20,000? Yes, it's 20,000. On and on the calls went up. Consequently, the price of Valyrian steel also shot up. Oberyn sat back in his seat observing the main players. From early on, he noted Kevan Lannister was adamantly competing with the giants of Essos. Mace Tyrell was also not far behind in keeping pace with the Lannisters. When the price finally touched 3 million gold dragons, he looked closely at Kevan Lannister. The man didn't look the least bit bothered. Now, Mace Tyrell, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. My love, have you come across a flower that sweats? Oberyn asked, pressing a kiss to his paramour's ear, earning a giggle and a curious look. Look at House Tyrell's table. You can see a fat flower sweating away competing against the fierce lions of the Westerlands. He whispered into Illyria's ear. Oberyn raised his eyebrows when Mace Tyrell looked as if he was about to raise his paddle, but thought otherwise at the last moment. It seems Mace Tyrell is out of the race. Oberyn thought. 3 million gold dragons. Am I to assume no one here is going to call a higher bid? Titus asked, positively giddy at the bidding going far better than what was hoped. Oberyn raised his paddle, seeing as the bid was going to favor the Lannisters. Oh my! There's a new bid, and the total amount now stands at 4 million gold dragons. Oberyn smirked because the paddle he raised was of 1,000,000. It was a calculated risk. He could end up being the winner of the auction, and that'd put his house's finances at some risk. Of course, he could surrender his bid and let the Lannisters take the Valyrian steel at the price of 3 million. He looked at Kevan Lannister and raised an eyebrow, challenging the man. Oberyn could see brief hesitancy on Kevan Lannister's face. But Oberyn knew Kevan was here to win this auction. Tywin would have it no other way. A man like Tywin Lannister would not retreat from a chance to show off his wealth and acquire his precious Valyrian steel. And Kevin Lannister was the shadow of his elder brother. How can a shadow make its own choice? His assessment didn't prove wrong. Before his eyes, Kevin Lannister raised his paddle. Oh, look, another 10,000 in the pot. Oberyn was tempted to raise his paddle again, but he let go of the urge. He came here for one purpose only. It was to bleed the Lannisters of their precious gold. He accomplished that task. He was quite satisfied to rob the Lannisters out of 1,000,000 gold dragons more. It was a sound victory in his eyes. When it became clear that no one was going to challenge the Lannisters on their bid, the auction went in their favor. Oberyn was quite happy with the auction's conclusion. The Lannisters would be tying up quite a lot of gold for a Valyrian steel weapon. The auction goes to Tywin Lannister of House Lannister. It was not a blow Oberyn would have preferred to give Tywin Lannister, but it was the only one he could afford in the current situation. So, he left the Iron Bank a happy man. XXXXXX. Harry watched quietly as the celebrations went about in the Stainlands. He had insisted that they make a stop at Driftwood Hall before they returned home. It took some prodding, but his uncle finally relented. They made a quick stop at Driftwood Hall and Harry immediately went to work. He blessed the lands of House Stain with his magic for better crop yield, just like he did in the Northern Mountains. His reason was purely personal. He did not want anyone from House Stain to seek out the island of Skane. He knew the island of Skane was blessed with an empty shoreline and the interior was surrounded by bald hills, but his success on the island could attract more visitors there. Of course, no one would survive the protections he left there. Therefore, he didn't want House Stain to be encouraged considering their proximity to the island. Besides, he felt it would be a disservice to leave the descendants of Twirlton in their poor state. So, he decided to lend a helping hand by turning their lands fertile and arable. His magic helped in growing potatoes and pumpkins overnight. This put the people in a festive mode, and they were insistent on giving him a grand farewell. Come now, don't sit there and brood all night. This celebration is in your honor. It'll be better if you celebrate now, cause your father and mother won't exactly be happy with you when you return home, said Benjen. Hey, all I have done is for the benefit of the North. Harry protested. Tell that to Lady Stark, nephew. See how that will go over with her. Not to mention the magic stuff you did with the mountain clans, the flying ship, and now this. So, come and take part in the celebration. After all, the celebration is in your honor. Harry doubted his mother or father would be cross with him. After all, his father was the one who sent him away on this journey in the first place. If anything, his efforts to alleviate the food crisis in the North would be appreciated by everyone. Nonetheless, he joined in on the celebration. At dawn, they'd begin their journey back home, and Valkyrie. Winterfell was bustling with activity. All the lords of the North were gathered at the ancient seat of the Starks. There was a small celebratory atmosphere, as well as some lordly business as usual. The lords seem happy, as does the small folk, said Domeric, observing the bustling settlement of Wintertown. Pa, the lords of the North are simpletons. They'd go crawling into Stark's bosom like needy whelps, said Barbary Dustin, waving her hand dismissively. Domeric eyed his aunt out of the corner of his eyes. He was not ignorant of her hatred of House Stark, especially Ned Stark, whom she holds personally responsible for her husband's death. His aunt's ire was not unjustified. There was ample cause for her aunt to feel this way about House Stark. He had heard the stories from his kin at the Rills. His aunt was in love with Brandon Stark. By all accounts, the Wild Wolf returned the affections, but Lord Rickard Stark brokered a betrothal for his heir with Lady Catelyn of House Tully. His aunt was left brokenhearted. If only this state of affairs ended there. Some of the rumors he heard from the Rills indicated that his aunt was promised to Eddard Stark. Of course, she was rejected there, as well as the untimely death of Lord Rickard and Brandon Stark forced Lord Eddard to honor the alliance with House Tully by taking Lady Catelyn as his wife. He knew his grandfather Roderick Ryswell took great offense when Ned Stark spurned his daughter's hand in marriage. But his grandfather was a dutiful man. When the Starks of Winterfell, called the Banner's House Ryswell, answered the call to bring the dragons down from their iron throne. When the Starks asked them to proclaim a Baratheon as their king, House Ryswell did so as was their duty. When Lord Stark called once again to put the Ironborn down, House Ryswell answered. Some in the family were discontent with his grandfather's decisions, but Domeric understood why Lord Roderick always followed House Stark. His grandfather was a dutiful man. Lord Roderick swore oaths to Lord Rickard Stark and Eddard Stark to serve faithfully. His grandfather was a man of his word, and everyone in the North knows that. Despite the rocky relations between House Ryswell and House Stark, the Northmen of the Rills fought side by side against the Iron Throne. Many of his mother's kin laid down their lives in the rebellion. That's probably why Lord Eddard personally greeted the Ryswell contingent at the gates of Winterfell and invited his grandfather into the seat of House Stark. While his grandfather was incredibly honored and satisfied Lord Eddard chose to do so, his dear aunt was another matter. Domeric was far more interested in learning more about the second son of Lord Eddard, whom everyone dubs as a sorcerer with great magical powers blessed by the old gods. Frankly, the tales he has been hearing in Dreadfort and at Barrowton were outlandish and sometimes felt like they were straight out of the Age of Heroes. However, on his way to Winterfell, he learned there was some grain of truth to those tales. The days he spent in Redfort have insulated him from the happenings of the North. He'd have remained ignorant and considered everything as gossip among small folk if he hadn't seen the results with his own eyes. He always knew the clansmen of the Northern Mountains were a rowdy bunch, but they were no liars. So, when they say the Northern Mountains bloomed crops overnight right after winter because of the blessings of Harry and Stark, then he'd take their word for it. Moreover, his father also took the rumors coming from Winterfell very seriously. His father was a serious man. In all his years as the heir of Dreadfort, he had never witnessed a moment where his father indulged in conjectures or rumors. His lord father was a cold man, perhaps even a cruel man. But he was no simpleton, keeping an ear out for the rumors among the small folk. So, when his father also started to treat the rumors from Winterfell seriously, he definitely knew the rumors flying around regarding the younger Stark twin carried more truth than he assumed. At least, the Starks managed to reverse the ownership of the gift. The shoddy state of the Night's Watch has caused many tragedies despite the wall standing between the North and the Wildlings, said Domeric. His aunt laughed upon hearing that. You think that's any good after all these years? The Starks will only end up spending gold, trying to rebuild the defenses along the gift. More than 2 centuries of neglect cannot be overhauled that easy, nephew, said Barbary. Maybe, but 'tis a start. Even you, with your hatred for all things Stark, has to admit 'tis a good undertaking Lord Stark is proposing, said Domeric. You have too much of your mother in you, always looking for a bright spot in a room full of darkness, said Barbary fondly. You were right, of course. Regaining the gift from the Iron Throne was tactfully done. Maybe Harry and Stark is of a different breed of wolf. Shame he is a second son. Or he could be a good advisor to Lord Robb in time, said Domeric. As if. Barbary snorted in derision. Nothing good ever comes out of the Starks. The good ones always wash up in useless places like the Night's Watch or get burned to a crisp in the south. Domeric eyed his aunt as they left Wintertown behind. There were rumors that his grandfather wanted to marry his aunt to Benjen Stark after the death of Lord Dustin. Some of his cousins at the Rills had said the match was not to Aunt Barbary's liking. By that time, his aunt had developed a serious hatred for House Stark. In the end, it was a good thing though. Benjen Stark was quick to take the black. If Lord Roderick had approached with the match, it'd have been another rejection. Still, there is hope for this Harry and Stark. He already has his banner on every corner of Winterfell and Wintertown. Maybe the youngster might end up as the Lord of Winterfell. Domeric looked at his aunt in shock. You'd wish for the North to plunge into a civil war, he whispered heatedly. If I could see half of the suffering I had to endure come down on Eddard Stark, then I'd die happily with a smile on my face. Barbary whispered back. Domeric was taken aback by the hatred shining behind the eyes of his aunt. If the Northerners fight amongst ourselves, we will be easy pickings for the Southerners. If First Men will not stand united, our ancestral lands will be taken over by Undulls. Is that what you want, Aunt? Would you have the sacrifices of our ancestors go to waste? Is that why House Bolton has not rebelled after Torrhen Stark knelt to the dragons? Barbary asked, quirking her eyebrow indulgently. Probably, Domeric said, looking a bit thoughtful. After all, the North did come close to civil war during Lord Cregan Stark's time. If we Boltons wanted to rebel, that'd have been the ideal moment. Yet, we did not. I suppose the Starks and the North ought to thank House Bolton for that. Barbary japed, managing to make Domeric crack a smile. That'd be welcome. Maybe, That had put a smile on my father's face. Both of them laughed at the thought, bleeding the tension that was built up as they conversed. Domeric was still wary of how his aunt was so invested in hating Lord Stark. If the history of First Men Kingdoms has taught him anything, civil wars were the undoing of their people. He'd not wish it on the north where the blood of the first men runs strong. They were the last bastions of one of the oldest cultures in the world. He did not like to see someone wish ill on his homeland, even if it was his dear aunt. "'Tis a shame, though," Domeric muttered, looking at the strange five-pointed stars along the way back to Winterfell. "What is?" his aunt inquired as they walked through the open gates of Winterfell, leaving behind the bustling streets of Wintertown. "I'd have liked to meet this Harry Stark. It's a shame he went to Skagos." Suddenly, his aunt stopped in her tracks, making Domeric frown. "Aunt Barbary, what's the matter?" he asked, confused by her odd behavior. His aunt didn't answer, but merely pointed to the sky with an open mouth. Domeric followed her pointed finger, and he had to blink a few times to make sure he was not dreaming. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" he whispered to his aunt, who was looking at the sky just like he was. "Are you seeing a floating boat?" "Yes," he replied slowly, barely trusting himself as he stood witness to something impossible. "Then either we are both dreaming, or we both have a problem with our eyes." Domeric gulped and somehow managed to tear his eyes away from the floating boat. He looked around as people began to take notice of the floating boat. Even the guards who were accompanying them were now taking notice of the boat. "I think everyone is seeing the boat, my lady." Harry took in the gobsmacked expressions on each of the faces assembled in the courtyard as his airship lowered into the ground. The journey back was not much of an eventful affair. They made a quick stop at the fishing village to drop off some more eatables for the villagers to share with the flood-affected areas nearby. Other than that, their journey was spent on the ship, stopping only when the night came about. The airship could travel at the night, but it needed time to safely charge itself with magical energy. The landing gear of the boat came out as it neared the ground. With a distinct thud, they landed properly, making Harry let out a sigh of relief. It was then Harry came to notice all the different banners flying inside Winterfell. That's also when he noticed the faces that were staring in wonder at him did not belong to his family or the familiar faces of Winterfell. Oh well, might as well greet them properly, Harry thought as he waved enthusiastically. "Land ho!" Sadly, no one was amused by his greeting, least of all his father, who finally showed up to see his arrival. Harry was a little bit afraid to see his father wobble on his feet. Thankfully, the Lord of Winterfell managed to catch himself. It'd have been mightily embarrassing if the Lord of Winterfell fainted before the assembled lords of the North. "I think you broke them all with that stunt. Told you it'd have been better for us to land somewhere discreet," Ben Jin complained. "It'd have been a wasted affair. Too many people have already seen us fly in the boat, uncle. So, why hide something like the airship at all? Besides, the secret would have come out eventually when it is used again at some point," Harry argued. Ben Jin gave up trying to convince his headstrong nephew otherwise and moved to greet his brother. Harry, on the other hand, hung back mostly because he had the difficult task ahead of him to guide the unicorns to their new home. "My lord, this is Winterfell?" asked Anya, looking breathless as she took in the vast expanse of the castle with massive walls, gates, and towers reaching out into the sky. "Ah, right. I forgot. This is the first time you are seeing my home. Welcome to Winterfell, the home of Starks," Harry said, with a flourish inviting his students. He was really starting to dislike addressing Anya, Kyla, and Adela as just his students. They were students of runic magic for sure, and Anya was someone he was hoping to groom far beyond a mere rune mistress. But these three were now more than just his students. They were holders of elemental weapons, and they braved combat by his side. He made up his mind to reward them and elevate their position, especially considering they were not ready to leave his side. At least, they were not ready to leave his side. He was rather enjoying having students of magic. "Come, you three. We have the difficult task to set the unicorns free in their new home." A few minutes later, they emerged out of the airship with the unicorn herd in tow. The foals were quite peeved at the men staring at them around the courtyard. It didn't help. The men were all muttering amongst themselves, pointing at the unicorns. It took some effort, but Harry finally managed to lead the unicorns away into the one place in Winterfell where people cannot gain access easily: the Godswood. After releasing the unicorns into the interior of the Godswood, Harry was finally ready to face the rest of his family. But Before he did so, he needed to make sure of something first. You three have a choice to make. I see magical potential in you three more so than others. I'm sure as time passes and you practice more, you'll be able to master more complex spells. But this can only happen if you three are by my side. You can take a few days to think it over, Harry offered. His three students exchange a look amongst themselves. We don't need time to decide, my lord. We had discussed this matter before we began the journey back to the mainland, said Anya. We'd be honored to stay by your side and serve you, said Kyla, nodding resolutely. We'd like to learn more if you were willing to teach us, said Adela, respectfully dipping her head. Harry smiled at his three favorite students. Well, if you three have made up your mind to stay by my side, then your group needs a name, Harry said. After a moment of thought, a name came to his mind. Valkyrie, the handmaidens of gods. Innocent looking to normal eyes, but deadly bearing the weapons of gods. That's a strong name for sure, Harry and Stark, said a voice from above. Harry looked up, as did the Valkyrie, finding their eyes land on Spring, who was observing them all along. The child of the forest jumped down from the weirwood tree to stand amongst the four sorcerers. We have much to talk about, Harry and Stark. Now you know who the enemy is. It's time we make some plans, because trust me, the enemy has been preparing for a long time. And a prince of ice and fire. Harry looked into the crib, seeing the sleeping face of his little sister. She was cute as a button, which explained why he got the sudden urge to lightly pinch his little sister's cheek. He was careful to not wake her, though. With all the bustling activity within the walls of Winterfell, it was a miracle that his sister managed to put in a few hours of sleep. So, he was not going to disturb her, especially when that'd be detrimental for his mother, as well, who looked like she could use some sleep. Harry looked at his mother, who was frankly looking exhausted. Handling his siblings and a baby when the entire North was assembled in Winterfell was surely taxing on her body and mind. That's why Harry chose to quietly extract himself from his mother's room. Quietly shutting the door behind him, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. It had taken him quite a bit of effort to put his mother to sleep. In contrast, his baby sister was silent as a mule the whole time. Maybe she was listening in on Harry, getting a thorough dressing down for the stunts he pulled and the demands he made after King Robert's arrival. As usual, his mother's main gripe was with Jon getting legitimized. He was starting to see that when it comes to Jon, his mother was beyond any reason. His mother may love him no matter what, but she drew the line when it comes to Jon. It was frankly a shame that his mother could not see beyond her prejudices and fears regarding Jon. Old prejudices die hard, he thought. It didn't help that children born out of wedlock were given regional second names that'd end up defining them for their whole lives. This was an undull custom that filtered into the North. Probably, this was a consequence of adopting the common tongue, as the linguistic culture of undulls became the norm for all of Westeros. Outside of a major overhaul of the language, Harry didn't see any clear-cut way to fight against this social injustice. Not that he had any hope of convincing all the lords in the North otherwise in the first place. While children born out of wedlock are not seen as a sin in the North, the lords do care about the right of inheritance. The current set of traditions entrenched in society was too difficult to be successfully weeded out. If he somehow pushed the issue, anything that replaces the present traditions could end up twisting into something far more oppressive in the future. As he walked along the dimly lit corridors of Winterfell, he could see the light and distant chatter coming from the feast hall. The Lords of the North and the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch were negotiating over the new boundaries and who controls what. Based on some cursory reading of some documents in Maester Luwin's possession, Harry was certain the Night's Watch would lose out on some of their current holdings. It was an inevitable outcome. According to some rumors going around, House Umber may get an additional vassal house and total dominion over the eastern lands near the Wall. The rest of the lands would be under the nominal control of House Stark, with two major vassal houses asserting their dominion over those lands. But these were not the most important details as far as Harry was concerned. The detail that caught his eye was the plans surrounding the Sea Dragon Point. He never expected to be granted lands, much less a castle. Even if such an event was come to pass, he expected Moat Cailin to be his inheritance. Just as the lands near the Neck are in decline, the Neck was also a weak point. Moat Cailin was certainly not a desirable seat, but its value was not in the riches the nearby land holds, but for its strategic position. The castle is the last line of defense against the southern kingdoms and a strategic choke point. So, It came as a surprise for Harry to learn that his father was planning to build a castle on Sea Dragon Point. The aim here was to assert the North's presence in the Western Seas. In the context of the Greyjoy Rebellion, this move makes sense. Having a strong naval presence on the western shores would undoubtedly bolster the security of the North. Possibly, it could also stimulate more trade if a merchant fleet could be constructed and maintained at the shores. Gaining trade routes into the Riverlands, Westerlands, and the reach through the sea should stimulate the North's economic activity. The Ironborn menace was a concern, but he gathered that particular problem was not bound to be an issue for many years to come. Setting that aside, Harry could see some other advantages in having a castle to his name. He'd have preferred the moat, but a castle on Sea Dragon Point was also quite welcome. He was sure he could accommodate some of his plans for advancing the cause of magic in the area. The large size of the North should work in his favor for starting a school for magic. Perhaps establishing trade links with other parts of Westeros should also allow him access to find more magically inclined children. This needs further thought. Harry thought before retiring for the night. The next morning, Harry was inclined to slip into his old routine. He was to break his fast and report to the courtyard for some training, but all these plans got derailed by an invitation into his father's solar. The guards posted outside his father's solar allowed him entry without a fuss. As Harry stepped inside, he saw the Lord of Winterfell standing near the open windows of the chamber, quietly speaking with Maester Luwin. The sunlight streaking into the solar made Harry find several maps strewn across his father's table. Harry cleared his throat, gaining the attention of the two older men. "Take a seat, Harry," Eddard said, concluding the discussion with Maester Luwin. "Shall I take my leave, my lord?" "You may go, Maester. Please have Lord Manderley sent if he is available." Maester Luwin bowed and exited the chamber, leaving Harry alone with his father. Harry made himself comfortable in a chair near the table. "Benjen told me some disturbing things that happened at Skagos. Is there any truth to what your uncle says?" asked Eddard, coming close to Harry and looking into his eyes. "Well, there were some unexpected events, but nothing that I couldn't handle." Harry immediately found himself in a crushing hug. He awkwardly patted his father on the back. "I was so worried when Benjen said all those things to me last night. He was half drunk, so I didn't know whether he was making things up most of the time. Flying whites and magic. Arrows are not exactly believable snippets of an adventure story," said Eddard, releasing Harry from the hug. "I wish he was drunk and making all of that up. Those things were infesting the Skane Island, and something worse is stirring beyond the wall." Eddard looked taken aback, taking some time to properly digest what Harry was suggesting. "What do you mean, Harrian?" Eddard asked softly. "The tales of the Long Night are not merely tales and bedtime stories. I was warned to prepare for the second long night. The others are awake, and soon true winter will be upon us." Harry could see the internal struggle brewing behind his father's eyes. He expected nothing less. After all, it was no easy task to believe all those childhood horror stories to be real on a dime. "Who warned you?" Eddard eventually asked after taking his time to struggle with the piece of information he was presented by his son. "An ice dragon," said Harry, with a straight face, knowing full well how ridiculous he was sounding right now. This time, Eddard couldn't hide the disbelief as he openly gawked at Harry. "I'm not lying. I met an ice dragon, the last of its kind in Skane. It told me many things about our past and what we can expect in the future," said Harry. "Son, I don't think you are. The dragon also told me of a prince born of ice and fire who shall usher in the second age of dawn," said Harry, which had the intended effect on his father. The way his father froze and looked at him with fright confirmed some of his suspicions. When the ice dragon had informed him of the dragon blood flowing in Jon's veins, he had assumed Jon's mother had Valyrian descent. He had heard rumors of Jon's parentage before in Winterfell. Some rumors pointed to Asher Dane, who had committed suicide under unknown circumstances after the rebellion. He doubted House Dane has any substantial dragon blood outside of some Martell or Hightower marrying into their house. But another thought had entered his mind, and he only had the time to properly research the matter once he was in Winterfell. It took him some effort, but he dusted up an old tome written by Archmaester Gildane from Winterfell's library. It was there he found the Pact of Ice and Fire, an alliance forged between House Stark and House Targaryen by Jacaerys Velaryon. The pact required a Targaryen princess to marry a Stark of Winterfell. Of course, Such a match never happened after the dance concluded. He could also not see much enthusiasm by the Starks that followed Lord Cregan enforcing the pact. Either way, when he considered the pact and what it essentially entails, he came to a realization about Jon's true identity. Jon is not my brother, is he? He is my cousin. He is the son of Aunt Lyanna. The shock and fear written across his father's face all but confirmed his suspicions. He has the blood of the Dragonlords and the blood of Winter Kings in his veins. A perfect blend of ice and fire. Eddard shook himself out of the stupor and took hold of Harry by his shoulder. You should not speak of this matter with anyone else. Should someone find out? Eddard trailed off. Jon's life will be in danger. I know. Harry softly finished for his father.
No, son.
It'd be far worse. There'll be war. Robert won't tolerate a Targaryen's legacy to survive, least of all a child of Prince Rhaegar. He will call his banners if he learns of Jon. The North and its people will have to face the king's wrath. Thousands will die. Harry nodded in understanding at the bleak picture his father was painting. One day the South will find out the truth about Jon. When that time comes, maybe your friend will call his banners against us. But the Iron Throne will find that the North is not so easily cowed. I can promise you that, father. Cersei smiled happily, cooing over her daughter. There were ample reasons for her to be happy. The Ironborn rebellion was crushed and House Lannister exacted vengeance upon those good-for-nothing pirates. Any of those pesky pests waiting to pounce on her family for the Iron Throne would be slinking back to their caves in disappointment. Her husband might be a brutish oaf, but he was good for one thing: war. Robert's victory solidified his hold on the throne, which means her son would one day inherit the Iron Throne without much hassle. There were enemies like the Martells and ambitious lords waiting to sink their claws into her little lion, but she could take care of them all. The Septons say my daughter brought good fortune to Robert in the war with her birth, Cersei said, sliding the back of her fingers against her daughter's cheek. If births had anything to do with war, the Robert needn't have bothered to send the royal fleet or call his banners. Jaime japed. A sharp look was all it took to shut up her twin. She went back to fawning over her daughter, who was looking around in wonder with her bright green eyes. Her daughter was silent most of the time, but she giggled happily whenever she saw bright colors nearby. Tell me something, Jaime. Is it true what they say about Robert's new weapon? Asked Cersei, never taking her eyes off her daughter. I'm afraid for once the rumors are true. I have watched many knights and lords of the realm attempting to lift the hammer and fail. Robert was unstoppable with that hammer in the melee, said Jaime, remembering the carnage he saw being unleashed at Lannisport. I was hoping you'd say otherwise, Jaime. Cersei shook her head, taking to her feet. This does not bode well for Joffrey, she thought as she paced frantically in the room. More worryingly, could the Starks have known the true parentage of her little lions? Cersei dismissed that thought immediately. There was no way the Starks of all people could have known. Those northern barbarians have never set foot in this city after the rebellion. So, they know nothing. Cersei thought, coming to a stop at the open window which gave her a good view of the city. Father seems to think our daughter will be a good match for Harry Stark, Jaime whispered into her ears as she felt her twin's hands explore the contours of her body. My daughter will not be married off to some barbarian in the north, no matter what father thinks of the boy. Cersei hissed. Jaime merely moaned and began leaving a trail of kisses along her neck. Cersei, on the other hand, was far from leaving the matter aside. How could she? If it became known that her Joffrey cannot lift Robert's warhammer, then his legitimacy may come into question. She could not let that happen. Her eyes fell on the giant building sitting atop Visenya's hill. The city in Jaime's ministrations disappeared from her senses as she focused on the September of Baelor. Slowly, a smile flowered on her face as her mind came up with a solution to her dilemma. I need to arrange a meeting with the High Septon, she thought, just before losing herself in pleasure while her silken robes slipped down from her shoulders. Silos Poole stood watch over his charges in the training yard. Robb, as usual, was showing his proficiency with the sword. Once the lad grows more physically, he was sure Robb would be one tough swordsman. Now, Jon, on the other hand, was a natural. Jon fought with a sword as if he had to prove something. Silos understood the underlying reason why Jon treated every lesson as a battle to be won. As a bastard, Jon stood to inherit nothing. However, a skilled swordsman could have better prospects in the north. But this state of affairs was no longer relevant. John was now legitimized by King Robert. The lad was even given the go-ahead to take the Stark name. If anything, this has only spurred John to work hard in the training yard. Hallows liked that attitude in the lad. The ability to move forward despite the odds and constantly work hard are good qualities for a good soldier. He had even heard Ser Roderick say something along those lines to Lord Stark. He looked at the recent addition to their training yard. He didn't know what to make of Theon Greyjoy. Everything he knows about the Ironborn kept him on edge when it comes to the lad. Nonetheless, he'd say the lad has good footwork, noting the fast pace by which Theon was dodging Rob's wooden sword. It was to be expected since Theon was far older than Rob. "Oh look, it's Harry," Rob said, pausing in mid-swing. Hallows looked in the direction young Rob was pointing at. Sure enough, it was Harrion. Hallows raised an eyebrow when he noticed Harrion take a wooden sword as he entered the training yard. "A sword? I thought you preferred the archery range?" Hallows asked. He had thought Harrion would prefer the bow, especially considering those three strange girls were practicing in the range. Those three were the talk of the castle, strutting around everywhere with silly feather caps on their heads and calling themselves that stupid name. "Let's just say that I'd like to familiarize myself better with other weapons. Who knows? One day, it might come in handy," said Harry. Hallows was a bit surprised, but he welcomed this renewed interest in swordplay from Harrion. Turning to John, he raised a curious eyebrow. "Harry lost a bet with Uncle Benjen." Hallows didn't care about the details. If it was a bet that worked its magic on Harrion, then he'd take that as a blessing from the old gods. "All right then, Harrion. Pair up with John. You are on the defense." And this is the end of an introductory arc of the story, or let's say the first part of this story. From here on out, the story will be focusing on the North's rise in economic and military power. Secret plans. He hadn't planned on coming clean with his suspicions about John's parentage to his lord father this early. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and he counted his lucky stars he had the presence of mind to do so, because his father planned to have John shipped off to the Gift and take up the lordship of one of the castles with Uncle Benjen as the regent. Harry's warning about the White Walkers and the army of the dead, along with John's status as the prophesied prince, which he really didn't believe in but came extremely useful, has made his father reconsider those plans. The proximity of the Gift to the danger posed by the others was more than enough reason for Lord Eddard to set aside his plans for John. While Harry didn't personally give any credence to prophecies, his warning seems to have done the trick. Most prophecies were vague, downright trouble, and often self-fulfilling. That doesn't mean he was not above using the pretext of the prophecy to keep John close by. The enemy beyond the wall was not an easy foe for Harry to not take every possible precaution. Prophecy or not, John was dear to Lord Eddard. The Lord of Winterfell would not take any decision that'd endanger John's safety. Taking Harry's word about the threat looming beyond the wall, his father concluded that it'd be better if seasoned lords of the North take the lordships of the castles along the Gift. To that end, there were some serious changes made to the status of the lands near the wall. The western parts of lands closer to the Glover lands were integrated into the domain of House Glover. That was a lot of fertile land being offered for House Glover, not to mention the assistance of building 2 castles. In return, the Glovers were to provide wood, stone, and small folk for the construction of a port and castle on Sea Dragon Point. There were even some talks with House Tallheart to provide some material and manpower aid for the revival of Sea Dragon Point. The main issue was there were hardly any roads leading to that sliver of land capable of transporting men and materials. So, the first task before them was to create a suitable road network connecting Sea Dragon Point to Winterfell, Deepwood Motte, and Torrance Square. There was also the issue of proper surveys to be conducted to find a suitable spot for the castle and the proposed port. To that end, his father has charged Lord Manderley to share their experts who were maintaining the port city of White Harbor. While everyone else was running after castles, ports, fleets, and roads, Harry identified 2 critical components for the North to truly rise economically and militarily. The 2 components were food and people. The North lacked both, according to some of the reports Harry managed to nick from Maester Luwin's study. The lack of people to fill the vast expanse of the North was not something that he could remedy so easily. However, the food problem was something he could resolve. He was confident he could realign the natural magic of the land to increase the fertility of farmlands and triple the yields. He managed that by using runestones in the northern mountains. He didn't see why he can't replicate the same in other pockets of land spread out throughout the north. That's why Harry was present in his father's solar with Lords Manderley, Riswell, Bolton, Glover, Tallhart, Hornwood, Umber, Karstark, Mormont, and Lady Dustin. There were even some of the lords of the northern mountain clans present. Harry sat on a chair by his father's side. He was present along with Rob. They sat on either side of his father, who stood poring over the map of the north sprawled out on the table. The northern lords and Lady Dustin also stood around the table looking at the map. "My lords," Lady Dustin, "as you have probably heard by now, my son Harry is gifted with abilities we've only heard of in our youths from stories and legends about the age of heroes." Eddard began. Many pairs of eyes turned towards Harry, who greeted them all with a polite smile. "Many here already know my son and brother led an expedition to Skagos in the island of Skane. In their journey, they encountered a threat to the north. Are you seriously asking us to believe the fanciful tales of flying wights, my lord?" Lord Manderley asked incredulously, not at all ignorant of some of the fanciful tales spreading in the castle after the expedition returned. "Not just wights, Lord Manderley. The White Walkers, the ancient enemy of the first men, have risen from their slumber beyond the wall. They're building an army of dead men, giants, mammoths, and other dark creatures the North has forgotten from ages past. If we do not prepare for what is to come, all that we know and all that we love shall be wiped away by the coming storm," Harry quietly said, his voice carrying through the room, leaving the lords of the north staring at him in disbelief. "My lord, while I'm sure your son is a gifted lad, surely you do not expect us to take this seriously?" asked Lord Roderick Riswell, a man of gray hair and dark eyes. Amongst the gathered lords, Lord Roderick was the oldest and some would say the wisest. "I'm afraid I'm asking you to take this very seriously, Lord Roderick. I've ascertained the truth by speaking with every man and woman in the expedition who witnessed the whites. Should any of you doubt my word, then I can call for those witnesses, including my brother, and make them recount their experiences right now," said Eddard, silencing the lords who remained skeptical. "My lord, nobody here would question your integrity. It's just that we find it very difficult to accept that some of those children's tales are suddenly true," said Lord Hornwood, in a tactful manner to not offend the Warden of the North. Harry stood up from his seat and walked towards the window. He pushed it open and turned towards the occupants of the room. "I understand it's difficult to comprehend. It's a tall task to ask any man or woman to believe in wights and White Walkers. But if this information came from one of those legendary creatures in those stories..." Harry felt a familiar presence appear by the open window. "Then you'll be forced to confront the truth." The lords of the north, including his father and Rob, gasped in surprise. Some were so shocked they stepped back in fright, while others were sporting bug-eyed expressions on their faces, frozen to the floor, unable to move an inch. "My lords, let me introduce you to our honored guest. Her name is Spring. She has traveled from beyond the wall to warn us of the coming storm," said Harry, helping the Spring down from the open window into the room. Even Rob and Lord Eddard were left flabbergasted. He had not warned them about Spring, nor had he told them that he'd bring a child of the forest for this particular meeting. "I'm afraid this is the best proof I can produce before the lords of the north. The only other way is to smuggle a white or a White Walker through the wall. But, seeing as that's what we are trying to prevent..." Harry let the hang for a second. "The long night will descend upon the world of men. Darkness shall once again cover this continent from the north to Dorne. I've come here to warn the Starks of Winterfell that the ancient enemy is stirring beyond the wall. My work here is done," said Spring, her eyes finding Eddard, Rob, and Harry. "The rest is in your hands. Pray to the old gods that you've enough time for what is to come. Prepare your people." With her piece said, Spring took her leave through the open window. For dramatic effect, Harry subtly pulled the window using his ring to close it, startling everyone gathered in his father's solar. Going by the flinching he saw on the many lords of the north, he succeeded. Harry was quite relieved. Spring's presence seemed to have a positive effect on the lords. "I hope that proves not all stories are merely fictional. Sometimes stories tend to hold some grain of truth," Harry said, returning back to his seat by his father's side. "Last Hearth is closer to the wall than any other settlement in the north. For centuries, we've not heard a peep about the children. If one has come here in Winterfell to warn us, then I'd take that warning very seriously." The old gods blessed the young Stark here with great powers for a reason. House Umber will do whatever the Starks of Winterfell require, and we shall face the coming storm together," said John Umber, his usual gruff voice bringing some life back into the room. "Aye, the gods themselves have spoken and given us the means to tide over this coming calamity," said Lord Manderley, nodding respectfully at Harry. "All of North will suffer if we stay complicit. All our resources are yours to command, Lord Stark. What would you have us do?" Lord Riswell asked, his gray eyes now far more alert and serious. "We need to build back our fleets and expand our roads for better connectivity. We also need to resettle the gift and build back our defenses along the wall. We need better yields and storage capabilities to ensure food security. We need to reinforce our castles and prepare an army capable of defending the north," Eddard said grimly, leaving no doubt about the arduous task ahead of them. "But first, we can begin by securing our food supplies. I believe I can be of aid in the venture provided I have the support of the North," Harry offered. He was greeted by agreeable nods from the Northern lords, some more reluctant than others. Either way, it was a good start, and he was confident he could gain their trust in time. By the time their meeting concluded, everyone swore an oath of secrecy to keep what happened here a secret. Without the permission of the Lord of Winterfell, the information about the White Walkers or their plans to turn the North into a fertile land was not to be shared with anyone. The Northerners were tough people. The challenging climate, terrain, and the wild creatures that inhabit the vast lands belonging to the North required the people to be tough and unyielding. Because it takes a lot of strength for the old people of the North to abandon the villages and towns when the winter sets in so that the young have enough to feed. The sad fact was this was no isolated incident happening in a specific area of the North. From the gift to the neck, the good people of the North have sacrificed themselves so that their children and grandchildren survive the winter. The youngsters of the North have grown up watching their elders sacrifice for their sake. So, there ought to be no surprise when most of the Northerners grow up to be hardened men and women, not so easily impressed. By virtue, the lords ruling over these people were bound to be more stubborn. That's why Harry selected the lands of the principal houses of the North in the first phase. Not to mention these houses were close to some of the largest settlements in the North. By turning the lands closer to castles like Dreadfort, Last Hearth, Deepwood Motte, Torrens Square, Hornwood, White Harbor, the lands belonging to the mountain clans etc. fertile, he could increase his reach. The reason he included the mountain clans in this grouping was that they were particularly vulnerable to food scarcity. They were far too isolated in the mountains, and most importantly, spring had keyed him in on a little secret. The White Walkers and their army were particularly vulnerable to dragonglass. The northern mountains hold a large deposit of the substance for some reason. Usually, dragonglass was largely found near volcanoes. As far as he was aware, there were no volcanoes among the northern mountains. He had checked that detail with Maester Luwin after Spring informed him of the huge dragonglass deposit and their use. Most likely there was a hidden volcano, perhaps an underground one that has remained inert. "My lord," Anya called out to him, emerging from the section of the Godswood dedicated to the unicorns. Anya was not alone. She was followed by her fellow sisters of the Valkyrie. Kyla and Adela were carrying 2 small clay pots in their hands. "We have completed the task, my lord." Harry nodded, accepting the 2 pots into his hands. Inside the clay pots lay small pieces of unicorn horns his Valkyrie managed to procure. "Did the unicorns give you any trouble?" he asked, securing the horns into a bottomless pouch. "No, my lord. We were careful to not inconvenience them in any way." And Adela was quite proficient with her songs, which made them more docile as you predicted, said Anya. "Good. Now come. We have work to do. The cure for spring sickness needs those immersing runes to increase the vitality of the potion," said Harry, leading his students to his new rudimentary potion lab. There was not much in his potion lab, just a few pots that were simmering under magical fire with some of the magical leaves he found from Skane. One particular potion was for keeping healthy teeth. The red mint leaves he found in Skane were quite suited for the potion. Theoretically, a paste made of red mint leaves blended with ashwood dust and powdered dragon bones should be ideal for mending injuries as severe as fractured bones in a few hours. There was only a limited supply of dragon bones in his possession, which made the paste quite valuable in his eyes. So, he was planning to produce a limited quantity of the paste, and the tooth-restoring potion until more dragon bone was available for him. Harry focused on the task of crafting the rune stones after he secured the potion under preservation charms in a bronze vessel. The need for more glass utensils and vessels was becoming more and more apparent. After all, potions tend to lose their magical luster if they are not kept in inert containers. The metal vessels won't damage the potion, but over time the quality of the potion diminishes. Glass, on the other hand, appears to behave neutrally to magical potions, more so than the clay pots that are commonly used to make them in the first place. While he was working on the rune stones, he charged his 3 students to focus on their runic studies. Nothing too complicated. He was teaching them a chain script used for detection wards. A knock on the door made Harry look up from his work. His students made to stand, but he waved them away. With a sharp tug of his hand, the door swung open thanks to the power ring. On the other side, there was Rob, John, and surprisingly enough, Theon Greyjoy. He had seen the Greyjoy heir in the castle and the training yard, but he had never got the chance to interact properly. He pitied the Greyjoy heir. To be a hostage in enemy territory far away from home was not something he'd wish on any kid. If memory serves him right, the kid lost 2 elder brothers in the failed Ironborn rebellion. However, what took his attention was the happy faces John and Rob were sporting. "You two seem to be happy. What happened?" Harry asked. "We just heard Maester Luwin talk to Father about the auction in Bravos. The Lannisters won the bid," said Rob, his blue eyes lighting up. "Harry, you won't believe the sum of gold they're going to cough up. It's more than 4 million gold dragons," John said excitedly. "Oh, that's good to know." Harry shrugged before going back to the work he was doing with runes. 4 million is a big number, isn't it?" Rob quietly asked John and Theon. "It should be," John whispered back. "Then why isn't your brother excited?" Theon whispered back at the two. "I don't know," John and Rob chorused. Harry was keeping tabs on the exchange between the 3 kids with some amusement. Spellforged steel and its sale was not exactly a huge topic of concern in his mind. While he was happy his craft was valued at such a huge price, he was nonetheless not so surprised. The moment his father had appraised him about the auction that was being held by the Iron Bank, he had expected something of this sort. Instead of concerning himself with such trivial matters, he was completely engaged in more important matters like the defense against the others and their master. Spellforged weapons were merely a means to an end. It was good for amassing wealth, but that was not his only medium of gathering wealth. His plans would see to it the North become a vital exporter of finished goods. A little more work needs to be done to improve things on the ground. And from that prosperity, he'd build an entirely new culture in the North, one that'd facilitate a thriving magical society. Perhaps in time, he could spread that influence to other parts of the 7 kingdoms. There were bound to be more people with magical potential just waiting to be discovered. This was just the start. And the magical magnifier. The magical fire burned brightly, boosting the intensity of heat, reflecting his will. Harry stood over the melting pot where his refining charms were doing their work by removing all impurities from the molten glass. It took him only some 10 minutes to finally pull off what he was hoping to build. Harry carefully lowered the glass piece into the equipment and sealed it under several layers of protective charms. After making sure all the charms were binding properly, he activated the runes he had painstakingly carved all over the equipment. Fine squiggly lines lit up with a green hue as the runes were charged with his magic. Harry smiled and took a moment to pat himself on his back for a job well done. Sitting before him on his work desk was the most advanced magical magnifier this world has ever known. The Department of Mysteries used to study magical maladies like dragonpox and other diseases unique to wizardkind using this device. The Unspeakables adapted it by reversing the spell chains used in magical telescopes. Speaking of telescopes, he was planning to create one to make accurate star charts and planetary alignments as soon as possible. Now that he has access to dragon bones and unicorn horns, there were some mild rituals that he could design and use in the near future. Some selective wards and spells also depend on the alignments of celestial bodies. For example, the Porky charm was heavily dependent on the position of the moon, sun, and Mercury. It was from this system the Muggle Romans adopted Mercury as their god of travelers. Rituals, ward schemes, potions, and some select spells require the cooperation of planetary bodies and stars. Without knowing the orbits of neighboring planets, moons, the sun, and the stars which influence this planet, much of Harry's knowledge would be useless. This lack of information was also one of the major reasons why he was not comfortable experimenting with apparition. All of that could be taken care of in time. It was only a matter of time for Harry to set up a proper telescope and trace out the system of planets, moons, and other celestial bodies closer to the sun. He double-checked the magnifier one last time before he brought up Aemon Targaryen's blood sample. Placing a drop of blood on a glass slide, he used the magical magnifier on the blood. Looking through the charmed glass of the magnifier, Harry was able to take a good look at the famed dragon blood of Valyria. The two glass pieces on both ends of the scope of the magnifier worked in tandem to decipher the secrets behind the specimen. At first, Harry saw nothing out of the ordinary in the blood. He could see the red and white blood cells. On magnifying further, he could get a more clear picture of many disc-shaped platelets. Nothing was amiss. Harry twisted the small knob on the magnifier side, which activated a cluster of runes that activated what the Department of Mysteries called the Mage Sight. Once the Mage Sight was activated, the image shifted in the magnifier. The red and white blood cells were no longer in their normal color scheme. The red blood cells were now as black as night, and the white blood cells took on an amethyst hue. Definitely the telltale signs of an inherited blood ritual. Harry thought, completely fascinated by this latest find. He was suitably impressed by whatever blood-binding ritual the Valyrians used. After all, Valyria has been dead for almost 400 years. So, it was a surprise to find the effects of the blood ritual remained visible after so long. Unless, of course, the Targaryens were somehow secretly doing complementary rituals and refining the blood magic embedded in their bloodline after Aenar's exile from Valyria. Whatever the case, Harry was sure the Targaryens lost their magical knowledge after the dance robbed them of their dragons. In any case, he was quite impressed to see the remnants of the blood-binding ritual last for this long. The blood magic lay dormant in Aemon Targaryen's blood, which made Harry curious about Jon. Jon was the first Valyrian with Stark blood in his veins. Well, first that he knows for sure. Perhaps I should take a sample from Jon and do a comparative study, he thought, before going back to studying the blood sample of Maester Aemon. The Valyrians believed their bloodline became strong through incestuous couples. The fact that the Valyrian houses have lasted as long as they did without any deformities did make Harry sit up and take interest in their blood. The pureblood families of the wizarding world had many magical traits inherited from their ancestors. Those gifts eroded over time because of inbreeding. The fact that the Valyrians managed to hold on to their gifts even after inbreeding to the extent that they did was truly fascinating to Harry. Interestingly enough, the Targaryens seem to have lost their ability to hatch dragons after they married outside their family. Either the Targaryens lost the knowledge, or they lost their magic. Harry was interested to find out more details from the blood sample. However, his inquiry into the blood sample was put on hold as there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he said, looking up from the magnifier as the door to his lab swung open. His eyes lit up in interest as Mance Rayder stepped into his lab. "Sorry for the tardiness, lad. I was busy securing the provisions for our journey," said Mance, carefully walking between two large tables filled to the brim with steaming pots and kettles. At one point, Mance would have marveled at the fact that he was seeing fires burning brightly atop a wooden table without damaging the wood. But after everything he saw and heard in his latest journey to Skane with the young Stark, he knew anything was possible when it comes to magic. "So, you are leaving then?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Oh, trust me, I'd prefer to stay. But the Lord Commander sees no reason to extend our stay now that the matters pertaining to the gift are resolved to his satisfaction," said Mance, taking a whiff out of an aromatic leaf he found on one of the tables. "I heard Lord Commander Mormont managed to keep the Dominion of Brandon's gift for the Night's Watch," Harry commented, putting the blood samples under preservation charms and walking around his workstation. "Not all of it. There are castles left unattended by the Night's Watch. The status of these castles and the lands attached to them remains unresolved." Harry shrugged disinterestedly while eyeing Mance Rayder closely. "I heard from a black brother that you were born on the other side of the wall." "'Tis no secret," Mance shrugged. However, Harry noticed the subtle shift in Mance Rayder's demeanor. The man suddenly became on guard and his eyes crinkled along the edges. "Do you keep contact with the wildlings?" Harry asked, tilting his head to the side. "Oh yes. Unfortunately, those who come in contact with me rarely live to tell the tale," said Mance, his sharp brown eyes trained steadily on Harry's gray eyes. Harry broke off the eye contact and sighed. Well, that's a shame. Should you somehow come to establish better contact with the wildlings in the future? Harry fished out a small wooden box from his pocket and gave it to Mance Rayder. This will serve you well. Mance caught the wooden box in his palm. To his surprise, it was the magic box that can find the north. You saw what we found in Skane. Something far worse is stirring beyond the wall, Harry said grimly. When the time comes, I hope it'll serve you well. Mance looked at the compass and the lad who gave him the magic box. What exactly are you asking me to do, lad? Mance asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry smiled. The dead are gathering beyond the wall. The living is their enemy. All the living. Mance eyed the young Stark boy, trying hard to understand what made the lad so different. You are one strange child, Mance settled on saying, abandoning his attempts to wrap his head around the strangeness hanging around the young Stark. I'll take that as a compliment. Harry noted the sadness in John's eyes, who was watching Uncle Benjen disappear down the King's Road further north. 'Tis not fair Uncle Benjen has to go away, John mumbled sadly. Harry patted John on his back. He'll be fine. He is a Stark. He doesn't belong there with those people, said John, a sniffle escaping his mouth. One of the useful consequences of their journey to the wall was that John no longer held the Night's Watch in high regard. In the past, John always wanted to follow their uncle in becoming a ranger of the Night's Watch. But having seen the true state of the Night's Watch, it was safe to say all the appeal John had built around the ancient order guarding the wall has dipped several notches. If you are planning to stand there and brood all day, I'll have your hair turn pink again, Harry threatened. John was jolted out of the stupor and proceeded to follow Harry to the training yard. In the training yard, Harry was expecting the usual. With Sir Roderick returning from the south, Harry was expecting more grueling training sessions, but strangely enough, there was no one in the yard except for Theon Greyjoy and a few guards. Where did everyone go? John asked. I don't know. Let's ask him, Harry said, moving towards Theon, who was practicing in the archery range. Theon, Harry called, approaching the Greyjoy heir. Harry got the feeling that Theon Greyjoy was not particularly fond of being stuck in Winterfell. It was quite understandable, considering the Greyjoy heir was more of a hostage than a ward. The reputation of the Ironborn among the Northerners was also a hurdle for Theon. The people of Winterfell were wary of Theon and saw him as an ill omen. This left the Greyjoy heir in a peculiar position. At least, Robb seems to have taken a genuine liking to Theon and has tried to make the kid feel more welcome in the castle. Harry and John. Theon nodded at them briefly before going back to knocking another arrow and taking aim. Where is everyone? I thought Sir Roderick was supposed to be training us today, Harry asked. You haven't heard? House Lannister has arrived. Robb said something about giving them a magic sword, Theon said, shrugging his shoulders before releasing the arrow. The arrow thudded against the practice dummy far closer to the target mark. That's impressive, Harry praised. We should go. Lord and Lady Stark should be looking for you, John urged. However, before they could go, Theon spoke up. In the Iron Islands, magic is seen as evil. The punishment for magic is death by drowning, said Theon. Harry paused in his tracks as his mind conjured up horrific images of his lost homeland, the suffering and sacrifices his people endured because of muggles and their undying greed. Harry turned to look at Theon, who slowly began to lose his smile, and fear began to set in his eyes. Harry? John shook him lightly. It was only then he came to realize his magic was raging out of control. The old battle instincts he had long suppressed came out, breaking the floodgates. The air around him was dead and becoming increasingly arduous to breathe. Harry, he was just joking. John tried to console him. No, Greyjoy might have cushioned it as a joke, but it is the truth, Harry thought. A few minutes later, Harry was toiling away in the forge, taking in the full heat of the magical fire that was melting the metal ingots in the pot. His mood was not by any means in the positive range, and his magic was reflective of that mood. The usual red and yellow flame he conjured with his wand was now bright blue with a white hue in between. The heat inside the forge was such that it became extremely difficult to breathe properly. And yet, Kevin Lannister was braving the hostile atmosphere inside the forge, and so was Domeric Bolton. The Bolton heir has been hanging around Winterfell like a niffler looking for a treasure. He found it somewhat amusing that the strangely silent Lord of Dreadfort would have a talkative son like Domeric. In the short time he came to know about Domeric Bolton, Harry heard the long tale of how the kid was sent away from Dreadfort to stay as a cupbearer for Barbary Dustin. Then there was the long story that led to squiring for Lord Horton Redfort. Harry was really annoyed and not in the mood to entertain the kid, but Kevin Lannister for some reason was interested in the kid. Or maybe this Kevin Lannister was just humoring the kid. Either way, it was getting annoying. Lord Kevin, do you have any color preferences? Harry asked, as he saw the molten metal was ready for spell forging techniques. You can add color to the sword? Kevin asked, intrigued. Yes. If you want, I can imbue House Lannister's colors into the sword. Harry offered. That'd be most welcome, Kevin replied, after thinking it through in his mind. Harry nodded before starting the chain of spells as the molten metal was poured into the open mold. As the metal refined under his spells and runes, he made some slight adjustments for the Lannister colors of red and gold to reflect on the blade. When the forge finally became cold, the sword was ready. The two faces of the blade dominated in golden color with fine red lines running along its periphery. The classic ripple patterns were visible for those blessed with the eye for detail, but the golden color undoubtedly dominated the blade. What do you think? Harry asked, picking up the blade after forcibly cooling it down to room temperature. After a last-minute scrutiny, he handed over the blade to Sir Kevin. The Lannister knight was left speechless and simply admired the sword presented to him for a period. It's simply marvelous, Kevin whispered, running his hands over the smooth periphery of the sword. Do you have a name for it? Domeric Bolton asked, marveling at the beauty of the blade. Not yet. The honor of naming it goes to my brother, said Sir Kevin. Harry shrugged. His job ended with forging the sword. What happens from then on was not his concern. While the Lannisters were celebrating and his father was busy procuring accommodations for their new guests, Harry was making plans of his own. He could not afford to let the castle's construction lag behind. The need for consolidating Sea Dragon Point was absolutely vital, and a fleet capable of not just protecting the shores, but also in offensive capabilities was warranted. He has an idea on speeding up the construction of the castle, but that'd have to wait. He was not ready to use that trick up his sleeve without testing it on the ground. Harry turned his eyes to the burned tower where crows have made a stable home for their kind. I suppose I can modify some of those dwarven magic to restore the tower. That should be a good start, Harry muttered to himself, before going back to focusing on making more potions. And the mysteries of Astronomy Tower. Have you taken leave of your senses, uncle? Mace asked incredulously. Oh, I'm quite sure my mind is as sharp as ever, nephew, Maester Gorman replied. For once, Olenna was on her son's side. It was ridiculous to take Maester Gorman seriously when he comes with tales of flying ships and far eyes that can see worlds far away in the sky. Surely, the aging uncle of her son has gone senile for believing the fanciful tales spun by Winterfell's Maester. There was no other reasonable explanation that could make sense to her ears. It's not as if I'm the only one taking these tales seriously. The Archmasters of the Citadel have verified the veracity of Maester Luwin's claims through Maester Rodri of Castle Serwyn. As we speak, the Citadel is gathering a delegation to go north and study more on these claims, said Maester Gorman. This is preposterous. Are the Archmasters claiming magic is real? Mace asked incredulously. Olenna watched silently as Maester Gorman sputtered indignantly, his cheeks flushed in embarrassment. The fact that Gorman Tyrell didn't deny the existence of magic made all she wanted to know on the matter. So, even the wise Archmasters are taking these claims seriously, and they have been saying magic is dead to all who would hear them for centuries. Olenna thought. She was still skeptical of these outlandish claims that the Starks managed to build a flying boat. Even the Valyrians at the height of their power never claimed such a feat, and those incest-ridden fools were the foremost experts when it comes to weaponizing magic. Then again, those silver-haired idiots may not have thought to use their magic for making boats fly. They had dragons for that. Are you planning to visit Winterfell, Gorman? Olenna asked, leaning forward in her seat and cutting through her son's vehement denials about the existence of magic. Well, I'm not a young man, as you well know. A journey to Winterfell is not exactly conducive to my health. Besides, I'm sure there are far younger Archmasters, experts in their disciplines, better suited for the task, said Gorman, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. A simple no would have sufficed. It's a shame you are not part of this delegation. It'd have served House Tyrell better if we had a pair of eyes that we can implicitly trust at Winterfell, said Olenna, making her son and Gorman frown. Mother, surely you can't be trusting these tales of flying boats and magic far eyes. Surely, there must be a reason why the High Septon has declared Harry Stark as a dangerous heretic. Olenna couldn't help herself but roll her eyes at how naive her son was when it comes to looking beyond his nose. Sometimes, she wondered how someone like Mace could have been born from her womb. Oh, she knew her son has his strengths in pampering their enemies with honeyed words and gifts, but she wished he could think for himself and not take everything at face value. Granted, even she was quite surprised when the High Septon's proclamation about the heretic nature of Harry Stark and warning the faithful to exercise caution to the gifts of the Stark boy. It was so unlike the Faith to get involved in the business of the great houses of Westeros. The Faith has always understood to work alongside the great houses was to its advantage. The same was true for the great houses as well. The two were not to battle it out in the open. Any disputes or differences in opinion were to be resolved peacefully in the shadows with none the wiser. So, she was quite stumped why the High Septon would openly declare against a son of a lord's paramount so brazenly. When her spies came back with the reason behind this unexpected move from the High Septon, she only got more confused. Even now, she could not fathom why in the Seven Hells Cersei Lannister wishes to discredit one of her husband's staunchest allies. I don't know why the High Septon would have a change of heart when all this time many Septons throughout the Seven Kingdoms were content to credit the gifts of Harry Stark as a blessing from the Seven. Olenna said, eyeing her son, are you willing to abandon your hopes of fetching a Valyrian steel sword for House Tyrell? Of course not, mother. Next time I'll surely outbid everyone. Mace said indignantly, still smarting over his defeat from Kevin Lannister. Good. The High Septon has nothing to lose by alienating the Starks. House Tyrell, on the other hand, only stands to gain should we make our moves carefully, said Olenna, thinking of the many advantages the current developments would undoubtedly present themselves. If Cersei Lannister was intent on weakening her husband's hold on the Iron Throne, Olenna was only too happy to take advantage of the woman's mistakes. Mace, you mentioned finding a good knight for Garland to squire. I think Winterfell might just be a good place for Garland to grow into a fine knight. Surely you jest, mother. Mace waved off Olenna's proposal. I think your mother has a point, nephew, said Gorman, exchanging a nod of understanding with Olenna. Mace looked struck by how easily his uncle also agreed with his mother's suggestion. Mother, you can't expect me to send Garland to that frozen wasteland amongst those tree worshippers. Mace protested, but folded up with one sharp look from her. Internally, Olenna lamented that her son was still afraid of her at the slightest perceived hostility from her. She wondered when her son would grow a spine and properly stand up to her on issues like these. The only saving grace was that Willis was shaping up to have a strong character despite his unfortunate accident. Lady Olenna's suggestion is not without merit, nephew. There are knights in Winterfell anointed in the name of the Seven, and by the king no less. Maester Gorman explained. Besides, think of how Garland could be friends with the heir of Winterfell and the heir of Pike. That's two future lords paramount. The Starks are also related to Aerys and Tullis. If Garland inherited your charms, then I'm sure he'd be in a good position to build bridges to four great houses in little to no time. Olenna covertly shook her head at the spark of pride mixed with acceptance shining in Mace's eyes. She lamented the fact that her son was so easily taken by even a small bit of praise. Thankfully, her son's weakness mostly surfaces when it comes to family. Now that her son was in agreement, it required the Starks to accept Garland as a ward. No force in the world could have stopped Harry from witnessing this monumental task. He eagerly looked on with Sansa by his side, silently urging the third occupant. When Arya finally managed to crawl all the way across the room into his arms, Harry picked up his younger sister and made a spin on his heels. Excited giggling escaped little Arya's baby mouth while Sansa clapped along happily. My turn, Sansa insisted, tugging at his hands while looking eagerly at Arya. All right, be careful, he cautioned before handing over little Arya to Sansa's hands. Arya pouted at being denied access to continue pinching his cheeks. But Her disappointment was quickly drained away when she found herself getting access to Sansa's fiery red mane. Harry watched amusedly as Sansa carried away Arya on her shoulders with Jane Poole trailing behind. Keep an eye on them. Sansa and Jane can get overzealous when it comes to their tea parties, said Harry, charging Adela to look after his sisters before taking his leave. Coming out of their impromptu playroom of sorts, Harry stretched his limbs. His advanced capabilities in picking up his letters and numbers excused him from further daily lessons by Maester Luwin. Harry was quite thrilled when the Maester suggested this to his father and mother. What he didn't expect was to assume the responsibility of looking after Arya. He had hoped to utilize the free time to do more magical research. But his mother was under the impression that he was already spending too much time in his lab, and he could use some normal time. That's how he wound up in charge of looking after Arya while John, Rob, and Theon attended lessons with Maester Luwin. He would have vehemently complained if it was not for the results of this normal time that ended up increasing his productivity. Harry trained his eyes on the former burned tower, often referred to as the Broken Tower. But no longer did the people of Winterfell call it the Broken Tower because it was no longer broken. In the place of a large pile of loose stones, fallen levels, and damaged beams, there stood a tall, aesthetic structure made of gleaming white marble towering over everything Winterfell had to offer. The sunlight gleamed, reflecting out of the smooth surface of the tower, which Harry dubbed the Astronomy Tower. The name was yet to get popular, but he was sure once his astronomical discoveries get more recognition, the name will get more traction. Right now, only Maester Luwin and Maester Rodri were interested in the particulars behind the tower and the study of stars. Not even his father was all that interested in the findings when it comes to astronomy, which was quite understandable. The Lord of Winterfell has other duties rather than focusing on the discoveries related to the sky. Now, Harry, on the other hand, was very much invested in tracing out the nearby planets and stars. The work was not complete, but he managed to discover 10 planets orbiting the sun, which has thrown a wrench into some of his plans. Most of his rituals would have to be recalibrated, as was the case for some of the spells and runes. While this latest bit of discovery was troublesome news, there were also ample reasons to celebrate as well. Harry managed to successfully combine a little bit of alchemy and dwarvish construction methods to build the Astronomy Tower. Harry was quite satisfied with the overall architecture of the tower. There was more room for improvement for sure, but it was a masterpiece. The tower ended up far more narrow than he intended, and the stairs were not up to his expected aesthetic standards. Other than those two issues, his work with the tower was quite exemplary for a first attempt. Once the surveyors find a suitable hilltop, Harry was ready to construct his new castle at Sea Dragon Point by using magic, and that was why he was in the process of scanning the structure of Winterfell. The innate magic of the castle and some of the age-old, partially functioning runes were proving to be a hurdle. Despite centuries of magical neglect, the ancient runes carved into the foundation stones of Winterfell seemed to work somewhat. Harry was quite surprised when he discerned the intent behind those runes. The First Men runes inside Winterfell did not prevent anyone hostile from attacking Winterfell or its inhabitants, but the runes would recognize the identity of the enemies and impart a curse of misfortune. When Harry found the intent of these old runes, he was careful to not trigger its wrath on him or his trusted Valkyrie, who was charged with positioning his ward stones. In the end, Harry came up with a simple solution. He recalibrated his ward stones and created a blanket ward encompassing the entirety of the castle. The new ward scheme was not unduly complicated. It was an intent-based ward that was set to deliver a wave of nausea to anyone holding ill intent towards House Stark. This way, he could translate the intent behind the ward to the pre-existing rune-based curse as the first strike of sorts against a hostile enemy. It was only by enshrining his new ward as a defense mechanism could he gain access to the age-old protections of Winterfell. It was no easy task. It had taken him many sleepless nights and sacrificing hours of leisure time to properly divine the intent of the old protections. I still don't understand why you didn't just remove the old runes, my lord. It'd have been far safer to exert your will on the protections of Winterfell. Anya commented, climbing their way towards the top level of the Astronomy Tower under the cover of the night. I could do that, but magic is not a tool that can be easily discarded. There is intent imbued in every spell, whether it is cast through a wand or impressed on stone in the form of runes. These intents and emotions behind the spell cannot be dismissed, especially when the magic behind it has endured for thousands of years. The safe way forward is to incorporate the magic that has worked so far into the new ward schemes, said Harry, tapping a patch of wall with his wand after finally reaching the topmost level. A small fire burned nearby, giving them the necessary light to see in the dark. Before their eyes, the white marble collapsed backwards, granting them entry to a set of secret stairs. The stairs led to a secret chamber where the ward stone monitored the protections around Winterfell, as well as gathered the structural design of the castle. Harry placed his power ring on an altar inside the chamber. A section of the floor folded up, showing the ward stone with glowing red runes. Harry and Anya knelt on the floor near the ward stone. Harry reached out and plucked the ward stone out of the floor, and he could feel the wards collapse around Winterfell. Did it capture the structure? Anya asked. Harry sharpened his mind and allowed his magic to coalesce over the ward stone. His mind was easily pulled into the magic gathered inside the pulsating runes, and he could see the superstructure of Winterfell within his mind. The foundations of the first keep remained ever elusive even from the scanning of the ward stone. He was now totally convinced there was a structure or a chamber beneath the first keep, submerged under the hot spring. For some reason, it refused to interact and refused to be found in any manner. His magical scans have all failed to garner any sort of reaction or information from the structure. It was as if the structure was sealed off by an obscure ward. Even after gaining access to the old ruins of the castle, he was not allowed entry or knowledge about the secret chamber, which was a shame. Harry blinked as he came out of the trance. The ward stone remained pulsing with runes on his palm. Harry reached out with his free hand towards Anya. His faithful student fished out one of the ice dragon crystals from a sealed box. The crystal was configured into the shape of an egg with finely crafted runes carved over its smooth surface. The runes glowed bright white as the crystal was placed in his hands. Harry placed the crystal in place of the ward stone. His mind jerked as the wards kicked in with full force. Other than the induced nausea for anyone looking to harm House Stark, the new crystal wardstone was primed to strengthen the castle and its gates against any foe in case of an attack. There were other defenses in play, like barriers and jinxes that were designed to keep the enemy down. Harry watched as the floor closed up over the crystal, hiding it from his sight, after he retried the power ring from the altar. "Are you going to inform Lord Stark of the wards?" Anya asked. Once Harry secured the wardstone, he retrieved from the chamber into a box. Not yet. I want to make sure the wards are working properly before I bring up the matter with Father." Harry paused halfway to the stairs, turning to look at Anya. "Keep an eye on the castle's inhabitants. If anyone suddenly falls ill or finds themselves tripping repeatedly while walking, note them and report to me once I return from White Harbor." "Are you going to agree, my lord?" asked Maester Luwin. Eddard was not sure what to make of the request from the Tyrells. To send Mace Tyrell's second son to foster under his roof was not something he expected from the Tyrells. The Reach has always been Targaryen loyalists, and they proved their loyalty during the rebellion. He had cut down many fine knights of the Reach at the Trident and at the Stony September. Even though he never saw any major Reach lords at either location, there were many soldiers and knights representing the Reach fighting beside Rhaegar and Jon Cunnington. On the other hand, Mace Tyrell did surrender and bend the knee without further bloodshed, and has been loyal to Robert ever since Aerys was dethroned. The Red Wine Fleet played a crucial role in beating back the Iron Fleet, and the Tyrells did send some troops when Robert called the banners. The Tyrells are bound by blood to the Hightowers and the Red Wines. They also wield considerable influence in the Citadel. Maester Luwin said. Eddard looked at the Maester for a time before sighing. Maester Luwin is right. The Tyrells are well connected. Eddard thought. There was also the simple fact that the Tyrells, despite their former allegiance to the Targaryens, retained the title of Warden of the South. So, denying an honest request from a Lord Paramount would be unreasonable on his part. House Tyrell fought for the Mad King. If I can help it, I'd prevent them from supporting Viserys Targaryen against King Robert's heirs. Perhaps, fostering Garland Tyrell is a way to build better relations with the Reach. Eddard mused aloud. A wise decision, my lord. Shall I send the Raven then? He just nodded. Eddard leaned back in his seat after dismissing the Maester. Harrion and Robb were on their way to White Harbor as part of House Stark's commitment to helping them increase the yields of their farmlands. In return, the Manderleys would send their best builders for constructing a port at Sea Dragon Point and in time a sizable fleet. With his son's ability to build structures from stone and sand, the plans for Sea Dragon Point could be accelerated. He had already given permission for Harrion to raise a castle once the surveyors returned. The boy had clearly worked wonders with the burned tower. At this point, he doubted there was anything his son could not do with his magic. That old pile of rocks was now the most beautiful place in Winterfell other than the Godswood. At least, he could stop worrying about the developments of Sea Dragon Point. Harrion seems to have a good handle on the matter, and seems to have some interest in seeing it done. This left Eddard to worry about matters closer to home, namely the arrival and lodging of some 10 maesters or so. Those Far Eyes Harrion made were far more trouble than he had initially imagined. He just hoped the bunch of old men would not stick around for too long. Winterfell is not a place for maesters and their inane curiosities, Eddard thought gruffly, and the Undying Star. White Harbor was the sole city in the north which also made it the largest settlement in the north. It was also home to the largest fleet in the north. The shores of White Harbor were the domain of seagulls. They outnumbered the ships and boats of the city 3-1. He breathed in the salty scent of the beach as well as the steady hum of crashing waves. Harry planted his feet firmly on the sand as a wave of seawater soaked his feet. When the seawater receded, the sand was filled with clams, which he was all too happy to collect. Sansa would love a necklace made of clams, he thought. The Manderleys were accommodating to their presence, and sometimes they went overboard to please both Robb and Harry during their stay. The day of their arrival was quite a festive affair, with a lavish feast thrown in their honor with too many servings that he lost count. At least, Lord Manderley and his family seemed to have enjoyed the feast more than Harry or Robb ever did. Not that there was anything to complain about the fine spread the Manderleys prepared for their sakes. Robb has always preferred beef and chicken when it comes to meat. So, his twins' appetite took a dive when they were presented with marine delicacies. Robb, being the heir to Winterfell, didn't want to cause any offense to Lord Manderley. Keeping this in mind, Robb tried his luck with the seafood on the table. There were all kinds of sea dishes on the table, and Robb, being the courteous kid, he tasted everything. So, Harry was not surprised to see Robb bedridden the next morning with a stomach ache. The Maester of White Harbor was currently looking after Robb, which left Harry alone to face the difficult task ahead. Before their journey even began, the two of them were given strict instructions by their father. Harry would say most of his father's instructions were for his benefit rather than for Robb. Anyway, he was not offended, nor did he protest against these instructions, because there was ample reason for his father to do so. Apparently, his exploits with magic and his unique runic crafts have garnered some scrutiny from the High Septon. The High Septon? Harry scoffed in derision. The name itself reeks of how much of a pretentious peacocks the Targaryen kings were, especially that buffoon Aegon Targaryen. The post of High Septon in King's Landing was a political position created by the Targaryen king to consolidate the political will and power of the faith in the south. In the old days, before the Targaryen conquest of Westeros, the High Septon was merely the High Septon of Old Town. The position, of course, wielded some influence among those who followed the Seven, but it was expressly confined to the Reach. Harry would wager the position was not that powerful even inside the borders of the Reach, as he doubted the Gardener kings would hardly tolerate a rival power to flourish in the city of their vassal. Anyway, the High Septon of King's Landing was Aegon's blunder, a mistake born out of ignorance. Perhaps Aegon Targaryen thought to consolidate his hold over the Undul-dominated lands by consolidating more political and religious influence on his budding capital of King's Landing. As time would prove, this decision ended up causing more harm than good to the Targaryens until Jaehaerys the Conciliator ascended the Iron Throne. Some of the old records Harry had unearthed from the library of Winterfell suggested that the Starks during Jaehaerys' reign rightly feared the Targaryen king and his queen were intentionally trying to provoke the North into a rebellion. The presence of a Septon, being hand of the king, only increased the fears of Alaric Stark, which had caused the man to not protest while giving away the new gift despite the land being controlled by many northern lords. Since the Conciliator's time, the High Septon has enjoyed some political power over the Iron Throne. Just as the Targaryens used the Faith also used the Targaryens to do their bidding. The Faith's increased enthusiasm in sending their Septons and Septas to the Iron Islands, the North, and even the Three Sisters was because of the backing of dragons. That was one of the reasons why the Greens lost support in these areas and later became some of the strongest black supporters while dragons danced in the skies of Westeros. The dance was more than a century ago, and things have changed. The Faith, however, wields enormous influence on the Iron Throne, especially now. King Robert's reign, while off to a splendid start, was still filled with uncertainties. The new Baratheon dynasty could not afford to alienate the Faith, and that means the High Septon has certain leeway in acting out his position. And that was exactly what happened in the capital. I cannot fathom why the High Septon would call me a heretic. Is the old man under the assumption that I'm a follower of the Faith? Or maybe the man is an illiterate buffoon who doesn't understand the meaning of the word. Harry thought. Despite the poor vocabulary, the High Septon has made his stand known to his faithful followers that intended to target Harry and his use of magic. And therefore, his father insisted on certain ground rules before he set forth on this journey. Harry was not allowed his usual fiery attitude when it comes to the Faith, and he was supposed to stay far away from any religious matter in White Harbor. That way there would be no further controversy. At least, that was the advice he got. So, it came as a surprise when both Robb and Harry were invited to attend the Mother's Day celebrations in the Sept of White Harbor. He had planned to stay far away from the Sept, but with Robb bedridden, he'd be forced to go so as not to cause offense to the Septons and Septas. The September of the Snows was the largest sept in the lands belonging to the House Manderly. As he understands it, there were many scattered septs along the coastal regions, but they were not as grand as the one inside the city. His ears picked up the distant sound of thundering hooves from the south. He looked back at the airship where some of the Stark guards were standing guard near the airship. He had been allowed to travel using the airship under strict conditions that he'd be discreet about using it. As a result, he had to land the airship on a deserted coastline away from any curious eyes. He had returned to the airship so that he may prepare a gift for the September of Snows. If he was to walk into the Sept without Robb, he'd try to be courteous to the sentiments of the faithful and avoid any unnecessary friction. The last thing he wanted was for any religious tension to arise in White Harbor, which could prove to be detrimental to the new Baratheon dynasty and his family. The new king seems like a swell man, and he didn't want his father's best friend to get into a heap of trouble on his behalf. As Harry walked back to the airship, Ser Marlon Manderly and a few guards finally caught up with him on their horses. Lord Harrion, Lord Wyman awaits you at the Merman's court. Harry just nodded at the Manderly knight. It was time to get this over with, and then he could focus on the real reason he came here. Harry was sort of impressed with the festival despite his misgivings about the faith of the Seven. Perhaps the northern followers of the faith were not as conservative as he had imagined. A large wooden effigy of the mother was being dragged through the streets of the city atop a substantially large wooden wheel cart. The procession was accompanied by a slew of drums encouraging the men to push harder to keep the cart moving. The women of the city threw flowers on the streets, welcoming the effigy of the mother. Similar smaller effigies were accompanying the larger one, but they were less aesthetically pleasing to his eyes. We scarcely get to celebrate Mother's Day. The snow would usually threaten the harvests, but this time I suppose we don't have to worry about that, eh? Lord Wyman said, clapping Harry on his shoulders while the Manderly lord's gigantic belly rippled, mirroring his laughter. This is certainly an enjoyable event, Lord Manderly. It does the people certain good to be in a festive spirit at least once a year, said Harry, noting the festive spirit of the small folk. Regardless of their religious background, he assumed people who follow the old gods were also involved in the festive. While the Manderlys may follow the Seven, this was not the case for most of the small folk. When the effigy finally reached the doors of the sept, the drums died down. For a moment, everything became silent, and then the sept began to ring its 7 bells. The doors of the sept swung open with many septons stopping out of their sacred sept with liturgical tools in their hands. Harry felt an all too familiar give when he saw the strangely dressed septons with their tools engaged in their work. Come along, lad. We should greet the septons, Lord Manderly said, conveniently shoving Harry towards his 2 granddaughters Winifred and Willa. Harry found himself standing awkwardly in between Winifred and Willa as the septons proceeded to bless them with religious chants and whatnot. Letting out a sigh, he resigned himself to a long, drawn-out affair. XXXXXX. I'm surprised you didn't magic the Septons to have bull heads or something, said Rob. Trust me, I was tempted. They were taking forever with those stupid prayers. Harry complained. They were once again inside the airship with White Harbor behind them. Thankfully, Harry was a good guest to the Manderleys and their visit was bereft of any controversies. The Septons and Septas were rather accommodating, and they treated him well. In fact, they thanked him for sending the cure for spring sickness, which ended up saving a lot of people in the port city. What he didn't like was what came after. The Septons, unbothered by the High Septon's decree, chose to hold a sermon for Harry and his gifts from the Seven. Clearly, Harry had misjudged the unity or the hierarchy in the Undull religion. Whatever the case, he was not at all amused to prostrate himself before a bunch of giant statues and old men in funny robes for nearly an hour. But, for the sake of his house, he did what was expected of him in place of Rob. Lord Manderley was quite impressed with your gift to the September. He was boasting about the undying star that sits atop the September of snows, said Rob, a teasing smirk on his face which made Harry poke him in the eye. Ow! Rob cried, rubbing his eyes. Please don't remind me. Harry warned his elder twin. He had thought to impress the Septons with his gift from the Seven. He had even enjoyed placing the seven-pointed star atop the dome sitting atop the September. While he was against any type of organized religion, he has always appreciated the architecture involved. So it was quite an experience to get access to the famed domed roof where all the statues of the Seven were mounted. Harry had placed the undying star, as the Septons and the small folk of White Harbor call it, atop the dome at the very center of the seven statues. Of course, Harry had an ulterior motive in gifting this undying star to the September. He placed a sliver of cheering charm into the glass and powered it by using an ice dragon crystal. He also used a slew of monitoring charms, which he had connected to his power ring using a modified protean charm. So, Harry would be getting warnings should any significant attitude shifts occur inside the September. He also left some provisions for altering the nature of the wards remotely should he find some use for it in the future. Meanwhile, the small folk and the Septons thought his gift was some spark of divine light from the Seven. In reality, all he had to do was entrap a portion of the Patronus charm inside the glass and power it using the crystal. The undying star of the September of Snows should also function as a lighthouse. The Manderleys, the small folk, and the Faith were definitely happy. So, all in all, Harry thought this trip was quite a success. You know, Rob, I think Winifred Manderley was quite taken with you. Lord Manderley was certainly angling towards that idea, Harry said silkily, freezing Rob, who looked like he saw a ghost. Maybe Father would be open to an early betrothal. Don't be like that, Harry. I swear I won't bring up your troubles in the Sept ever again, Rob offered. I knew you'd see reason, brother. Harry patted Rob's head. We should have stayed for a few more days. I really wanted to see Wolf's Denver, said Rob. Harry also wanted to visit the ancient fortress, which the Manderleys have turned into a prison of sorts for some odd reason. But there was a reason he insisted on cutting their stay short. Harry fished out a gold dragon from his pocket. On the coin, there was a very short message written on the yellow surface of the metal. Survey, place found. This message was more than enough for Harry to insist on leaving, without even staying to see the results of his work on the farmlands of House Manderley. He was sure the runestones he planted would do their work and triple the yields and increase the fertility of the lands for the years ahead. Pocketing the coin charmed with the protean charm, Harry thought of the long journey ahead and what awaited him at the other end. There was a new castle to build if the spot was to his liking. And Avalon. Tywin sat at the high table, observing the celebrations going on inside the golden halls of his ancestors. His family was celebrating the arrival of a Valyrian steel sword in the family. As this was indeed a celebration confined strictly within the family, their greatest treasure was in full display at the very center of the feast hall. A golden statue of Lon the Clever stood at the center of the hall with rubies for eyes. The exact origin of the statue was unknown, as records of the statue's commissioning are non-existent. Either way, the statue does have some value. Besides the expensive metal used in its creation, Tywin found the statue valuable because of the message it conveyed. Lon the Clever was not depicted as a powerful warrior or as a benevolent ruler in the statue. No, Lon was depicted as a wise figure with a scroll in his hand instead of a weapon or a crown. The statue was a reminder that the greatest feat of their ancestor did not come from bravery or physical prowess, but through utilizing his sharp intellect. If the legends are to be trusted, Lon the Clever tricked the Casterlys out of their castle and claimed it as his own. He doubted that was exactly how the events unfolded. More than likely, the Casterlys lost favor with their bannermen, and Lon took advantage of this weakness to claim the castle and the kingship of these lands in the following years. Anyway, Lon's story and accomplishments remained important because they served as a valuable lesson for House Lannister. These tales and icons of ages past were a reminder that true power did not come from physical strength alone. There are times when one has to retreat and regroup to gather strength to their side. When an enemy was powerful and had fielded a larger army, the smart thing to do was to not tackle the enemy head-on. Instead, you take the enemy apart one piece at a time, and if even that does not work, gather strong allies and take their strength for your own to destroy the enemy. This was one of the reasons why he did not declare Westerlands independent after the fall of House Targaryen. Many in the family had wanted to declare independence from the Iron Throne and place a crown of gold atop his brow. While his family saw the prestige and glory in reclaiming the kingdom of Westerlands, he saw only war and ruin with that path. So, he let go of the need for a crown in favor of having his daughter crowned. The resulting marriage formed a powerful alliance between the two great houses of Westeros that also gained them a loose alliance of sorts with houses Arryn, Stark, and Tully. In time, his grandchildren shall also be crowned, but that crown will not be so easy to maintain if his daughter was acting like a fool and trying hard to undo the alliance that has put a crown on her head. His foolish daughter's hand in turning the High Septon against the Starks has not gone unnoticed by their enemies and their allies. At least, Jon Arryn had the integrity to reach out to him with the issue, but that gesture was for naught. The damage was already done, and the Tyrells have capitalized on the brief fissure in relations caused by his daughter. The first installment of gold is ready to be shipped, brother, Kevin reported. Good. I want you to deliver the gold to the Braavosi at King's Landing. By the time you reach the city, I shall inform you of the name of the Braavosi captain and his ship, said Tywin. What about Cersei? Kevin asked. Tywin looked at the hall where the House of Lannister has gathered for celebrating their new family sword. His eyes found the dwarf that caused his wife's death, Mary, and with his belly full of wine. Despite bringing shame to him and his house, he had not acted against Tyrion. He let the dwarf live a life of luxury because Tyrion was a Lannister. Similarly, he'd not act against Cersei, at least, not directly. A man's worth is measured by the legacy he leaves after his death. Family is responsible to carry and preserve that legacy. Tywin thought. Against Cersei? No, we cannot show disunity to others. Instead, you shall seek an audience with the High Septon. Tell him to rescind this stupid charge against the Stark boy. And should the High Septon decline? Kevin asked. Make sure he doesn't by any means necessary. It should be made clear that in no uncertain terms that he shall ever again bother our allies. Tywin ordered. I shall handle the matter discreetly. Kevin nodded, thinking of bribing the High Septon. It shall certainly dent their funds, but they could part with a little gold to maintain their good relations with the Starks. Tywin leaned back in his seat, looking at the sword lying before him on an ornate stand. The golden lion pommel he added to the sword gleamed under the light, as did the rest of the sword. He had thought of naming the sword Brightroar after the lost family sword of House Lannister. Jaerion had called him unimaginative and suggested a new name, Lion's Claw. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he liked Jaerion's suggestion, which was why he agreed to let the sword have the name. Besides, the sword does look like a claw fit for a lion. The Stark boy was a fine craftsman worth every gold dragon he spent as the Stark boy delivered a sword of exquisite quality. And now, the boy only proved to be more valuable by creating a boat that can fly. He'd have found the claim to be absurd, but Kevin has seen the boat with his own eyes. If he could not trust the word of his little brother, then there'd be no one in the world he could trust. That was why he was leaving the issue with the faith in his brother's capable hands. Once this bad business with the High Septon was settled, he ought to pay a visit to his daughter. House Lannister could not afford to let the North return to isolation when House Stark was just starting to gain more power. It was imperative to tie the Starks close to the dynasty one way or the other. The old gods were the favored religion in the North. Harry did not think most people in the North were highly religious. Most people only follow the old gods because the old gods were too ingrained in the culture. It was quite understandable as there were no scriptures and central authority when it comes to the old gods. There was just a bunch of old trees where faces are carved into the bark of the tree. A religious person would use those trees to officiate weddings, and perhaps an occasional prayer as well, which was rare. In the old days, the gods' woods were also used for trials and executions. Compared to other religions, Harry found the old gods quite attractive. Their laws were few, most of which dealt with slavery, guest rights, and incest. However, Harry found one more unspoken rule when it comes to the old gods at Sea Dragon Point. People believed that it would invite bad fortune should someone cut down a weirwood tree. It wouldn't have mattered to Harry what people believed in until these beliefs became an inconvenience for him. And that's exactly what has happened at Sea Dragon Point. The survey team sent from Winterfell found 2 good locations for a castle. One of the locations was farther away from the shore, nestled comfortably in between 2 suitably large hills. Harry found the location to be defensible, but he did not need any natural defenses to secure his castle. There were wards and barriers that could function as better replacements for natural defenses. Therefore, he took a shine to the second location, which gave him a good view of the ocean from above a large rocky hill. As a bonus, the site was near the shore, where a moderate fishing harbor could be built without much natural impediment. Perhaps, if he were to pitch in with some magic, the harbor could be stretched for a few miles and a proper port could be constructed as well. However, all those plans were for naught if the men were not prepared to cut down the gigantic weirwood tree that sits atop the hill. Maybe there is a better spot further west from this place, Ser Jory suggested. Aye, my lord. The shores here are too thin for a harbor, and the old gods would look upon us in favor if we were to leave their abode untouched, one of the surveyors said. But Harry was not at all interested in looking for another spot when this one just felt right for a variety of reasons. The rocky terrain of the hill worked in his favor, as he could employ dwarven construction methods to carve out a monolithic structure quite effortlessly. Another reason was that he could feel a magical resonance of sorts with the area. It was just a gut instinct, and he was almost sure that there was a dormant ley line slumbering deep beneath the land, just waiting for the right nudge to emerge. He could also reroute the magic drain in the land much better because of the presence of a ley line. No, this place should do, Harry muttered, looking absently at the small hilly terrain and the lush forest that was no doubt going to be a boon for a budding fleet. The men won't cut down a heart tree, my lords. That's quite fine. I can cut the tree if the men refuse, said Harry. How about we build the castle, but also preserve the weirwood tree? There are very few heart trees in Westeros. Let's conserve those that are left, Robb suggested, looking imploringly at Harry. Harry let out a sigh and nodded. I could do that. When night fell around their camp, Harry was sitting in the open with a small fire burning nearby. Only the crackling of the fire was heard as he slowly and carefully carved the runes on a small stone. Dwarven runes were quite different from those used by wizards. The great dwarves of the Alps had a unique language of their own, which he was fortunate to have learned from one of the dwarves. Dwarves, unlike goblins, were not able to use bodily magic. Sure, they can use their magic to augment their physical prowess, but they were unable to bind spells like wizards, elves, or even goblins. However, they have a unique skill set when it comes to crafting runes. Their innate ability to communicate with the planetary forces allows them a deeper insight into crafting runes. Under normal circumstances, a dwarf would die rather than share their precious wealth of knowledge. The circumstances under which he came to learn their knowledge were anything but normal. While stubborn as mules, dwarves were also preservers of knowledge. They were not as petty and vain as the goblins. You should go to bed, Harrion, said Jory. Aren't you going to get some sleep? Harry asked, feeling the telltale signs of fatigue. After all, he has been working without rest on the runic matrix that should aid him in fusing the rocks of the hill into a single large boulder. I have the first watch. I'll get some sleep when my shift ends, said Jory. In that case, I want you to bury these 2 stones near that heart tree, said Harry, handing over 2 runestones to Jory. What'll they do? Jory asked, looking a tad hesitant to follow through with the task. You don't have to worry. Nothing will happen to the heart tree, Harry assured the knight. When the first light fell on the hills and field of trees at the Sea Dragon Point, The surveyors found a gigantic castle made of smooth black stone standing proudly where the hill was supposed to be. Two large curtain walls surrounded the castle guarding several dome-shaped keeps, while giant square-shaped towers reached out proudly into the sky. Hearing the commotion outside Jory Castle was the first to come out of the tent, followed by Rob. Both of them were left gaping at the gigantic castle that was towering over them, blocking the eastern sun from their view. The castle looked similar to Winterfell but with more of a refined look. "Are you two going to remain gaping like a fish, or are you coming to take a look inside?" Harry asked, startling Jory and Rob as he sneaked behind them while they were busy staring at the newly cropped-up, towering structure. "Wah! How? How can this happen?" Jory sputtered, overwhelmed by the fact there was now a huge castle before him where there was supposed to be a hill. "You shouldn't be this surprised. I managed to restore the burned tower overnight, remember?" Harry reminded the young knight. "But that was—" Jory trailed off before sitting down on the ground as his legs felt weak. "Are you all right, Jory?" Rob asked in concern. "I'll be fine. I just need a moment to. I'll be fine," Jory muttered, waving off Rob's concern. Harry snickered as he walked forward and admired the castle that was going to be his new home and seat of power. Welcome to Avalon. XX. Old Town was slumbering under the peaceful veil of the night. But not all of Old Town was sleeping. The harbors remained active through the late-night activities of sailors from distant lands. Ships came and went regardless of night or day, especially with the ironborn ships being gutted from the Sunset Sea. One such ship came from the Far East, transporting rare Essosi wares to be traded at the oldest city of Westeros. A hooded figure threw one last look at the vessel that has facilitated his travel from Essos before walking away into the darker corners of the sprawling city ruled by the Hightowers. The beacon atop Hightower burned as it always has guided ships to the port. The hooded man walked the cobbled streets of the city, which was quite slippery at the night. Many alleys and bridges passed by as the hooded man finally reached his destination. The large gates of the citadel were flanked by tall statues of two green sphinxes. The city watch stood guard over the many steps leading to the giant door of the citadel. "Wait, who goes there?" One of the guards brandished his spear in the hooded man's direction as he was about to climb the steps. The guard lowered the spear when the mystery man threw back his hood.
"Ah, Archmaester Marouin."
"Back from your long voyage, I see." Marwyn smiled. "Yes, indeed. It seems some interesting events have happened in my long absence." "Of course, Archmaester. Welcome back to the Citadel." The guard opened the gates for him, allowing him passage. Marwyn didn't bother to greet any of his colleagues who might have been up at this late hour. Instead, he went straight towards his study where he guarded one of his most precious treasures. Inside a cellar lay the Valyrian glass candles unlit since the last dragon succumbed to its death. He had been regaled with fanciful tales about the gifted Black Wolf. The length and scope of the tales became too much for him to bear. He was forced to cut short his travels in Essos to see for himself if there was a grain of truth to the rumors. And what better way was there to see whether the rumors of a resurgence in magic were true or not than by using the glass candles of Valyria? The dragonglass stand gleamed under the small lamp he set on a nearby table. Taking a deep breath, he placed both of his hands over the glass candle and willed it to light up. Marwyn let out a disappointed sigh as the glass candles remained unlit. He was just about to pull back his arms when the glass candle lit up with a small spark. Eyes widening in amazement, Marwyn tried harder to light the lamp and one of the candles lit up. For a moment, he stared in wonder at the candle before his vision suddenly changed. The stone walls of the vault disappeared altogether from his perception, and instead, he found himself inside a giant castle. There was a massive heart tree towering over even many of the keeps. Suddenly, he felt like something shifted beneath his feet. Marwyn flinched as he got the sensation that he was trapped inside a cage. Very interesting. Astral projection? Now that's a trick I have not seen in a while. Marwyn tried to turn towards the sound, but found himself unable to so much as move an inch. He needn't have, as the owner of the sound came before his eyes not a moment later. He blinked a few times, just to make sure he was seeing a child carrying a peculiar-looking stick twirling between the child's small fingers. "Who are you, old man?" asked the child, pointing the wooden stick in Marwyn's direction with the tip glowing with magical power. "And gray rats." The fresh morning air in Avalon was quite enjoyable, all things considered. The castle had only sprung up a few minutes ago, so everyone, including Harry, was still exploring the castle. If people were looking at him as the second coming of Brandon the Builder before, now they were looking at him as if he was a god in human flesh. That was sort of what happened at the fishing village near Eastwatch, but the circumstances that led to the opening of that particular can of worms were quite different. At Eastwatch, he alleviated the small folks' hunger when they could not sustain their livelihoods because of the storm and flooding. That was not the case at Avalon. Building up a gigantic castle from a pile of rocks overnight was certainly an extraordinary feat, especially considering the importance of castles in the local culture. To the small folk, a castle was a symbol of power and protection. It stands as a vanguard against an invading army and a place that upholds the security and law of the land. It was akin to his world's combined form of modern-day courts and army barracks. It was also interesting to note that castles often housed a godswood, which was a sacred place for those who were religious. Even if the lords don't generally allow the small folk year-round access to their godswood, the place retains much religious and cultural significance. But all of that took a back seat for Harry as he walked around his newly constructed home, taking stock of what was lacking and where it needed some improvements. The castle lacked doors, furniture, windows, or even some decorative elements like sculptures, gardens, pools, bathhouses, and fountains. There would be ample work needed to be done in the castle before it can become livable. The work needed for the castle, harbor, and roads should attract more small folk to settle near the castle. Harry quietly slipped away from the notice of his twin and Jory castle to access the secret cellar beneath the rune tower. The rune tower was supposed to house the ward schemes and runes that controlled the magical protections surrounding the castle. Inside the cellar, Harry found a pillar that moved aside as he tapped his wand against its stone surface. As the pillar moved a few inches, there was a small cavity on the floor the size of a small ball. Harry placed a runestone inside the cavity and let a few drops of his blood from his thumb fall on the runestone. The runes carved along the surface of the runestone lit up, and Harry could feel the wards spring up, encompassing every nook and cranny of the castle. The wards were, for the time being, directly connected to his source of magic, using his blood as the medium. He'd have preferred to tie the ward to his power ring, but the presence of ley lines demanded a cruder approach, at least until he could revive the slumbering arteries of magic in the land. Tying the wards of Avalon to his blood should also allow him to properly ingrain himself with the ancient magic slumbering in the ley lines. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Harry sank into a meditative state. Regulating his breathing, he slowly brought his heartbeats under control and focused his mind on the energy flowing within him. Gradually, he could see the thread of magic that was connecting him to the wards through his mind's eye. Harry focused on the freshly forming thread and poured his magical power into it so that the connection was strengthened. He felt as if he was in a vortex for a moment as the wards settled in and established a connection to his blood. When Harry came out of his meditative state, he was fully aware of the status of the wards. If he concentrated enough, he could even see the fine lines that connected him to the wards around the castle. Climbing back to his feet, Harry tapped his wand against the pillar, which moved back into its previous position, consequently concealing the ward stone. Episki. Harry pressed the tip of the Elder Wand against the small incision on his thumb, which sealed itself shut under the healing spell. The awakening of the ley lines would come after he had properly adjusted to controlling the wards. The standard waiting time for syncing properly with a ward stone was 6 days, so he thought it'd be better to give it a week before he attempted to reignite the ley lines. As he was about to climb out of the secret cellar, Harry felt a tremor go through the wards. It was as if something needled through the back of his head into his brain. Focusing on the intruder, he directed the wards to reel in the intruder. He also got the feeling that the intruder was a spirit entity. Interesting, Harry muttered, as the ward that was used to warn him of intrusion from spirits getting triggered was something that he never expected, mostly because he had not encountered any ghosts so far in this world. It seems I'm in for a meeting with a ghost, Harry thought. Harry was disappointed and intrigued at the same time. The intruder turned out not to be a ghost as he had imagined, but a maester capable of astral projection. He had come across ancient Sanskrit scrolls describing an ability to project their soul out of their body to distant places. He had not found the ability particularly attractive because of one glaring weakness. If a soul leaves the body, that body becomes vulnerable to many threats, both magical and physical. Yet he found the ability intriguing and a magical marvel. The difficulties involved in learning this form of metempsychosis are significant. So, Harry was quite intrigued by how an Archmaester of the Citadel managed to master the art. "Who are you, old man?" Harry asked as he erected some privacy wards around the area. "Why is an Archmaester of the Citadel spying on me using astral projection? How do you know I'm an Archmaester?" Marwyn asked, a little bit surprised. Harry snorted. "Your robes and the number of links in your chain make you a maester. Going by your age and this ability to project your soul, I guessed you were not merely a maester but an Archmaester." "Huh." Marwyn blinked in surprise and looked down at himself. Sure enough, he was dressed in gray robes and carrying the chain that could identify him as a maester. "Very interesting. Not only is my mind being projected from the Citadel, but a model of my body is also being projected." Marwyn muttered to himself. "You seem surprised." Harry noted the telltale signs that this was a new experience for the Archmaester. "Is this your first time engaging in astral projection?" "Oh yes. I had only read the accounts in the Citadel of Sorcerers of old using the Valyrian glass candles," Marwyn said, looking at his projected body with great curiosity. Marwyn let out a sigh of relief as he felt the bindings on his projected body coming undone. He experimentally moved his limbs, which were now free to do as he pleased. It was quite surreal to move around as he see fit, while knowing that his real body was in the Citadel, thousands of leagues away. "Forgive me, lad, for not introducing myself. My name is Marwyn. As you have rightly guessed, I'm an Archmaester of the Citadel." Marwyn introduced himself, dipping his head as a show of respect. "You see, I was traveling the wide expanse of Essos learning of strange arts and charting maps of strange new lands when I began hearing rumors of a wee lad back home capable of magical feats lost to the world for centuries and perhaps millenniums. You are Harry Stark, are you not?" "I am. If you were so eager to meet me, why did you not join the delegation from the Citadel? Why did you resort to using astral projection?" Harry asked, tilting his head to the side with a frown on his brow. "Astral projection? Is that what you call wait?" Marwyn suddenly paused halfway to look seriously at Harry. "You're telling me there is a delegation of maesters coming to Winterfell?" "Yes. Did you not know that?" Harry asked, raising his eyebrow. "I'll answer that shortly. Have they arrived at Winterfell?" "Maybe. I don't know. I'm not currently in Winterfell." Harry shrugged. "Good. Then I'm fortunate to have met you before those gray rats sank their claws into you, lad. No matter what you do not trust the maesters of Citadel. They will suck you dry of anything valuable and use your knowledge to destroy you. They hate to see magic flourish in Westeros, and they'll go to any lengths to see it destroyed root and stem."
Marwyn warned.
Harry eyed the Archmaester suspiciously. As far as he was aware, the Citadel was a center for learning that even delves into a wide variety of subjects, including the mystical aspects of nature. He knew that because Maester Luwin has a Valyrian steel link in his chain that denotes his study of higher mysteries. While the subject of higher mysteries in the Citadel was a far cry from proper magic, it still delves into the realm of prophecies and mysticism. So, he was reluctant to trust the word of a stranger, even though the man appears to possess some magical power. "That seems a little far-fetched. Do you have any evidence to back up your claims?" "Evidence? Who do you think worked in the shadows to destroy the dragons?" Marwyn asked desperately. "The Targaryens?" Harry scrunched up his nose at those incestuous family of fools. "No, lad. I'm talking about the real dragons," Marwyn shouted, shaking his head. "Why am I even talking to a child? Where is your father, lad? I need to warn him before those gray rats poison you and kill off the last spark of magic in Westeros." Harry stared at the wild eyes of the Archmaester for a moment. "My father is not with me. Even if he were here, he wouldn't be able to see you. Only people with substantial magical power can perceive your present state," said Harry. Marwyn let out a frustrated groan and began muttering to himself. "Tell me what you know, Archmaester Marwyn. I'll hear you out and verify these claims myself," said Harry, not at all bothered in the least, even if these visiting maesters were holding hostile intentions. If anything, Harry was hoping these maesters were hostile. It'd be nice to see if the wards of Winterfell recognize these maesters' hostility and take action. Luwin was most eager to see the archmaesters from the Citadel. The Outriders Lord Stark have sent out claimed his fellow maesters were only a few hours away from Wintertown. He hoped the preparations he made in advance were enough for the archmaesters during their stay. Maester Rodri had assisted him in preparing a concise bundle of information they had gathered so far from Harrion's telescopes. Try as they might, they could not come to terms with exactly how the telescopes function as they do other than magic. There was no logical explanation they could come up with so far, and Harrion has always maintained his answer to any with his favorite one-word answer: magic. Luwin and Rodri had focused on the shape of the glass pieces that are fitted inside the telescope, but they could only make conjectures without conducting certain experiments on the device. And this was all the trouble they were facing when it comes to analyzing the normal telescope made by Harrion. There was one more telescope made by Harrion which made logic and reasoning completely void. The less normal telescope allowed any viewer to gaze upon the sun and the stars without going blind. Luwin called it the Sun Telescope because Harrion made it specifically to observe the sun and stars in outer space. One of the most fascinating discoveries of all has been the confirmation that planets and most other celestial bodies they have found so far within their star system were all in round shape. Even the stars were found to be a sphere, which was a major discovery. The Citadel had long ago deduced the shape of their planet was round, but there were serious challenges to those claims within the Citadel as well as from the outside world. Some argued the world was flat, while others thought it was an endless expanse as envisioned by the Seven. Some others gave no thought to such questions and lived a life of mediocrity instead of pursuing knowledge and truth. The telescopes also gave another mode of proof that their planet was round. If he directed the telescope from the astronomy tower towards the north where the wall stands tall, he wouldn't be able to see the 700-foot tall structure. Instead, all he could see was the dark expanse of space beyond the scope of mortal eyes. It was conclusive proof that their planet was a sphere like all the other planets in their star system. The best part was all these findings were done by Harrion before the young lad showed them to him. Never in his life had he stood witness to so many discoveries in such a short time. In a day, Harrion found all the 10 planets and assigned them certain orbits, or tracks through which the planets revolve around the sun. Luwin was quite possibly stumped by this discovery, as the Citadel had assumed everything, including the moon, sun, and stars, all revolved around the Earth. So, he had at first been skeptical, but Harrion provided proof of his claim within a few minutes by showing a moon of the largest planet in their star system revolving around the planet. It was proof that not all things in space revolved around their planet. Harrion called it a heliocentric star system and not a terracentric star system as envisioned by the maesters of the Citadel. It was this discovery that led him to write to the archmaesters of the Citadel, asking for their presence to verify the findings. Not to mention Harrion's incredible feat of constituting a new language through which Harrion has been naming his discoveries. This new language Harrion introduced into the world called Latin was also a great feat. Latin was the second language to have taken birth in Westeros, and a child who'd only be celebrating his 8th namesday 3 days from now was the founder of the language. It was quite surreal for Luwin. When he was assigned as the Maester of Winterfell, he never expected he'd stand witness to the birth and growth of the most intelligent man the world has ever seen. Maester Luwin, look, Tyrell banners are approaching. Maester Rodri said excitedly, watching the approaching banners through the window of the astronomy tower. "'Tis a shame Harrion is away from Winterfell. I suspect the Archimasters are quite eager to interact with Harrion," said Luwin. "I don't think they'll be disappointed," said Maester Rodri, looking to the sky. As Luwin followed Maester Rodri's line of sight, he saw a boat among the clouds. It still took his breath away to watch a wooden boat fly as if it belonged in the sky instead of lakes or rivers. He doubted it'll ever cease to amaze him. Lady Stark would also be happy to have Robb and Harrion for their namesday, unlike last year. I'll go inform her and Lord Stark. Garland was the least bit happy to have been sent off from Highgarden to the frozen wastelands of the north. When his father had first informed him of his fostering, he had vehemently opposed the idea, but his father didn't budge. He had gone to his grandmother in the hopes of reversing his father's decision, but it turns out she was the one who suggested the whole idea in the first place. With even his grandmother turning against him, he had no further hope except to bow his head and obey his father's wishes. Willis had jokingly suggested that he could arrange a ship to secretly spirit him to Essos. Marjorie and Loras had even offered to help with distracting the guards. It was an incredibly nice gesture from his siblings, but he knew he had no other choice but to obey his father's orders. It was his fervent hope that he'd finish his fostering as fast as possible by earning knighthood. If he was knighted, he'd no longer need to stay at Winterfell. So, starting from day one, he planned to train until he could no longer move. All these vows and dreams, however, came crashing down as he entered proper North. He feared for his life in this cold, ungodly place. Even after traveling all the way through the neck to Winterfell, he still could not stop shivering at this ungodly cold hanging in the air. Everything around him was unamusing, and he was already starting to hate this place. The worst part of all of this was he was not allowed to ride ahead and find shelter in the walls of Winterfell. Instead, he was required to trot on his horse while these insufferable carriages carrying the maesters of the citadel moved along the King's Road at a snail's pace. The disrepair and frankly appalling state of the King's Road was another matter which he just wanted to forget at this point. The amount of trouble they went through to traverse the treacherous parts of the King's Road at the neck was quite testing for Garland. Many times in this journey he had seriously thought of breaking ranks and just riding off. Only the thought of bringing shame to his house kept him sane throughout this journey. So, relief flooded his veins when he saw the giant dome-like structures becoming visible in the distance. There was also a small town up ahead through which the King's Road passes. Garland pulled his horse back slightly so that he was level with his kin's carriage. "Maester Gorman, we are approaching Winterfell." Garland only heard a grunt from the carriage which made him shrug. He had done his duty, so he urged his horse forward. A strange buzzing sound reached his ears which also seemed to have spooked his horse. He saw the people of the town pointing excitedly at the sky, which made him look up as well. He gaped openly as he saw a wooden boat float towards Winterfell, seemingly gliding through the clouds. Boat. That was a boat. Garland pointed at the boat, while looking to the Tyrell men at arms, hoping they'd disagree. From the look in their eyes, he saw they were also seeing what he was seeing. "Why are we stopping? Have we reached the castle yet?" Maester Gorman asked, poking his bald head out of his carriage. "No, but—" Garland stuttered, but he was not afforded the luxury to finish his thought. "Then move along. I've got important matters to attend to, lad." Garland blinked several times before looking back at the imposing structure of Winterfell. He got the feeling he should have paid more attention to what his grandmother was saying before she had seen him off from Highgarden. "What exactly am I walking into? And maesters and snakes P1. How can you know they are spies?" Eddard asked incredulously. Harry was not surprised to see his father's disbelief. Even he was quite stunned to learn 2 cleaning ladies were spies. The real shocker was 3 tongueless children in an orphanage running thanks to his mother's patronage. The orphanage was even a recent setup spurred on by her guilt over executing Septa Mordain, which he thought was totally unnecessary. The zealot truly deserved the rope. "I have erected wards covering the whole of Winterfell. Anyone entering the castle with less than savory intentions against House Stark will find themselves falling ill. Of course, they'll recover shortly, but should their dark intentions persist, they shall fall ill again and again. Before my departure, I had charged the Valkyrie to observe Winterfell's inhabitants and visitors, and this is the list they've compiled," said Harry, looking pointedly at the piece of parchment that was now in his father's hands. "Your magic is becoming more and more incomprehensible for me, son. But I digress. Who'd send spies to Winterfell?" Sometimes, Harry found a sort of nostalgia when he observed his father. The man was as simple as someone could hope to be. Harry was reminded of himself after he had walked away from his political career in the ministry. Just like him, Lord Eddard wanted to be left alone and live merrily with his family. As time has proven, those in positions of power often are not given this boon. "I do not know who sent them, but I've got a method for finding it out without harming these spies." Harry offered, thinking now might be a good time to try his hand at making the truth serum, or at least a variant of the potion, as the ingredients he had amassed from Skane are not compatible with the truth serum he knew in the wizarding world. "Without harming them? These are spies sent by unknown enemies. Their life is forfeited the moment they stepped into my domain with ill intentions against my family." And this was where the wolf in his father reared up like a fierce beast. A perceived threat against the pack was not something his father could tolerate. Wouldn't it be better to use these spies and let their masters get false information? No. Eddard disagreed firmly. I'd like you to keep these wards, is it? Powered around the castle. I'll have Jory sweep the castle for more of these spies or enemies and interrogate them properly before they're executed or sent to the wall. As you wish, father. Harry agreed reluctantly while privately thinking of running a parallel investigation into these spies. Winterfell was not his castle to rule anyway. It was under his father's command, and in the future, it was going to be Robb's seat. It'd be improper for him to dictate how they should rule from the castle, especially when his concerns and suggestions were heard. Lord Manderley seems to be very happy with your visit. He is all praises for you and Robb. Lord Manderley was also a good host. Tell me, what is this undying star Lord Wyman is talking about? Just a small gift I gave to the September. They were quite happy to receive it. Harry shrugged, playing it down as he was explicitly ordered not to interfere with the faith of the Seven. Eddard scrutinized his son for a moment before letting the matter drop. The Manderleys seem happy, and it also looks like his son has worked his magic in their fields as well, which was the whole point of the visit. He was content to let things be so long as no offense was given to the faith. John Arryn would not have written to him if things were not dire in King's Landing. While Lord Arryn left out the reason behind the High Septon's sudden hostility, he assumed it has to do with Catelyn ordering the execution of the Septa. The discovery of these spies in his castle only reinforced his assumption. Looking to change the subject, he latched on to the visit to Deepwood Motte. For some reason, Lord Glover did not write to me. How did your visit go with House Glover? We did not visit Deepwood Motte, said Harry. You did not visit, Eddard spluttered. You were gone for nearly a month. Where were you if you were not visiting Deepwood Motte? We were at Sea Dragon Point. Doing what? Eddard asked incredulously. Building my castle, Harry said nonchalantly. Eddard stared at his son unseeingly for a few minutes before he shook himself out of the stupor. Building a castle? What do you mean? Eddard asked, slowly feeling like the ground beneath him was starting to disappear. You saw how I built the astronomy tower. Similarly, I built a castle at Sea Dragon Point close to the shore. The shore will need some work done to turn it into a proper harbor, but that's quite easily manageable. Eddard stared at his son incomprehensibly for some time before letting out a sigh of defeat. Every time you perform a miracle with your magic, I think to myself nothing can surprise me from now on. And yet I'm left completely overwhelmed by the next feat of magic that you bring into the world. Eddard whispered, looking into the young face of his son. Eddard walked around his table and hugged his son close to his chest, earning an indignant squawk of protest from Harry. The more power you amass and showcase, to the world you're painting a larger target on your back. Not everyone will be as understanding as your family. When others look at you, they'll see either a threat or an opportunity to increase their strength. Eddard warned, concern bleeding into his words. Hiding my true self will be like denying a part of me. I'm not asking you to deny the gifts the old gods and their greater wisdom have bestowed on you, son. I'm telling you the nature of the people that are around you. You are my son, and you'll always be loved no matter what you do. But the world won't treat you that way. The more power you exhibit, you'll end up attracting more untoward attention. Eddard sighed and pressed a kiss on his son's brow before looking seriously into the gray eyes of his son. You'll need more protection, Eddard whispered. You need a devoted guard detail. I have the Valkyrie protecting me, Harry argued. Eddard smiled indulgently at his son. Aside from the fact that his son has a gift for coming up with strange names, he thought nothing more of those silly girls. Their only advantage seems to be that they can use magic bows Harry made for them, which has remained a secret on his order. He had prohibited those bows from being shown around either. The last thing he needed was for rumors to start flying around about the fact that his son can build weapons that can decimate armies in the blink of an eye. That'd undoubtedly attract assassins from almost all corners of Westeros and Essos. At the same time, those magic bows were the reason that he even allowed those 3 girls to stay by his son's side. Sending them back into the northern mountains would be detrimental to the secrecy surrounding those bows. It also helped that those 3 girls managed to make his son engage in archery and other martial weapons, as did his brother. I'm sure they are good with those bows, but that's not enough. You'll need strong warriors who have a good sense of honor and duty. Now run along and join Maester Luwin. He has been asking for you. Father. Harry bowed before taking his leave. Eddard watched his son leave before taking the list of spies into his hands. The presence of these spies warranted a thorough revamping of the security of the castle. These spies must be discreetly captured and questioned before he sends his men out to check for more spies. Perhaps I need to make hunting for spies a routine affair from now on. Eddard mused. XX. Harry was hastily introduced to 5 archmasters in quick order before he was cajoled into the observatory of the astronomy tower. He was expecting these archmasters would find themselves suffering from nausea induced by the wards surrounding Winterfell. The fact that they were all in sound health meant that the wards did not sense any hostile intent from these maesters. At least, not yet. Harry thought, eyeing the gray-robed maesters of the Citadel. These charts are quite phenomenal. They are well-detailed and carefully measured using new measuring scales that are beyond my wildest imagination. However did you manage to accomplish this task, young Stark? Asked Archmaester Hammer, looking at Harry with large brown eyes alight with wonder and reverence. Archmaester Hammer is one of the foremost experts in the study of stars and using them for naval exploration of our world. Maester Rodri explained. No man is an expert in any field of study, Maester Rodri. We are all merely scratching at the surface of a vast ocean of knowledge. When we find a small piece of the puzzle in this exploration, some think that is the precipice of discovery when in fact a long, arduous journey lies ahead, said Archmaester Hammer. Harry eyed the bald maester with some interest. He could not discern whether the man was talking about what he believed or was merely putting on a show to impress everyone with his faux modesty. The temptation to use legilimency on the old man and his colleagues was quite tempting, but he pushed that urge down with some effort. While he could invade another mind, he was putting off that particular branch of magic until this body hit 11. It was a small security measure he was taking, as mind magic was something not easily trifled without some blowback, especially at a young age. The Archmaester looked at him, expecting an answer to the earlier query. Well, the simplest answer would be magic, but that'd be disingenuous. I created a device called a telescope. It is a device capable of observing celestial bodies by using the varying magnifying powers of the lenses housed inside them, said Harry, leading the bunch of old men towards the 2 telescopes he had painstakingly constructed. And how exactly did you make this device? Asked Archmaester Hammer, looking curiously at the 2 devices while his colleagues began surrounding the 2 devices and observing them in earnest. Well, that's most definitely made by a combination of magic and arithmancy, said Harry, making the maesters titter amongst themselves. But Archmaester Hammer was not at all put off. What is arithmancy? Well, arithmancy is a branch of magic that utilizes numbers, certain numerical codex, and keys to formulate, design, and forge spells and other magical devices. Of course, Harry didn't say a word about rituals and other finer aspects of magic. He just used a broad brush and paint them all as spells or a derivative of magical constructs. He was quite happy to leave the explanation at that. From the looks on the faces of these archmasters, he knew they were staunch deniers of magic, which was quite understandable. If the Citadel has insisted that magic has died for years, then he could see why these archmasters have a difficult time accepting that magic was the prime mover in his works. Tell me then, young lad, what is magic? Where does it come from? Where in the body does it reside? Asked another maester who had gray hair and a pudgy nose. This is Archmaester Gorman, an expert in medicine and the human body, Maester Lewin said, providing the introduction. Frankly, I do not know, said Harry. The disappointment in the eyes of the archmasters was palpable. In truth, he does know the answers to the queries they raised. But sharing those answers with these people was a very bad idea. Even if these archmasters were not hostile, there was no way to guarantee the knowledge that he provides will not be used by someone in the Citadel for nefarious purposes. Then how do you use this magic? Asked Archmaester Hammer. Through runes and rune-enforced objects, he answered, following up by showing them the runes and the extremely complicated art of runes to the maesters. Now, he could easily explain runes to these maesters without much concern. After all, the first Min runes have been around for thousands of years, and the maesters were no short of using them in some way. Without the ability to channel magic into the runes, the ancient language was just a bunch of ineligible scribbles. From there on out, Harry had to explain the use of Latin and Anglo-Saxon runes he regularly used to the maesters. He left out the use of runes in creating wards and other spells, but merely in the use of low-tier spells like creating a bit of light, healing small wounds and making potions, etc. It took the Archmasters nearly a week to properly trace out the star system he had charted out using the telescopes. When they finally did, they accepted the model he proposed and confirmed using their limited authority that their system was not terracentric but heliocentric. He was also quite satisfied that the Archmasters were agreeable with the idea of using his terminology when it comes to the planets and the moons he found. Therefore, all 10 planets in their star system were named after the ancient Roman deities. The planets were thus named Mercury, Venus, Terra, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. The Sun was named Helios, which naturally became the name for their star system as well, the Helios system. The sole moon orbiting Terra was named after the moon deity of Rome, Diana. The twin moons of Venus were named Vulcan and Juno. The largest moon in the system was orbiting Jupiter, which he named Minerva. There were even more moons and other celestial bodies, but he left them alone for the time being. The moons were not that important except for the moon of this planet. The only other celestial bodies that interested him were the stars. But the most important star that was quite close to this planet was already named. In Westeros, the star was called the Even Star for its bright light could be seen in the evening sky even before the sun could set. After a week-long grueling work, he was allowed some breathing room as the Archmasters retired into a meeting of sorts for cataloging and studying the information they gathered in the week. This left Harry comparatively free, and that's how he ended up in the training yard. "So, Archmaester Gorman is your father's uncle?" Harry asked while defending himself with a wooden shield from Garland Tyrell's sword. "Oh yes, he is my grandsire's fourth sibling," said Garland, taking an experimental jab towards Harry's right ribs. Harry sprang further left while keeping a steady cover with his shield. He was only allowed to defend and do nothing else while Garland was on the offensive. He liked this kid better than Theon Greyjoy, whose greatest ambition is to become a Reaver. He was not exactly up to date on the politics of the Southern Kingdoms, but he assumed the Tyrells were cozying up to his family because of the recent fortunes of House Stark. Although, he did wonder what their endgame was by sending the second son of Lord Mace Tyrell to foster in his home. There certainly seems to be no untoward intentions, seeing as the wards did not act against Garland, which was also the same for Theon Greyjoy. "I didn't realize members of great houses joined the Citadel. I'd have assumed most would rather settle with some lands and a knighthood," said Harry, ducking under another swipe, while using his footwork to constantly keep a distance from the older boy. "Not everyone follows that path. Some choose to serve the gods by joining a September. Some find their calling in academics, so they seek their place in the Citadel. Some people study at the Citadel but don't join the Order of Maesters." Harry noted an air of seriousness enter the brown eyes of the Tyrell boy, and he braced himself. His nimble body allowed him to dodge quickly, but all those pads tightly fastened on his body were a drag on his speed. The next couple of minutes were quite difficult for Harry. He dodged and defended with his shield as Garland rained blow after blow in quick succession. "Enough!" Ser Roderick called out to them after a while. By that time, Harry was on his last legs, so to speak. He took a few hits on his forearm, but the pads kept him safe. Even so, he could feel the stinging pain in his arms from Garland's practice sword. "Very well done, Garland. Your footwork is quite good. You need more speed on your swings and to anticipate your opponent's reaction." Ser Roderick gave the verdict which made Garland preen. "I'll keep that in mind, Ser." Garland happily agreed. Ser Roderick then turned his judging eyes on Harry. "As for you, Harrian, you need to build more upper body strength. Your footwork was the only thing that gave you an advantage. You need to work on deflecting the sword with your shield until you develop more upper body strength." Harry just nodded, accepting the advice. It was no easy task to move inside the guard of an opponent and try to deflect attacks when his fighting style has always revolved around creating breathing room for using spells. Those were old instincts that cannot easily be overcome. Take a break for a few minutes. After that, you switch roles. Garland will be defending and Harrian will be on the offensive. Harry and Garland took a spot near a shaded area of the yard to relax their bodies. Harry took the magical flask that supplied him with a constant stream of clean water from his bag. "I still can't fathom how that flask can hold so much water," said Garland, looking at the flask in Harry's hand with wonder shining in his brown eyes. "That's quite simple to explain, Magic." Harry smiled at the cross look that graced Garland's face. "Yes, I get that. But where does the water come from, and how can a small bottle never go dry? Garland asked, squinting his eyes at the flask like it was the greatest mystery that has to be solved. Some mysteries are better left unexplained. Harry laughed at the frustrated groan that greeted his answer. Harry! John shouted as he ran towards him. What happened? Harry asked as Rob and John were supposed to be visiting Wintertown with Maester Luwin. The guard's father sent to the town found some foreigners. You wouldn't believe who they are. John gasped out. Why wouldn't I believe? Harry trailed off as the training yard began to buzz as the guards of Winterfell came about escorting a group of foreigners with darker skin into the castle. Look at the tall man in the front. Look at the sigil embroidered on his sleeve, said John. Sure enough, Harry could make out a sigil on the tunic of this foreigner. Martell, Garland hissed, his anger palpable. It's Oberyn Martell, the Red Viper of Dorne, and Maesters and Snakes P2. I find myself quite surprised to see you this far north, Prince Oberyn. I believe this is the first time a Prince of Dorne has ever visited Winterfell, said Eddard, looking down from his seat at the high table at the small Dornish party assembled inside his hall. It seems a lot of interesting happenings are now inside the north. So, I said to my dear daughter here that we should visit the north and see for ourselves, said Oberyn, nudging his daughter forward, who executed a perfect curtsy. Eddard frowned thoughtfully as he looked at the daughter of the Red Viper. The girl, unlike her father and other Dornish people, has pale white skin rather than olive skin. But her other traits were similar to the rest of the Dornish party, like black hair and dark eyes. My daughter Nymeria Sand and my paramour Ilaria Sand, Oberyn introduced. Now, he has heard of rumors about the famed paramour of the Red Viper. Some rumors he has heard from the south paint her as some sort of foreign witch who has ensnared the Red Viper. But he could not see how this woman was foreign when she looks so much alike to the rest of the Dornish. If there was anyone with foreign looks among the Dornish, then it'd be the Red Viper's daughter, Nymeria Sand. Nonetheless, he acknowledged them both with a respectful nod as they graced him with a curtsy. I'd know your intentions in traveling through the north unannounced, Prince Oberyn. I was not aware the Seven Kingdoms have a law that prohibits me travel unannounced, Lord Stark. Oberyn challenged. You speak true, but it is considered polite to do so. We could have prepared to receive you properly, Eddard said through gritted teeth. I think if one wants to truly know a place, it's better to travel unannounced, said Oberyn, a cheeky smile adorning his face. Eddard felt a headache coming. Although the spies he had found so far seemed to have no connection to Dorne, he could not help but worry. The Dornish people were not exactly trustworthy, especially those who lived further south. Treachery and subterfuge were in the blood of a Dornishman, especially someone like Oberyn Martell. He could see that in the man's dark eyes. There are also ample reasons for House Martell to hold a grudge against his family. Even if he had nothing to do with it, he was still accountable for the deaths of Elia Martell and her children. To this day, their butchered bodies haunted him, and he blamed himself for not taking the heads of those monsters with ice, no matter the consequences. Many moons of planning between John, Hoster, and himself had gone down the drain that day, all because of that monster, Tywin. It was their fervent wish to capture the Mad King alive and put the monster on trial with the whole Seven Kingdoms watching. They could have shown once and for all the sheer madness and raving lunatic that hid behind the skin of the last Targaryen monarch. They could have taken Princess Elia and her children as prisoners and forced an oath of abdication. They could have even repeated the feat with Queen Riella, paving the way for a legitimate ascension for Robert. Instead, they were left with the threat of another war in the future when Viserys Targaryen sails across the narrow sea to stake his claim on the Iron Throne. It'll be like the Blackfyre rebellions all over again, leaving a festering wound that'd bleed Westeros from time to time. No doubt, when Viserys Targaryen gets ready for an invasion, there will be lords from the Crownlands, Reach and Dorne to support his claim. Give Prince Oberyn and his company bread and salt, Eddard ordered. He watched the Prince of Dorne accept the guest rites gracefully, followed by others in the prince's company, but he won't be leaving them out of his sight. His eyes strayed to Jory and discreetly signaled for the young knight to come closer. My lord, keep watch on Prince Oberyn and his companions. Wherever they go, one of our men must follow. I want to know whom they talk to and, if possible, what they are talking about under my roof, he ordered inconspicuously. As you will, my lord. Jory nodded. Prince Oberyn, The servants will lead you and your companions to the guest quarters. We'll try to make your stay in Winterfell as comfortable as possible given the circumstances," said Eddard. "Thank you, Lord Stark. Your north is far colder than I imagined, but Winterfell is as warm as a new lover. I look forward to meeting you and the rest of your family after a warm bath," said Oberyn before being led away by the servants of Winterfell. "Call for Maester Luwin. I'm in need of his advice," Eddard ordered, sinking back in his seat as he pondered the reasons for the Red Viper's visit. Oberyn stared at the tall, monolithic structure in awe. The Astronomy Tower, the servants of Winterfell called it. He was quite sure Lord Stark had warned his people against him, but as always they all underestimated the power of a woman like Ellaria. An offer of some wine and a few sensual looks and touches was all it took for Ellaria to ensnare the servants and guards of Winterfell for their loose tongue. It was safe to say, Ellaria's efforts were not in vain. He came to know that there were a bunch of archmasters holed up in this astronomy tower discussing, studying, and verifying some of Harry and Stark's inventions and findings. The exact nature of those inventions or findings remained a mystery. That's why he was going to find out what those gray-robed old cunts were up to in this magnificent tower. There is not even a slight blemish in the structure, Father. I have only seen this level of smoothness in one place. Nymeria trailed off, running her fingers over the smooth surface of the tower. The famed Valyrian architecture method of fusing stone and mortar into one, leaving one smooth surface. It seems the free cities of Essos and the castle of Dragonstone are not the only places in the world that can boast such architecture. Oberyn mused out loud. Maybe we should step inside the tower and find out. I don't think I can take this cold for too long, my love, said Ellaria, shivering like a leaf in the wind despite being wrapped by a thick woolen cloak. Oberyn was also of the same opinion. The castle and the rooms it offered were warmed, warding off the biting cold of the north. But they were no longer inside the warmed halls of the castle. They were standing at the base of the astronomy tower that was supposedly constructed by Harry and Stark overnight with the might of his magic. It sounded like a tale straight out of the Age of Heroes, and Oberyn was quite interested to learn the truth of the matter. He was not the only one. His daughter Nymeria was also interested in learning more about the magic of Harry and Stark that rivals even the feats of Dragonlords of old Valyria. Her interest in this Harry and Stark was quite understandable. After all, Valyria and its legacies run strong in her blood from her mother's side. The guards standing guard over the tower did not object to their entry as Oberyn had thought. Either Eddard Stark is more of an open person with none of the prejudices against Dorne, or the man is a careless fool. Oberyn thought as he climbed a flight of stairs that led to the many levels of the tower. There was a total of 5 levels to the tower. On each level, they'd search for the maesters and Harry and Stark, but they found those levels deserted. It was only on the 5th and final level they found their targets. The 5th level was one wide expanse with a lot of open spaces shielded from the outside by large colorful glass panes and curtains. In this large expanse, Oberyn found a small section where the maesters of the citadel were gathered around a small child. As he crept closer toward the maesters, he could hear snippets of the conversation that was going on. "You mean to tell us that you managed to measure the size of our world with magic?" Oberyn heard one of the maesters ask the Stark boy. His eyes widened when the boy answered with an emphatic yes. "How?" Oberyn asked at the same time as the maester did, earning several curious looks from the maesters and a simple raised eyebrow from the Stark boy. "I didn't know you were an academically inclined man, Prince Oberyn," said Harry, eyeing the Prince of Dorne curiously. If he wasn't so taken with his less-than-savory activities, he'd have made a good maester. Prince Oberyn was a student in the Citadel, a good one as well, said Archmaester Gorman. "I see. Well, I considered the planet as a perfect circle, which it is not. Then I had the length of a sail on a ship at White Harbor measured. When the ship sailed away from the port, I used my magic to measure the distance between my position and the topmost point of the sail as it disappeared on the horizon. Once I had that distance, I merely used simple geometry to construct a right-angled triangle and find the radius of the planet using the sides and the hypotenuse." Oberyn just stared dumbly at Harry and Stark before he looked at the maesters to see whether they understood all that, but he found them similarly lost. "I'll just show you," said Harry and Stark, a little bit flustered before drawing a circle on the floor. Oberyn's eyes widened as he watched the Stark boy draw a perfect red circle using a piece of wood while standing. He gaped openly as the Harry and Stark drew a right-angled triangle by extruding a line from one arbitrary point from the circle. One corner of the triangle was at the center of the circle, connected to the arbitrary point in a straight line. The third corner was where the height of the sail was measured. All of these details were written down on the floor, and Oberyn noticed the maesters were taking careful notes. He was not exactly a scholar when it comes to the measures of shapes. He was aware the Citadel taught the subject, but his interests lay in the body of men and the substances that kills them and saves them. But, going by the look on the faces of the maesters, whatever the Stark boy was showing looked to be authentic. However, one detail did bother him. "How did you measure the distance from your position to the ship?" asked Oberyn, as measuring that distance seemed to be an impossible task. After all, how can someone measure the distance from land to a ship sailing away in the sea? "Oh, that's quite easy," said Harry and Stark, pointing the stick toward Oberyn. Oberyn blinked, and in the next moment, there was a long green line stretching from the tip of the stick to his heart. There was even a numerical figure written on the far end of the green line denoting the distance. "It is beautiful," Nymeria whispered, reaching out with her hand to touch the green line. Her hand just passed through the green thread as if it was never there. For once, the rumors were true after all. "You are the Stark whose magic has taken Essos and Westeros by storm. Well met, young Stark." Oberyn offered his hand to the young lad, who shook it with a grin. "I'm Oberyn Martell," he introduced himself before pointing to his daughter and paramour. "My daughter Nymeria Sand and my paramour Ilaria Sand. Well met. I'm Harry and Stark." "How old are you?" asked Nymeria, her dark eyes glimmering in a way that Oberyn was quite familiar with. "Rob and I just celebrated our 9th names day a few days back," said Harrion, holding a steady gaze with Nymeria. "You don't sound like or behave like a 9 names days old child," said Nymeria, a more sensual aura manifesting around her. "I've been told that many times by most people." Harrion shrugged. "Really? How about we?" "Nymeria," Oberyn warned. "What?" His daughter pouted for interrupting her fun. "You are not in Dorne, or one of the Free Cities. Keep that in mind." Oberyn warned. "You are no fun," Nymeria said to her father before turning her dark eyes on Harrion. "Maybe when you gain a few more names days you can seek me out in Dorne." Oberyn's eyebrows rose in surprise as Harrion Stark shook with laughter while his daughter was blushing up a storm. He looked between the two and wondered to himself, who's the more mature one between the two? XX. The day was pleasant and warm. The usual frigid air of the north was pulling back a little bit, or maybe he was also taken in by the weather-changing charms of Winterfell's Godswood. The unicorns of Skane preferred a warm climate, and he provided them with the comfort they needed in return for their cooperation. But now it was time to relocate them from the confines of the Godswood. Winterfell's Godswood has always been a temporary arrangement anyway. The plan has always been for the unicorns to have a safe haven in Sea Dragon Point, where he can easily allot them a larger grazing area without much trouble. Since the area has also not seen large human settlements, allotting and warding off a separate plot of land for the unicorns would be an easy affair. "These unicorns, why don't they like men?" asked Oberyn. Harry eyed the Prince of Dorne out of the corner of his eyes as they watched the unicorns being led into the airship by the Valkyrie. "It's not that they dislike men, they just prefer the companionship of females. They feel more comfortable in the presence of women," Harry answered. "Which means they dislike men. Why?" Oberyn pressed on, as if the notion that the unicorns preferred female company somehow offended the man. "Men are disagreeable creatures while women are more agreeable, speaking in a broad sense. These unicorns are needy babies who want to be pampered and serve their every whim," said Harry, earning some disgruntled sounds from the passing unicorns. "So, they prefer the company of women." Harry eyed the Red Viper and the maesters who were busy looking and prodding at the airship. Then he looked at the guards, discreetly spying on the activities of these people. His father has ample reasons to distrust these people, but the wards have so far not acted against any of them. The maesters have been suitably impressed by the limited amount of magic he has shown them so far and the various discoveries he had made to this day. But those discoveries paled in comparison to his airship. At least, that was the position the maesters of the Citadel were taking. They were adamant to study the airship, and that's why he agreed to let them board the airship. He didn't even mind their insistence on studying the runes he used on the airship. It's not like all the runes he used were visible to the maester's eyes. The maesters and their interests were understandable, but he was far more cautious when it comes to the Red Viper. According to Garland Tyrell, Prince Oberyn is a dangerous fellow who has crippled Willis Tyrell in a tourney. That particular story was not exactly proof of any hostile intentions from Prince Oberyn, as Harry thought tourneys were generally a risky sport. "Why are you here?" Harry asked, staring hard at the Red Viper, cutting straight to the chase instead of dancing around. "What do you mean? Do not play dumb with me, Prince Oberyn. You might think of me as an impressionable child, but I'm not naive. There is a reason why you are here in Winterfell, and I'd like to know that reason," Harry said, his eyes gaining a sharpness that took Oberyn back. "Is that how you treat someone who helped you gain an additional 1,000,000 gold dragons from the Lannisters?" Oberyn asked silkily. "Your story of swindling the Lannisters, while impressive, holds not much value to me. Now, tell me the real reason behind your visit, else I'll have to bar you from visiting Avalon in my airship," Harry threatened. "I seriously doubt that. I took permission from your father for this little trip. My father is a good man, but a flawed man nonetheless. He tries to see the best in other people, which blinds him from the true nature of most men." "Oh. Then tell me, Harry and Stark, what virtue is there in choosing the side that has killed an unarmed woman and her 2 children in cold blood?" Oberyn hissed. "None," Harry agreed, but he was not easily bowing out when he was getting under the Red Viper's skin. "But I'm sure you'll agree there was also no virtue in fighting for the side of a murderous mad lunatic and a rapist who kept my aunt prisoner in Dorne of all places." "Agreed. It was not our best moment, and we did refuse to send troops to aid the Mad King and Rhaegar until we were threatened with Elia and her children." "Granted. So, now that it is out of the way, tell me the true reason for your visit, Prince Oberyn," Harry implored. "Your magic and your wealth can sustain the Lannisters and their hold on the Iron Throne. House Martell cannot let something like that happen. So, I'm here assessing you and your magic to see whether it'd pose a threat." Harry became thoughtful for a moment. Here was an opportunity that conveniently fell into his lap. He had plans, grand plans that require friendly ports in the south. Not to mention his half-brother was sort of a backup plan if things go sour in King's Landing. For now, the Baratheon dynasty that sits on the Iron Throne was to his advantage. But as the issue with the High Septon has proven that goodwill can come crashing down. Should the secrets behind Jon's parentage be somehow revealed, he thought having a friendly ear in Dorne could be advantageous. "Say that I'm sympathetic to your righteous cause of seeking justice for your sister and her children. What do you expect from me?" Harry knew his question sort of took the Red Viper by surprise. Even he was a little hesitant to step into this path that'd inevitably lead him to the great game, as Maester Luwin refers to court politics. Besides, it was only a matter of time before the game sought him out at some point. "It is better this way. I'll be seeking out the great game, and I'll be deciding whom I'm playing against, not the other way around." Stannis stared into the fire that was burning in the fireplace with his steely blue eyes. His daughter barely survived the grayscale, but she was not untouched. The deadly disease has scarred his daughter's cheek with its scales. For now, his daughter survives, but all the maesters he had summoned from the Citadel predict that his daughter may not live long enough to enjoy life to the fullest. He cursed the gods for saddling him with tragedy and insults one after the other. "Have I not been a dutiful brother, always obeying his elder without complaint? Have I not served my king loyally despite the insults he heaps on me? Have I not served the gods and the 7 kingdoms dutifully by upholding the laws of gods and men? Have I not always acted selflessly and without discrimination? Then why is my daughter suffering?" These were the questions that were haunting him day and night. He was a hard man and an unamusing man if he took Robert's description. Hard or unamusing he might be, but he has always treated others the same way he treated himself. He had done so because he knew the perversions of power and the sin that it incurs on the soul. He had seen how cruel the world can be, and he thought it was his solemn duty to be someone who stands for justice above everything else. "The gods safeguard those who hold justice and duty above all in their hearts." Those were the final words of his father before that ill-begotten journey to Essos. Since that day, he had lived by those words. And yet, here he was helplessly watching his poor daughter fight for her life with the most dangerous disease known to man. He had fallen in love with his child the moment his daughter opened her small blue eyes to look at him. It was a long time since he had felt warmth in his heart, and it was because of his daughter. To learn that the cause of that warmth can be snuffed away was unbearable for him. "My lord, pardon me if this sounds silly. If the maesters are saying their medicine is not strong enough, why not use other methods?" Stannis pulled his eyes away from the fireplace to stare at his trusted onion knight. "Other methods?" he asked with a frown. "I, my lord. The Stark boy of Winterfell cured the spring sickness of White Harbor and Braavosi coastlands with his magical medicine. Sailors of Narrow Sea speaks of an undying star that sits atop the September of snows in White Harbor. Supposedly, it is a gift from Lord Stark's eldest son. The Stark boy is the talk among Braavosi merchants, and I'm sure you have heard the rumors in King's Landing as well. The second coming of Brandon the Builder, they say. Some say the boy is Garth Greenhand reborn. You'd ask me to act on tales of drunken sailors and rumors coming from small folk?" Stannis thundered. "My lord, you saw the magic of King Robert's God's grief. Surely, there is no harm in trying. 'Tis for the good of your daughter, is it not? Shouldn't we try all that we can to keep her safe?" asked Ser Davos. Stannis let out a sigh and tiredly leaned back in his seat. Nonetheless, he took Davos' suggestion to heart. After all, what was the harm in trying? An unveiling a flying carpet. "Do you know what it cost us to save face among our allies and save ourselves from the hole you nicely dug up for our family?" Kevin asked, looking at his monumentally ignorant niece once they were inside the safety of her chambers. "Do not presume to take that tone with me, uncle. I'm the queen." Cersei hissed back, her green eyes alight with defiance. "Yes, you are the queen. Then act like one instead of behaving like a court jester. What exactly were you thinking when you decided it'd be a brilliant idea to turn the High Septon against the Starks? I don't have to explain myself to the likes of you." Cersei turned up her nose. "The likes of me?" Kevin said slowly, his eyes gaining a sharpness to them that previously lacked as he towered over his niece. "Do you think you have some power over me because you married Robert Baratheon? I am the—" "Yes, you are the queen," he smoothly cut off his niece. "What you refuse to see, dear niece, is that you can be unmade queen just as easily if we don't have the support of our allies. Your husband holds the Iron Throne, not because of his prowess, but because of the support of his allies. Robert holds the Iron Throne because of father." Cersei snottily replied. "Did your father fight at the Trident, or in the Stormlands, or at the Battle of Bells?" "No. The North, the Stormlands, the Vale of Arryn, and the Riverlands fought those wars to seat your husband on the Iron Throne. They can unseat him just as easily should they withdraw support. Then they'll be branded traitors, and I'll have their heads on a spike." Kevin eyed his niece for a long moment, wondering how she could be so stupid. "With what army?" he asked incredulously. "The Crownlands, the Reach, and Dorne are keeping their heads down because if they rebel, they'll have to face the combined might of the Westerlands, Stormlands, Riverlands, Vale, and North. Should the North rebel, Riverlands won't join us, and it is more than likely the Knights of the Vale stay neutral. Do you not see the danger you court by alienating our allies? Then what are you saying, uncle? That I've no say in my daughter's future? I'll not let you or father use my daughter for your petty schemes." Cersei said defiantly. "Did your father ask for your opinion before deciding on your marriage?" "No." "Then don't expect you can overreach Tywin in this. He is wroth with your stunts, Cersei, and the only reason he has spared you from retribution is that you carry his name and blood. But don't think you can cross him again without consequences," Kevin warned, knowing well that Tywin's wrath won't dissipate even for his daughter. Cersei continued to scream and fling threats at him, making Kevin rub his temples. He lamented at the fact that Cersei seemed to have taken leave of her senses, and for the life of him, he could not figure out why she was being unreasonable when it comes to the Starks. It was not as if any Stark has crossed his niece to incur such strong opinions to take root in her mind, nor did he think she was particularly a religious person to have strong opinions about the Stark boy's magic. Kevin left his niece alone to stew in her chambers after delivering a direct missive from Tywin. He had said all he could to convey Tywin's displeasure to Cersei. It was now her choice to behave or invite the wrath of his brother with her pettiness and stupidity. He supposed Tywin would be less forgiving after he reports Cersei's response to his brother's warnings. That was not taking into account the next meeting he was about to conduct with Jon Arryn. Undoubtedly, the hand was crossed with the drama that has unfolded in the capital. For now, He could alleviate Lord Aaron's concerns about the faith as he managed to come to an accord with the High Septon. When he finally reached the small council chambers, he was greeted by the sight of several Vale Knights standing guard outside the door. One of the guards quickly checked with the hand before giving him entry. "Lord Aaron," he nodded in greeting at the aging Lord of the Eyrie. There was another man beside Lord Aaron, whom he was unfamiliar with. "Lord Kevin. This is Lord Peter Baelish, the Master of Coin." "Well met." He nodded at the shorter man, but otherwise remained disinterested. "Go, Lord Baelish. I must have a quick word with Sir Kevin." Kevin followed Lord Aaron and accepted the offered seat, while the older man sat across from him. "So," John Aaron looked imploringly at him, "the issue has been dealt with. The High Septon shall recall his edict regarding Harry and Stark with no damages done. The proclamation will be sent to all the septs across the 7 kingdoms as fast as possible," said Kevin. "That's good to hear, although I wouldn't claim there are no damages done." John Aaron said gravely, "Has Lord Stark raised his concerns with the king?" Kevin tentatively asked, praying such a thing has not happened. He had spent quite a sum of gold to keep the High Septon away from anything related to the Starks for the foreseeable future, and John Aaron, bless his soul, had carefully kept the king ignorant of Cersei's hand in this unfortunate matter. Should King Robert somehow come to realize his best friend's son is being vilified on the orders of Cersei, the consequences would strain the present relations between the crown and House Lannister. Tywin was already pissed at him for not anticipating the ploy by the Martells at the auction, and he didn't want his brother's wrath directed at him or any member of his family. "No, he has not. I've not told him of the Queen's involvement yet, but once the issue is properly resolved, I shall convey the truth." Kevin didn't like that, but Lord Aaron was conveniently leaving it open for negotiations, which was a good sign. Perhaps more trade concessions in favor of Crownland merchants should suffice to buy the old Falcon's silence. "Then what damages are you talking about?" Kevin asked. "It had seemed Prince Oberyn Martell paid a visit to Winterfell," said John tentatively. Kevin could already feel a headache settling in. The Red Viper has been the cause of much discomfort for Kevin as of late. "What has the man done?" he asked dejectedly. "It had seemed the Red Viper has managed to woo the Starks to let him stay at the newly constructed castle of Avalon and even take Harry and Stark as a student." Kevin eyed the Lord of the Eyrie incomprehensibly for a moment before his mind registered the important details. "Oh, no. This couldn't possibly get any more troublesome." Kevin whimpered, thinking of the possible ramifications that could emerge out of this unholy development. First, it was the Tyrells who somehow managed to foster a child of their blood in Winterfell. Now, the Martells managed to seamlessly wiggle and somehow at the most crucial moment into the good graces of Lord Eddard. "I was certainly not finished, Sir Kevin. It also seems Lord Eddard has come across a bunch of spies in his lands that are in service of some Westerlanders." "You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you, Sir Kevin?" asked John Aaron, directing an entirely disapproving frown on the aged face of the Lord of the Eyrie at Kevin. He was shocked to learn that their budding spy network that was formed by Tywin was busted in Winterfell before it could properly set in. The only relief on his part was that he was not the one overseeing the progression of the spy network. After the fiasco of the Greyjoys burning their fleet, the need for a more robust spy network was all but apparent. Tywin had charged Tygett to oversee the development of the spy network, and it had seemed his younger brother has somehow not taken adequate precautions. "These spies have nothing to do with House Lannister." "Maybe, but Eddard thinks otherwise. Convey my disappointment to Lord Tywin on this matter, Sir Kevin. Spying on allies just when we are healing the fissures that exist between the 7 kingdoms is not at all helping the king's peace. I hope Lord Tywin take corrective action promptly." To Kevin, the last bit came more as a command rather than a request. At that moment, he could see the judging eyes of the old Falcon bearing down on him from an unseen height. "Yes, promptly," Kevin muttered, knowing full well that Tywin was not going to be happy at all. He doubted his brother's recent good mood with the acquisition of Lionclaw was going to last. XX. The Archmesters were floored to see his self-made castle in Avalon. It was also safe to say they were suitably blown away by the airship as well. The Maesters inspected the ship and his castle for weeks, looking for any tangible process working behind his magic. Without his fullest cooperation, the Maesters remained entirely ignorant of his secrets, which is how he preferred things be for the moment. However, he was getting tired of playing ignorant of the workings of his magic and was getting positively annoyed by the persistent nature of the maesters. They won't leave you alone. They are like sharks in an ocean. Once they smell blood, they won't leave. I warned you these gray rats are trouble, lad. You did not listen, said the specter of Archmaester Marwyn, waggling his finger at Harry's face. They'll suck you dry of everything they want to know, and then they'll plot in their dark halls devising your demise. Harry just shrugged and went back to reading some of the findings of the Citadel when it comes to astronomy. The faith often spoke of the 7 wanderers in the sky, signifying each of the 7 gods of the Undull faith. The Citadel claims the Undull faith took their findings and incorporated them into the faith. Some fiercely contested such claims, mostly Septons and those close to the faith. But the fact that 2 of these supposed wanderers were found by his telescope to be moons of other planets did not sit well with the maesters. To be fair, they were not personally antagonistic, but rather seeing his discovery was going to ruffle the feathers of many holding positions of power in the faith. The world as the faith envisions has their planet at the center, and the 7 wanderers which represent the 7 orbiting around their planet. Well, that worldview was going to get challenged in the south. It was also going to be incredibly difficult to present the discoveries in the Citadel and expect them to take it all in without some pushback. Archmaester Gorman had already pointed this out in his pitch for seeking a telescope of his design to the Citadel. He had flat out said no, because he didn't want some bunch of muggles taking his stuff away from his home. When he added a little white lie about the devices of his design stop, working without his close proximity, finally did the trick and let Archmaester Gorman stop hounding him about the telescopes. The Myrish lens tube in Maester Lewin's possession was no match for the telescopes he designed. Nonetheless, the device has been in use for centuries, and the Citadel have all but made it a doctrine to accept the 7 wanderers in the sky through several books written over the years. That authority was going to get challenged, but his telescopes helped identify the many constellations that could be seen in a clear night sky was indisputable. His telescopes have confirmed and provided more clarity on the existence of constellations like Sao, Crone's Lantern, Moonmaid, Shadowcat, and some other locally discovered constellations. It had also unveiled some more constellations not easily seen in the night sky like the Great Swirl or the Axe. You know, I'm surprised Lord Eddard even allowed you to take the Red Viper into your service, said Marwyn. Oh, he was not happy at all when I suggested I want Oberyn Martell to stay a bit longer in the north. He was even more disagreeable when I said I wanted to study under the Red Viper and even train the Valkyrie. But somehow you managed to convince Lord Eddard. That's impressive, Marwyn said. The credit should go to my mother. Harry shrugged. Really? Lady Stark wanted Oberyn Martell to stay and train you? Marwyn asked incredulously. Oh yes. Once she learned Jory caught those spies the Lannisters sent, she was quite furious. So, once she learned of my plans, she convinced my father to allow Prince Oberyn to stay for as long as he wanted. I believe she called it sending a proper message to Casterly Rock. Interesting, Marwyn muttered, looking deep in thought. Harry eyed the Archmaester out of the corner of his eyes. He could see the gears turning behind the man's eyes. Undoubtedly, a man as well versed in the politics of the 7 kingdoms. Marwyn was rearranging the board, so to speak, as lines were being redrawn. Fissures were coming in between the allied houses that unseated the dragons from the Iron Throne. It was not just between House Stark and Lannister. There was an ongoing struggle that was quietly rearing up between Riverlands and the North. Harry had been reviving the vitality of the farmlands in the North with his magic. He had done so within the lands controlled by Houses Stark and Manderley. And last week he repeated the feat in Deepwood Motte. The sheer yield of potatoes, cabbage, peaches, and pineapple near Deepwood Motte earned him a lifelong friend in Galbart Glover and Robert Glover. The Glover brothers were rough people, but they were strong adherents to the old gods, which sort of earned him more respect and, dare he say it, worship from the 2 brothers. Those 2 were convinced his magic was a sign from the old gods that the magical bloodlines and abilities are returning to the first men houses. The 2 Glovers were not wrong in that aspect, as Harry also noticed some signs supporting their theory. Anyways, with 3 major houses of the North gaining fertile farmlands and the mountain clans gaining their own far early, has increased the availability of food stocks in the North. With the increase in local grain and crop yield, the dependence on merchants from Riverlands was dropping day by day. Northern houses and merchants were now buying from northern farmers rather than outside sources, which earned the average farmer a good profit. This has left the Riverlanders in a bit of a bind as their stocks were no longer in high demand, at least not at the exorbitant prices they have demanded in the past. All foreign merchants were now forced to sell their crops and grain at much lower prices than they were used to if they wanted their wares sold in the north. Harry gave 2 years before the Riverland merchants stopped looking at the north as a lucrative market for their wares. He had been in touch with Lord Manderley to purchase seeds and saplings of fruits and trees alien to the north. With his magic, he could reshape the climatic conditions for crops and fruit trees to flourish, giving an edge to northern farmers. Exactly how that'd play out between the North and the Riverlands would be interesting to see in the coming years. Harry turned sharply towards the door as he heard someone knocking. "I shall take my leave, young Harrian. The longer these maesters stay with you, the more they piece together what they want. Send them away from your castle, and keep them away from anything that has to do with magic." With that final piece of advice said, Marwen's spectral form collapsed, leaving Harry alone in his study. "Come in," he said, hearing more knocking on his door. He waved his wand, allowing the magically locked door to swing open. It was none other than Nymeria Sand at the other end of the door. "You called for me, my lord." Nymeria gave an exaggerated bow. Harry scoffed at her antics. Ever since he has been allowed to sort of govern Avalon by his father, Nymeria has been addressing him as Lord. She was trying her hand at determining what would get under his skin. He'd expect nothing less from the daughter of the Red Viper. "I need something from you. Is it my virginity, my lord? How can a fair maiden be asked to part with her purity, even if it is being asked by the fair lord of this castle?" Nymeria gasped, acting like a damsel in distress. Harry rolled his eyes at her crass thoughts. For some reason, Nymeria was confident that he'd understand all these sexual references and insinuations she uses in their conversations. It was as if she forgets that he was a child. He remains one biologically, but he was anything but a child in his mind, but that was neither here nor there. "No, stupid. I just want a pinch of your blood," said Harry, a little bit annoyed. "Oh, okay." Nymeria shrugged and offered her arm, making Harry raise his eyebrows. "Just like that? You are not at all concerned I am going to use your blood for some nefarious purpose?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. Nymeria shrugged her shoulders before sitting down on a nearby chair. "Are you?" she asked, looking curiously at him. "No. I'm just fascinated by your ancestry. You are a product of the Royner and Valyrian bloodline. I'm just curious whether your blood holds something that can tickle my magical senses." Harry lied. In reality, he wanted her blood to study the effects of poison resistance Oberyn talked about in one of his lessons. The man claimed he was training his daughters to resist many poisons. So, he just wanted to confirm and study the effects in Nymeria's blood. Studying the combination of Royner and Valyrian blood came as an added benefit. "Then sure, take my blood. I trust you," said Nymeria, offering her hands once again. Harry happily pricked a small pinch of blood from her thumb using a needle. Immediately, he set up the magnifier and put the blood sample under observation. Harry hummed, as the magic in the magnifier began analyzing the platelets of Nymeria's blood. He could see slight discoloration around the edges of the individual cells, which indicated traces of poisonous substances. Turning on more magical sensors, he divined more characteristics of Nymeria's blood. The results were fascinating, to say the least. Harry found her blood to have some distinct magical properties. The magnifier lens was showing some quality readings when he looked for magical properties. While Harry was focused on Nymeria's blood, his guest was wandering around his study without his oversight. When Harry finally took his eyes away from the magnifier, he was stunned to see Nymeria in possession of a very familiar carpet. "This looks nice," said Nymeria, unruffling the colorful carpet on the floor and standing on it before Harry could warn her. "Eewa!" A shrill scream came out of Nymeria's mouth as the magical carpet zoomed out of the window of Harry's study before he could do anything, carrying a thoroughly frightened daughter of Prince Oberyn. Harry ran near the window and observed as Nymeria was now holding onto the carpet for dear life, shouting and screaming obscenities at him as she zoomed around in the sky. "Yeah, she definitely has some magical potential," Harry muttered, craning his neck to the side as the carpet jerked to the side and took a curve around the tower before disappearing from his line of sight. Harry laughed before returning to his work table, unbothered by the screams of Nymeria Sand. The carpet was merely a prototype he designed to test out his repository of charms that he was planning to use on brooms. There were spells on the carpet that would direct the carpet back into its original place, and there was a plethora of safety charms used which should keep Nymeria safe. She'll come back in one piece, eventually, he thought, letting out a chuckle. As a matter of fact, Harry even came up with a nice alias right on spot for his Dornish friend. The Flying Sand. Harry smirked, paying no heed to the threats and begging Nymeria was throwing at him outside his tower. On the other hand, he was sure those maesters were going to hound him about the flying carpet. He was planning to test it out after the maesters were sent away to Old Town. Oh well, I'll just have to send them away by more forceful means.